When you walk with God, you learn to be comfortable with mystery. You stop needing to control every outcome because you trust that the one who created time already holds your future. When people betray you, God will heal you. When resources run low, God will provide. When confusion rises, God will reveal. Nothing about your journey is random. When you walk with God, every delay, every disappointment, every closed door carries divine purpose. There will be moments when your walk feels heavy, when prayers seem unanswered, and when faith feels like a fight. But that's when you must remind yourself walking with God was never meant to be easy. It was meant to be eternal. It is not a sprint. It is a sacred journey of endurance. Every hardship you face with Him refines you. Every unanswered prayer strengthens your trust. Every battle you fight alone with God deepens your dependence on His power. When you come out of the storm, you'll realize the reason you didn't break is because you were never walking alone. His unseen hand carried you through. And let me tell you something. The one who walks with God develops a different kind of courage. They are not fearless because life is easy. They are fearless because their faith is anchored. They can face betrayal without bitterness, loss without despair, and change without fear because their hope is not in people or possessions. It is in God. That kind of courage cannot be bought, taught, or imitated. It is born in the secret place where the soul learns to rely on nothing and no one but God. When you walk alone with God, you begin to notice His fingerprints in the smallest things. The way He sends peace after a long night of tears. The way He strengthens your heart after disappointment. The way He speaks through nature, through silence, through moments that seem ordinary but carry divine meaning. You start to realize that God is not only found in the miracles, but in the quiet details of your daily life. The more you walk with Him, the more you see that He is not distant. He is present in every breath, every heartbeat, every sunrise. And the beauty of walking alone with God is that it builds your character. People can walk beside you and praise you for who you appear to be, but only God can shape you into who you are meant to be. When you walk with Him, He begins to remove what doesn't belong. He corrects you, humbles you, and teaches you patience. He shows you how to love when it's hard, how to forgive when it hurts, and how to stay silent when you want to fight back. Walking with God daily means allowing Him to transform your reactions, your thoughts, and your desires until they align with His will. There will be times when walking with God means walking against the world. You will be misunderstood, labeled, and even mocked for your faith. But remember, truth has never been popular. The world may celebrate compromise, but God honors conviction. And when you choose to stand for what's right, even when it costs you comfort, God stands with you. Walking with Him might make you different, but being different is often the price of being chosen. When you walk with God every day, He begins to make you spiritually sensitive. You start to discern what others can't see. You sense when something isn't right, when a door is not meant for you, or when a voice isn't from God. You begin to recognize the difference between what's good and what's divine, between what's urgent and what's eternal. God sharpens your spirit until your decisions flow, not from impulse, but from divine instruction. That's why the one who truly walks with God moves with wisdom, speaks with grace, and lives with purpose, because their steps are guided, not guessed. There's a peace that comes from walking with God that the world cannot imitate. It's the peace that says, even if everything around me collapses, I will still stand because God is holding me. It's the peace that remains when everyone else loses theirs. It's the peace that silences anxiety, that quiets fear, that calms your mind when you don't know what tomorrow holds. You see, walking with God daily doesn't mean you'll avoid storm. It means you'll never face one alone. He will walk beside you through fire and flood, through joy and sorrow, through gain and loss. And at every stage, His presence will be your anchor. When you make walking with God your lifestyle, not your emergency plan, your whole existence changes. You stop panicking when things go wrong because you trust His timing. You stop chasing temporary success because you desire eternal fulfillment. You stop living for people's approval because you already walk with divine assurance. Life becomes less about speed and more about surrender. You begin to see that your purpose is not to impress people but to obey God. The world today teaches people to depend on everything except God, fame, fortune, opinion, systems. But all of these crumble when tested. Only one foundation remains unshaken, and that is walking daily with God. That is where real strength comes from. That is where true wisdom is born. That is where peace is found. Not in having everything, but in knowing you already have the one who controls everything. When you walk alone with God every day, you begin to love solitude instead of fearing it. Because solitude becomes your meeting place with the divine. You find joy in prayer, power in reflection, and renewal in silence. You no longer dread being alone because you know solitude with God is better than company without Him. It's where your spirit breathes. Your mind clears, and your soul remembers its true source. Walking alone with God daily is not a task. It's a transformation. It changes the way you think, the way you see, the way you love, and the way you live. It gives you a calm confidence that no storm can shake, a faith that no failure can destroy, and a hope that no darkness can dim. Because once you've learned to walk with God, you can never truly walk alone again. There is a power in the one who walks alone with God that cannot be imitated, cannot be bought, and cannot be shaken. It is a power born not from circumstance, wealth, or influence, but from intimacy with the divine. Every trial, every test, every season of isolation becomes a stepping stone to greater strength. The one who walks with God daily does not stumble over life's uncertainties, because their eyes are fixed on the one who controls all things. And let me remind you, walking with God is not about convenience. It is about commitment, unwavering and unshakable. You cannot bargain with God. You cannot negotiate His presence. You either walk with Him fully, or you walk without the fullness of His power. When you walk with God, you begin to understand the value of time, not as something to be wasted in endless distraction, but as a sacred opportunity to commune with the Creator. Hours that might have been spent seeking human praise are transformed into moments of divine intimacy. Days that could have been filled with restlessness are now filled with clarity and purpose. God measures time differently than humans. While the world chases speed and seeks shortcuts, the one who walks alone with God learns patience. They learn that every season is purposeful, every delay intentional, and every silence a prelude to revelation. The challenges you encounter on the path of solitude are not punishments. They are divine training grounds. God allows these obstacles to stretch your faith, to purify your heart, and to forge an inner strength that cannot be broken. When no one stands beside you, when the road ahead feels dim and uncertain, God is cultivating endurance within you. He is building resilience. He is showing you that true strength does not come from what is visible, but from the one who sees beyond all things. And when you finally rise from those seasons of testing, your faith is no longer fragile theory. It becomes living proof, refined, steadfast, and victorious. You no longer tremble before adversity, for you have walked through the fire and emerged purified. There is a holy discipline in walking closely with God, one the world cannot comprehend. It is the discipline of quietness when others are loud, of faith when reason falters, and of obedience when surrender feels costly. This sacred discipline shapes a soul that stands firm in the storm, steady in trial, and unshaken before any opposition. You will discover that your heart beats differently, your mind thinks differently, and your soul rests differently when it is aligned with God every day. You will no longer live according to fear or impulse, but according to purpose and divine instruction. Walking alone with God also trains you in discernment. The world will present many paths, but few are true. Many voices will offer advice, but only one guidance is infallible. The one who walks daily with God develops a sensitivity that others cannot see, a quiet knowing, a spiritual intuition, a divine alertness that warns of danger, points to the right choice, and brings peace where confusion would reign. This discernment does not come from human knowledge, but from divine connection. And it is this connection that protects you from deception, guides you in your decisions, and equips you to navigate life with wisdom that surpasses understanding. When the heart is aligned with God in solitude, it begins to shed the weight of unnecessary attachments. You stop depending on human validation because you have found your validation in Him. You stop chasing fleeting pleasures because you have found eternal satisfaction in His presence. You stop fearing abandonment because you know the one who holds you will never leave. And in this detachment from the world's distractions, you gain freedom. The freedom to live boldly, to pray fervently, and to walk confidently in the path God has ordained for you. The one who walks alone with God every day will also discover the hidden blessings in silence. In a world of constant noise, silence becomes sacred. It is in silence that God speaks, in quiet moments that clarity arises, and in the stillness that wisdom is revealed. Do not despise solitude, for it is in these moments that your spirit is strengthened. It is in the silence that your faith matures. It is in the quiet that God's power moves through you. And when others see your calm in the midst of chaos, they will not understand the source. Only you and God know the depth of that strength. Walking with God requires courage because the path is not always easy. You will be tested by betrayal, challenged by uncertainty, and tempted by shortcuts that seem convenient. But remember, the one who walks beside you is greater than every trial. Do not fear the isolation, for it is in these moments that God is teaching you resilience. Do not resent the challenges, for they are shaping you for greater purpose. And do not despair when answers are delayed, for God's timing is perfect and His plan is never late. There will be times when the world seems to crumble around you, when people fail you, and when circumstances appear impossible. But walking with God daily gives you a perspective beyond the material, a vision beyond the visible, and a hope beyond the present. You learn that what God has for you is immeasurably greater than what the world can offer. You learn that divine provision surpasses human understanding. You learn that His wisdom outshines human logic. And you learn that the power of God can turn every obstacle into opportunity, every test into testimony, and every season of solitude into a sanctuary of strength. The one who walks alone with God also discovers the profound beauty of surrender. Surrender is not weakness. It is power under control. It is not defeat. It is mastery over self and circumstance. Surrender is choosing to trust God even when your understanding failed, to obey God even when your desires resist, and to follow God even when the path is unclear. And in that surrender, you are transformed. Your anxiety dissipates. Your burdens are lifted. Your steps are guided. Your heart is strengthened. And your life becomes a reflection of divine order, peace, and purpose. Walking with God alone sharpens your vision. It teaches you to see life not as a series of random events, but as a divine tapestry intricately woven by the hand of the Creator. Every challenge, every disappointment, every delay has its place. Every person who leaves, every door that closes, every season of waiting serves a purpose. And when you understand this, your heart rests in certainty. You no longer question the detours, the hardships, or the silence. You trust that God is orchestrating everything for your highest good, for your growth, and for His glory. When you commit to walking alone with God, your life becomes a living testimony of divine power. You will not need to shout, boast, or prove yourself, because your character, your resilience, and your unwavering faith speak louder than words. The world will see the difference in your calm under pressure, your joy in adversity, and your confidence in uncertainty. And though they may not understand, your life will point unmistakably to the one who walks with you, guides you, and strengthens you every step of the way. And remember this, walking alone with God is not isolation from the world. It is liberation from everything that weakens your spirit. It is freedom from fear, distraction, and human dependence. It is freedom to think clearly, act boldly, and pray relentlessly. It is freedom to become the person God created you to be without compromise, hesitation, or regret. The solitude that the world fears becomes the sanctuary that God uses to prepare you for your highest calling. When you truly understand what it means to walk alone with God every day, you will begin to see that solitude is not a punishment, but a privilege. The world runs in crowds, desperate for recognition, dependent on validation, enslaved by distraction. But those who walk alone with God have discovered a treasure hidden from the eyes of the many, a treasure of clarity, strength, and unshakable purpose. Each step taken in silence, each prayer whispered in the stillness, each moment surrendered to His guidance becomes a brick in the foundation of a life built on divine wisdom. And let me tell you, no storm, no trial, no opposition can ever shake a life built this way. To walk with God alone is to embrace discipline that the ordinary world will never understand. It is waking before the sun rises to offer your heart in reflection, even when your body protests. It is standing firm in integrity when shortcuts tempt the mind and convenience beckons the hand. It is resisting the urge to conform to the patterns of the world and instead bending your will to align with the one eternal purpose that transcends circumstance. The world will call this isolation foolishness, but those who persevere know it as preparation. Preparation to carry a spirit untouched by the chaos around them, a preparation to carry light where darkness reigns, preparation to fulfill the plans that God has written before the foundation of time. There will be days when walking alone with God feels heavy. You will face trials that test your faith to the breaking point. You will endure silence where answers were hoped for, betrayal where trust was freely given, and disappointment where expectations were high. Yet in these moments, the one who walks with God learns a divine secret strength is not born in comfort. Resilience is not built in ease, and courage is not cultivated in the absence of fear. True power is forged in solitude, tested in difficulty, and tempered by unwavering faith. And when you emerge from these trials, you emerge unshakable because the power that carried you is not of human origin. It is the sustaining hand of God Himself. Walking alone with God teaches a profound lesson about perspective. The world judges by appearances, measures by outcomes, and values by the applause of men. But the one who walks with God daily begins to see with spiritual eyes. They learn to value faithfulness over recognition, obedience over reward, and divine timing over human impatience. What the world calls delay, God calls preparation. What the world calls loneliness, God calls sanctification. What the world calls loss, God calls an opportunity for redirection toward what is eternal. And this perspective transforms not just your day, but your heart, your choices, and the very rhythm of your life. Faith is sharpened in solitude. When you walk with God alone, you no longer rely on human approval, human plans, or human understanding. You rely on God's wisdom. You rely on God's timing. You rely on God's sustaining power. And when the world shakes, when friends leave, when doors close, when uncertainty looms, your faith becomes an unshakable anchor. You do not panic, you do not despair, you do not compromise, because you know the one who walks with you sees the end from the beginning, knows the purpose in every trial, and holds the key to every solution. The one who walks alone with God develops a profound patience. They learn to wait without complaining, to endure without bitterness, and to trust without wavering. This patience is not passive, it is powerful. It is the patience that whispers, "Even when I cannot see, God can. Even when I cannot understand, God knows. Even when the world fails, God sustains." And in that patience, you begin to recognize the difference between what is urgent and what is eternal. You begin to see that rushing leads to error, while stillness and trust lead to clarity. You begin to walk with the confidence that every step is directed by divine purpose. Walking alone with God cultivates a spirit of vigilance. The one who is aligned with the divine becomes aware of deception, mindful of distractions, and discerning of influence. The world is full of voices seeking to mislead, promises designed to deceive, and paths intended to ensnare. But the one who walks with God has a shield no human can provide, a shield of spiritual insight, of divine discernment, of intimate knowledge of God's truth. You learn to distinguish between the fleeting and the eternal, the superficial and the sacred, the illusion and the reality crafted by God Himself. And this vigilance keeps you on the path that matters, protects your soul, and positions you for divine favor. There is also a joy in walking alone with God that the world cannot give. This joy is not dependent on circumstance, praise, or possessions. It is a joy that rises in the soul when you know you are aligned with the one who created the heavens and the earth. It is a joy that endures when loss comes, when trials strike, when friends fail. It is a quiet, profound, unshakable joy that whispers in your heart, "I am here, I am guiding, I am faithful." And this joy transforms ordinary moments into divine encounters, mundane routines into sacred rituals, and your entire life into a testimony of God's sustaining power. Walking with God every day also strengthens your character. When no one is watching, when the world cannot see, and when comforts compromise, your choices reveal the true measure of your spirit. Integrity becomes natural. Honesty becomes instinct. Humility becomes a habit, and in this unseen discipline, you are molded into a vessel capable of carrying God's purpose. It is in the quiet seasons that your heart is refined, your mind is disciplined, and your soul is fortified. And when the world finally witnesses your strength, it will be clear that the power you carry was not earned by human effort. It was cultivated in the secret place where God met you in solitude. There will be moments when the path feels uncertain, when you question the steps you are taking, and when you wonder if the journey is worth the struggle. But these are the very moments when walking with God proves its eternal value. For in the midst of doubt, God reveals truth. In the midst of confusion, God reveals direction. In the midst of fear, God reveals courage. And the one who walks with God alone learns to recognize His voice above all others, to follow His guidance above all counsel, and to trust His timing above all schedules. The ultimate reward of walking with God every day is not material. It is not fame, wealth, or human recognition. It is the deep, unshakable peace that comes from knowing you are aligned with your Creator. It is the assurance that every step you take is guided by divine wisdom. It is the knowledge that no matter what happens in the world, you are never truly alone. And your path has purpose beyond what eyes can see. This is the reward that cannot be taken away, cannot be diminished, and cannot be delayed. To walk alone with God is to embrace a life of constant communion, relentless faith, and unwavering courage. It is to rise every day determined to seek His presence first, to follow His guidance above all else, and to surrender your will to His purpose. It is to persevere when the world pressures you to compromise, to trust when circumstances urge fear, and to obey when obedience feels difficult. And as you cultivate this walk daily, you will find that life no longer controls you. God does. Your steps are no longer aimless. They are directed. Your heart is no longer anxious. It is at peace. Your spirit is no longer weak. It is fortified. There is a sacred transformation that happens when one commits to walking alone with God. You begin to see the world differently. You begin to prioritize what matters eternally. You begin to understand the fleeting nature of human approval and the eternal value of divine presence. You begin to live with intention, speak with clarity, and act with courage. And the beauty of this transformation is that it is not temporary. It becomes a permanent part of your being, a spiritual armor, a source of strength that no one can remove. And so I say to you now, do not fear the path of solitude. Do not despise the moments when you feel unseen or unheard. Do not resent the trials that test your faith. These are the very seasons in which God shapes you, strengthens you, and prepares you for a life of purpose beyond imagination. Walk daily with God. Commune with Him in the quiet of the morning. Seek His guidance in every decision. Trust His wisdom in every trial. Surrender your heart to His will. And in doing so, you will discover the unshakable power, the unending peace, and the divine purpose that comes only to those who walk alone with God. There is a moment in the life of every soul when it becomes clear the world cannot sustain you. People will disappoint you and earthly comforts will fail you. Only God can be your constant. Only God can be your strength. Only God can be your companion through the storms, your guide through the shadows, and your light when the path seems impossible to navigate. Walking alone with God every day is not a matter of convenience. It is a calling, a sacred invitation to step into a life of divine intimacy, clarity, and unshakable purpose. To walk daily with God is to embrace a life of vigilance over your own heart. You will discover how easily the mind can wander, how swiftly doubt can creep, and how subtly fear can shape your decisions if you are not anchored in divine truth. This walk requires a constant return, a turning of the heart toward God in every moment, in every choice, in every challenge. It requires humility to admit weakness, courage to persist despite uncertainty, and faith to follow even when the path is obscured. The world calls it foolishness, but those who walk this path know it as wisdom beyond measure. When you choose to walk alone with God, your soul begins to shed attachments that weaken your spirit. You no longer need constant affirmation, endless distraction, or empty praise. You no longer chase fleeting pleasures or hollow promises. Instead, your soul thirsts for the eternal. Your mind seeks clarity in His guidance, and your heart finds rest in His presence. And in this simplicity, this purity of purpose, you discover the profound strength of being sustained by God alone. No circumstance can overwhelm you, no opinion can sway you, and no loss can define you. You stand firm because your foundation is unshakable. There will be times when walking alone with God is difficult. When the nights are long and the silence is heavy, you will wrestle with questions, battle with uncertainty, and face moments when hope seems distant. But it is precisely in these seasons that the soul is refined. These moments are the forge in which courage is made, faith is strengthened, and the heart is prepared for divine purpose. God does not leave you in these trials to harm you. He places you there to teach you endurance, to deepen your reliance on Him, and to reveal the unbreakable strength that only comes from walking with the divine. The one who walks with God every day learns the discipline of stillness. In a world of constant noise, distraction, and haste, stillness becomes sacred. It is in stillness that the heart hears His guidance. The mind receives clarity, and the spirit is renewed. Many fear silence because it forces the soul to confront truth. But the one who walks alone with God embraces it, knowing that it is in these quiet moments that transformation occurs. Every whispered prayer, every contemplative pause, every moment spent seeking God's presence fortifies the spirit and sharpens discernment. Walking with God daily also reveals the impermanence of worldly measures. People will come and go. Situations will change. Circumstances will rise and fall. But God remains. His guidance is steady, His presence constant, and His power unwavering. The soul that is tethered to Him finds stability amidst chaos, hope amidst despair, and courage amidst fear. When the world fails, God sustains. When allies abandon you, God strengthens. When paths close, God opens new doors. And through it all, you learn to trust not in the visible, not in the temporal, but in the eternal wisdom and unchanging nature of God. The one who walks alone with God daily develops a spirit that cannot be manipulated, a heart that cannot be corrupted, and a resolve that cannot be shaken. You will find that criticism does not derail you, opposition does not dissuade you, and hardship does not diminish you. This is the power of alignment with the divine. When your life is rooted in God, the storms of the world cannot uproot you. Every trial becomes a teacher, every challenge becomes an opportunity, and every moment of solitude becomes a sacred encounter with the one who sustains all things. Walking alone with God is also a path to profound insight. You begin to perceive the subtleties of life that others overlook. You recognize patterns, discern intentions, and sense opportunities before they are visible to the untrained eye. This insight is not born of intellect alone, it is born of intimacy with God. The one who walks with God learns to see beyond appearances, to understand the unseen, and to navigate life with wisdom that transcends human logic. And in this clarity, decisions are no longer burdens. They become guided steps in a journey of divine purpose. And finally, the one who walks with God daily discovers a life of purpose that is unshakable, eternal, and fulfilling. Every decision aligns with His wisdom. Every step is guided by His hand. Every trial becomes a platform for growth. Every season of solitude becomes a stage for revelation. When you walk with God, life no longer feels like a string of coincidences, but a sacred story carefully written by His hand. And as your steps align with His will, you begin to see that the real blessing isn't found in what He gives you, but in who you become through the journey. You become a vessel of unwavering faith, a mirror of divine wisdom, a soul strengthened to endure, to rise, and to shine purely for His glory. This is the mystery, the beauty, and the transforming power of walking daily with God. To walk with Him is to move in strength that never collapses, wisdom that never misleads, and peace that no darkness can touch. To walk with Him is to rise above fear, silence doubt, and move beyond the noise of the world. It is to walk in rhythm with eternal truth. For the world chases gain, but those who walk with God discover something far greater, that true power, real joy, and lasting fulfillment flow not from possessions, but from His presence. There comes a divine moment when heaven declares, "It's your time." The storms that once raged against you are suddenly silenced, replaced by a mighty outpouring of favor. That moment is approaching fast. God's favor is about to strike your life with unstoppable force, swift, powerful, overflowing, and undeniable. The same hands that command the oceans are now shifting the tides of your destiny. You may have walked through seasons of silence, through valleys of waiting, through nights when you questioned if heaven still knew your name. But listen closely to this truth born of faith. When God releases His favor, it does not drip slowly. It floods in with the strength of 1,000 waves. When God decides to pour out His favor, no human force can restrain it. Every power that once opposed you will be swept away in the current of His mercy. Doors long shut will burst open with divine authority. Every limitation you've carried will shatter like fragile twigs in the flow of His will. God's favor doesn't whisper. It roars. It's a divine surge that sweeps away everything that stood in your way. It lifts you higher than your qualifications, beyond your background, and into the position He destined for you. You don't have to chase it, manipulate it, or compete for it, because when God decides to favor you, everything and everyone must align with His command. Some of you have been asking, when will it be my turn? When will the waiting end? God has seen every tear. He has heard every whisper you prayed in the dark. He has watched how you stayed faithful when no one saw, how you kept believing when everything told you to quit. You didn't know it, but He was preparing the way. He was storing up a divine overflow. The same way the ocean pulls back before the tsunami hits, you may have felt pulled backwards, set apart, isolated, delayed, but that pullback was not punishment. It was preparation. God was gathering momentum, and when His favor comes, it will come suddenly, powerfully, and beyond anything you imagine. You must understand God's favor is not ordinary. It is not the same as luck, talent, or connections. It is the invisible power that causes doors to open for you without knocking. That makes people speak your name in rooms you've never entered. It is the divine endorsement that changes the atmosphere around your life. And when it hits, no enemy can stand before it. God's favor can turn your rejection into redirection, your pain into purpose, your desert into a river. What others called failure, God calls foundation. What looked like the end, He calls the beginning. When the tsunami of His favor hits, it will carry you into territories you never dreamed you'd reach. Some people may not understand why you are being blessed. They may say, how did they get there so fast? How did everything turn around for them? But they don't see the years you spent hidden, the prayers you prayed when no one was watching, the nights you cried yourself to sleep but refused to lose faith. God saw it all and He kept it recorded. The reward for silent endurance is public favor. When God lifts you, it is not random. It is a response to faithfulness. And He is about to do it in such a way that even those who doubted you will say, "Surely the hand of God is upon them." Do not be surprised when everything begins to shift quickly. The same God who spoke the world into existence does not need time to change your life. He only needs your faith. One command from God can reverse 10 years of struggle. One act of His favor can place you where effort never could. You are standing on the edge of divine acceleration. Everything that has been stagnant is about to move. Everything that was empty is about to overflow. God's favor is not coming. It's already on its way, gathering strength like a mighty current. But here is the truth. You must grasp. God releases favor not just to elevate you, but to glorify Himself through your story. When the favor hits, don't let pride rise. Let gratitude rise. Don't say, "Look what I did." Say, "Look what God has done." Because favor has a purpose. It is not meant to inflate your ego, but to expand God's glory on earth. He blesses you so that others may see what faith can do. He raises you so that those still in the valley can have hope. Your testimony will be the evidence that God is still in the business of turning the impossible into reality. There are seasons when God's favor seems hidden. Seasons when doors close, opportunities disappear, and you feel forgotten. But even in those moments, favor is not gone. It's being shaped in silence. Sometimes God withholds the visible to build the invisible. He hides you to prepare you. He delays the blessing to strengthen your character. Because if He gave it too soon, you might not have been ready to carry it. God's favor is heavy. It requires maturity to hold it. And that's why your process was painful, because the weight of what's coming is greater than what you've endured. You've been through loss, betrayal, disappointment, but through it all, God never left you. While people were walking away, He was walking you through. While life tried to break you, God was building you. Every trial you faced was shaping the vessel that will now carry His favor. When this wave hits, you'll understand why you had to go through what you went through. You'll realize that if you hadn't been broken, you wouldn't have been ready. God does not waste pain. He transforms it into power. And the season you're about to enter will prove it. Get ready, because God's favor will not come in small portions. It will come in waves. You will look around and realize that everything is happening faster than you expected. Prayers that took years to answer will suddenly come together. The people who ignored you will seek you. The opportunities that once seemed unreachable will fall into your lap. It will not be coincidence. It will be confirmation that God has remembered you. The same way a tsunami sweeps across the shore, favor will sweep across your life, touching your home, your finances, your health, your relationships, your calling. Every area that was dry will receive rain. When God favors you, even your enemies become instruments of your destiny. They may try to block you, but they will end up blessing you. They may plot against you, but God will use their plan to promote you. Do not be bitter about those who betrayed you. They were necessary to position you. Some doors had to close so you could find the one God prepared. Some people had to leave so that His favor could enter freely. God is a master strategist. He knows how to use even rejection as a tool for redirection. You are not behind. You are in divine timing. There is a divine shift happening right now. The winds of God are moving. You can feel it in your spirit. The restlessness, the stirring, the expectation. That is not emotion. That is the signal that something is about to break loose. God's favor is aligning circumstances in your favor. Things that didn't make sense will start falling into place. People will start saying yes where they once said no. You will begin to attract what you once chased. Because when God breathes on your life, everything begins to respond. The universe itself bends to the will of God. And when He declares favor, resistance must surrender. But you must stay rooted in faith. Don't let doubt steal what God is about to release. The flood of favor cannot enter a fearful heart. Faith opens the gate. Gratitude builds the channel. Humility keeps it flowing. The more you trust, the stronger it comes. The more you thank God for what's on the way, the faster it arrives. Speak as though the wave is already here. Walk as though doors are already open. Think as though the promise is already fulfilled, because faith is not waiting for evidence. It is creating it. And the moment your words align with God's will, the heavens begin to move. The wave of God's favor will not just bless you, it will change you. It will heal what was broken, restore what was lost, and revive what was dying inside you. It will make you bold where you were once fearful, peaceful where you were once anxious, and strong where you were once weak. God's favor does not only change your circumstances, it transforms your spirit. It gives you confidence not in yourself, but in the one who carries you. You will begin to walk differently, speak differently, think differently. Because once you've been touched by the power of God's favor, you can never be the same again. When God's favor moves, it does not announce itself quietly. It thunders through your life. It interrupts patterns, breaks cycles, and rewrites what people thought was final. You may have been counted out, overlooked, and dismissed. But when the wave of God's favor comes, it will pull you from the background into the light. There are moments when God deliberately hides you because He is preparing a revelation so powerful that it must be unveiled at the right time. That time is now approaching. The silence was not rejection. It was divine timing in disguise. God was building the strength of your spirit so that when His favor hit, you would not drown in success, but rise in purpose. There are levels of favor that only emerge after you've endured the furnace of testing. You can't experience the tsunami of divine favor without first surviving the drought of delay. Those seasons when nothing made sense, when every prayer felt unanswered, were not wasted moments. They were sacred training grounds. God was testing your endurance, refining your motives, and cleansing your spirit of pride and fear. You prayed for open doors, but God knew that before He could trust you with abundance, He had to purify your intentions. Because when His favor comes, it brings influence, responsibility, and visibility. And if your heart isn't ready, the very thing meant to elevate you can overwhelm you. But you, yes, you have been prepared in secret. And that's why the wave will not crush you. It will carry you. Do not underestimate the power of divine positioning. Sometimes God will remove you from familiar places and surround you with discomfort so that you can step into your true purpose. You may think you lost something, but what you really gained was alignment. When favor comes, it looks for alignment. God's favor cannot settle in a life filled with confusion or divided loyalty. It requires clarity of heart, a decision to put God above everything else. That's why He isolated you. That's why certain relationships ended. That's why opportunities you thought were good fell apart. God wasn't punishing you. He was clearing the space so His favor could fully rest upon you. There is a sound that heaven releases before favor strikes. It is the sound of shaking. Things begin to move, shift, and sometimes fall apart. Don't be afraid of the shaking. It is the sign that the old foundation is breaking so that God can lay a new one. The wave cannot move through still water. It needs motion. So when your life begins to feel unsettled, don't panic. It means God is stirring the waters. He's preparing the flow. The pressure you feel is the prelude to promotion. The discomfort is the doorway to divine release. Every shake, every loss, every change, it's all part of the process of divine movement. There will be people who won't understand this next season of your life. Some will say you changed, and they're right. You did. You changed from survival to stability, from fear to faith, from waiting to walking. You are no longer begging for breakthroughs. You are becoming the breakthrough. Because when God's favor hits you, it doesn't just touch your circumstances. It transforms your identity. You begin to carry an authority that can't be explained by your background or your education. It's the authority of divine endorsement. You'll speak and doors will open. You'll move and paths will appear. Because when God says, "I am with you," everything else must align in obedience. Favor is not always comfortable. It is powerful. It will call you out of places you've outgrown. It will separate you from the ordinary. It will demand faith when logic says stop. The favor of God does not operate in the safe zone. It moves in the realm of risk where only trust can sustain you. Some of you are standing at the edge of something greater, but fear is whispering, "What if it doesn't work?" Let me tell you something. If God commanded the wave, it will not fail. You may not see the full picture, but obedience to God's direction will always lead to victory. The favor that's coming will require courage. You can't cling to the familiar and step into the miraculous. At the same time, you must let go, step forward, and trust that the God who started it will carry it to completion. There's a mystery in how God releases His favor. It often comes disguised as struggle. What looks like the hardest season of your life may actually be the birthplace of divine elevation. You thought you were being buried, but you were being planted. You thought the silence meant abandonment, but it meant preparation. God hides His most powerful works in darkness. The seed must first die before it multiplies. The dawn must first break through the night. And when it does, it doesn't creep in. It bursts forth with light. That is what's about to happen in your life. The dawn of divine favor is breaking. You have cried your last midnight tear. The wave is rising and nothing can hold it back. Now, when God's favor comes, it will not only lift you, it will overflow from you. Those connected to you will also feel the impact. Your family will experience blessings they did not even pray for. Your children will walk in opportunities you didn't have. Your household will shift from lack to abundance. Because God's favor never stops at one, it multiplies. You are a carrier of divine overflow. The same way one wave triggers another, your blessing will create ripples of change. People will look at your life and realize that obedience still pays, that faith still works, and that God still rewards those who trust Him completely. You must also prepare your heart for the responsibility of favor. Many pray for it, but few are ready to sustain it. Favor requires stewardship. When God elevates you, it's not just for personal gain, it's for divine purpose. He blesses you to be a blessing. He pours into you so that others can drink from the overflow. Don't hoard what He gives. Use it to lift others. When the tsunami hits, don't build a wall. Build a bridge. Help others cross from despair to hope, from doubt to belief. Because favor that ends with you is not favor fulfilled. It's favor wasted. God is about to make you a channel of divine impact, a vessel through which His light and goodness will reach many. Do not let your past disqualify you from receiving what's next. God's favor does not consult your history. It responds to your faith. You may have made mistakes, faced shame, or felt unworthy, but God specializes in using the least expected to do the most extraordinary. The same hands that created galaxies are not intimidated by your failures. If God can turn ashes into beauty, He can turn your story into testimony. The wave that's coming will wash away guilt, fear, and regret. It will cleanse the residue of yesterday and prepare you for the promise of tomorrow. God's favor does not remind you of who you were. It reveals who you were meant to be. And hear this, when the favor comes, it will not be partial. God doesn't send halfway blessings. When He moves, He completes the work. If He opens the door, it will stay open until His purpose is fulfilled. You won't have to beg people to stay, prove yourself, or force opportunities. What is meant for you will recognize you. Divine favor speaks a language that creation understands. It aligns people, resources, and perfect timing to move on your behalf. Suddenly, everything begins to flow with ease. Inspiration, direction, opportunity, and strength begin to connect effortlessly. That's the sign that God's hand is at work. The struggle fades where divine favor begins. Even in your hardest seasons, favor always finds a way. Sometimes it's that very favor that carries you through what would break others. You'll walk through fire but come out untouched. You'll face raging storms but remain steady and whole. Because favor doesn't remove the battle. It guarantees the victory. While others may crumble under pressure, you'll keep standing strong. Not by your might, but by God's divine covering. His favor is your protection, your unseen defense, your unbreakable shield. It wraps around you like armor from heaven. Every arrow aimed against you will lose its power. Every snare will become your testimony. Every setback will transform into a setup for something greater. Do not measure God's favor by material things alone. True favor is deeper than wealth or success. It is peace that cannot be explained, strength that does not break, and guidance that never fails. It's waking up every day knowing that even if you face challenges, God is already working them out. It's walking through uncertainty with confidence that the outcome is already written in your favor. It's knowing that no matter who is against you, God's plan will prevail. You may not see it yet, but you will soon understand why everything had to happen exactly the way it did. Because when the wave finally hits, it will carry every unanswered question away and leave only awe in its place. When God's favor begins to move, it does not knock. It breaks through. It shatters the walls that life built around you. It enters rooms you were never invited into. It places your name in conversations that your qualifications could never reach. The same people who once said you would never make it will have to watch you rise under a grace they cannot explain. Because when God decides to favor you, He rewrites the script. He changes the narrative, and He transforms your story from overlooked to chosen, from forgotten to favored. There is a power in divine favor that makes even your enemies bow to the will of God, because no one can stand against what He has already ordained. Many people misunderstand favor. They think it's about ease, but true favor is not comfort, it's calling. It's the invisible hand of God directing your steps into divine purpose. Favor will place you in situations that don't make sense to others. It will take you through paths that look impossible, not to break you, but to display His power through you. The same hand that parts seas can part your obstacles. The same power that raises nations can raise you from obscurity. And when He does, you'll know that it wasn't your strategy, your effort, or your brilliance. It was God alone. He will do it in such a way that no one else can take the credit. Sometimes God's favor comes wrapped in contradiction. It doesn't always look like blessing in the beginning. It may look like loss, rejection, or delay. But what you perceive as disappointment is often the disguise of destiny. God allows you to be pushed out of one place so He can position you for another. While you thought you were being rejected by people, but you were being redirected by God. His favor is not limited to what feels pleasant. It includes the pain that produces power. The wilderness is not proof that God has left you. It's proof that He's leading you. The silence is not absence. It's strategy. God hides His greatest moves until the appointed time. And when the wave finally hits, it will make sense why every detour had to happen. When God's favor comes, it will catch you off guard. You'll wake up one day and realize the waiting is over. The prayers you once whispered through tears will suddenly begin to manifest. The chains that once bound you will break without warning. You won't need to force doors open. God will send the right key through unexpected hands. He will use people you never met, places you never thought of, and timing you could never predict. Because divine favor does not rely on human systems. It flows directly from the throne of God. You cannot earn it. You align with it through faith, obedience, and patience. And when it comes, it will not come to visit. It will come to dwell. You have to prepare your spirit for abundance because favor is heavy. It comes with expansion. It requires capacity. When God blesses you, He doesn't just give you what you asked for. He gives you more than you imagined. He fills the cup until it overflows. He multiplies what you surrendered, but He will not pour into a closed vessel. That's why He first had to break pride, fear, and doubt inside you so that you could be open to receive. The cracks in your heart became the channels for His glory. Every broken place inside you is about to be filled with divine light. You will not recognize yourself after this wave hits because God is about to restore every part of you that pain tried to erase. The world may not understand how you rise so suddenly, but you must remember what looks sudden to them has been in motion for years. God's favor is not an accident. It's the result of divine timing. Every season of struggle, every closed door, every lonely night, it was all leading to this. God was aligning circumstances like pieces on a chessboard. You thought you were standing still, but God was moving you strategically. Now the moment has come when the unseen hand becomes visible. The very winds that once blew against you will now carry you forward. Every no that crushed your heart will make sense when the yes from God arrives. And when the wave of His favor hits, it won't just elevate you. It will expose the truth around you. You will begin to see who was for you and who was merely near you. Favor reveals hearts. It draws out jealousy, but it also reveals loyalty. Some will celebrate you, others will question you. Don't waste your energy explaining what God has ordained. The favor on your life is not up for debate. It's not your job to convince others. It's your job to stay focused. The same God who elevated you will handle those who doubt you. He does not bless you for approval. He blesses you for purpose. There's a power in remaining humble while God elevates you. Pride repels favor. Gratitude multiplies it. Never forget the wilderness that built your faith. Never forget the tears that watered your prayers. The same humility that sustained you in lack must remain in abundance. Because the wave of God's favor can take you higher than you ever dreamed, but only humility can keep you there. Favor without character becomes destruction. That's why God tested your patience before He promoted your position. He wanted to make sure that your heart could handle what your hands are about to hold. You've been through enough pruning to now produce fruit that lasts. Don't be surprised if God begins to restore everything at once. When He moves in fullness. He will touch your finances, your relationships, your peace, your mind, and your health all at the same time. Because divine favor is holistic. It does not bless one area while neglecting another. It is complete restoration. What was taken will be returned in greater measure. What was delayed will be delivered with interest. God's favor does not just return what you lost. It multiplies it. You will not merely recover. You will reign. The very areas of your life that were once marked by pain will become testimonies of power. Understand this. Favor is not meant to make you comfortable. It's meant to make you effective. God does not bless you so you can sit in luxury. He blesses you so you can move in purpose. The greater the favor, the greater the assignment. You are being positioned not just for prosperity, but for impact. Your voice will carry influence. Your life will become an example of divine faithfulness. You will speak and hearts will be strengthened. You will move and environments will shift. God is about to use you as a living demonstration of what happens when someone refuses to give up. Even when everything around them says it's over, you must walk in boldness now. Don't tiptoe into this next chapter. Run into it with faith. Stop apologizing for being blessed. Stop dimming your light so others feel comfortable. The same God who favored you expects you to shine, not to boast, but to bear witness. When God elevates you, it is a testimony of His goodness, not your greatness. People need to see what obedience looks like when it's rewarded. They need to see that trusting God still works. So stand tall, speak with conviction, live with purpose. You are not walking in luck, you are walking in legacy. And even as favor flows, never forget that it requires protection. The enemy can't stop what God has released, but he will try to distract you from it. That's why discernment is crucial in this season. Not every opportunity is divine. Not every voice is from God. You must stay anchored in prayer, grounded in faith, and led by peace. If it requires you to compromise your integrity, it's not from God. His favor aligns with His principles. Stay connected to His presence, and you'll never miss your direction. Because the same favor that lifts you can only be sustained by the presence of the one who gave it. There will come moments when you look back and realize that every pain had purpose. Every closed door protected you. Every delay strengthened you. Every storm built the endurance that you now carry. You will see how God weaved everything together, the heartbreak, the struggle, the confusion, to create a masterpiece of divine timing. That's what favor does. It turns chaos into clarity. It turns brokenness into beauty. It takes the fragments of your life and builds a future that reflects God's glory. And when the wave hits, you'll finally understand it was never about you trying harder. It was always about God's plan unfolding perfectly. This is not just a season, it's a shift. The spiritual atmosphere around you is changing. You can feel it in your bones. Doors are opening without effort. Paths are clearing. People who once ignored you will seek your wisdom. Environments that resisted you will now receive you. This is what happens when divine favor takes control. It reorders everything around you to match the word God spoke over your life. You are stepping into alignment with destiny itself. Every delay was synchronization. Every hardship was calibration. Now everything is coming together exactly as it should. Prepare yourself for acceleration. What once took years will now take moments. You will accomplish in one season what others spend a lifetime chasing. Not because you are better, but because you are chosen. God's favor will compress time, multiply effort, and amplify impact. It will make the impossible look easy. It will make your enemies silent. It will cause those who underestimated you to stand in awe. This is not just promotion, it's divine elevation. And once God lifts you, no force on earth can bring you down. So walk with courage, speak with authority, live with expectancy, because the wave is not just coming. It's already forming. You may not see it yet, but you can feel the pull of the tide. That tension you feel in your spirit is the signal that heaven is shifting things in your favor. Stay faithful, stay grateful, because in one sudden divine moment, everything will change. And when it does, you'll look back and say, it was God. Only God could have done this. The favor that's about to hit your life will silence doubt, crush fear, and open a future that only divine power could create. The wave is rising. God's favor is about to hit like a tsunami. And when it does, the world will never forget the testimony that comes from your life. When God's favor begins to move, no force in the universe can hold it back. You might have been in a dry season for years, praying, waiting, believing. But when God decides that your appointed time has come, everything changes in an instant. The same storm that once threatened to drown you will become the wave that carries you into destiny. God's favor does not move slowly like a stream. It crashes with the force of divine power. It overturns injustice, uproots barriers, and silences the voices that once mocked your faith. You have been faithful in the small things, and God has been watching. Now He is about to repay you openly. You are stepping into a divine shift. And when it happens, the very people who counted you out will stand in awe. Do not let the silence of the past make you doubt the noise of what's coming. God often hides His greatest blessings in seasons that look like stillness. It is in the unseen that He builds the unstoppable. It is in the quiet moments of endurance that He prepares the loud moments of victory. Many have mistaken your waiting for weakness, but God has been positioning you for a display of His glory. You have been pressed, but you were not crushed. You were tested, but not broken. God's favor is about to hit. And when it does, you won't have to chase opportunity. Opportunity will chase you. Doors that refuse to open will burst wide. The things you lost will return multiplied. The tears you cried in private will become testimonies shouted in public. When God releases His favor, even time begins to cooperate with you. What should have taken decades will unfold in days. The same way a tsunami gathers strength far beneath the surface before it rises, God's favor has been gathering behind the scenes of your life. The delay was never denial, it was preparation. God needed to align the right people, the right timing, and the right environment so that when His favor hits, nothing can stop it. You might have been asking, when, God? But He was answering, when it's perfect. And now that perfection is near, you are about to witness the acceleration of every promise spoken over you. The favor of God doesn't follow human logic. It doesn't consult your resume or your background. It is not based on who likes you or who supports you. When God decides to favor you, He overrides human systems. He lifts the humble. He promotes the overlooked. He restores the forgotten. That's why the next blessing coming your way will not make sense to anyone around you. People will ask, "How did that happen?" And you will simply say, "God did it." Because when His favor comes, explanations fade. There are no formulas, only faith. There are no coincidences, only divine timing. You must understand God's favor is not random. It falls on those who remain faithful in the shadows. It rests upon those who refuse to compromise when life gets hard. Many people desire the blessing but avoid the process. But the process is what prepares your character for the weight of favor. If God had given you what you prayed for earlier, it might have crushed you. But now you are ready. The trials have purified your motives. The waiting has deepened your faith. The storms have strengthened your roots. That's why when the favor hits, you won't just receive it, you'll sustain it. Some of you have been walking through rejection, but rejection was God's protection. Every no that wounded you was a shield guarding you from something smaller than what He has planned. Do not curse the closed doors. They were redirecting you toward divine doors. You thought you were being delayed, but you were being delivered from things that would have destroyed you. Now, as the wave of favor begins to rise, you'll look back and thank God for every disappointment. What once broke your heart will now make perfect sense. When God's favor hits, He shifts not only your situation, but also your identity. You begin to walk differently, think differently, and speak differently. You stop begging and start declaring. You stop surviving and start thriving. God gives you a confidence that is not arrogance, but assurance. The assurance that if He is for you, nothing can stand against you. You will carry a light that attracts blessings. People will notice something about you. Not your clothes, not your status, but your presence. The presence of someone covered by the favor of God. And let me tell you, this favor is not always loud. Sometimes it moves quietly, in unseen connections, in divine delays, in inner peace, while others panic. You may not feel the wind, but the current is shifting. God is organizing things that your eyes cannot yet see. The unseen hand of favor is already rearranging the path ahead of you. Stay calm, stay faithful, and stay focused. Because once that tsunami of favor breaks, you won't have time to prepare. You must already be ready. God's favor often begins in moments that seem insignificant. A phone call, a meeting, a single act of obedience. These become the seeds of miracles. Never underestimate small beginnings. One moment of divine alignment can do what years of striving could not. The favor of God doesn't need a stage. It only needs surrender. When you stop fighting to be noticed and simply allow God to work, He will make sure that your name reaches the right ears. You won't have to push your way up. His hand will lift you higher than effort ever could. There is a sacred principle hidden in favor. It flows to those who trust without proof. God's favor is not earned by perfection, but activated by faith. You may not have all the answers, but if you trust that God is faithful, His favor will find you. It will locate you even if you're in the wilderness. It will single you out even among the crowd. God's favor doesn't follow GPS, it follows faith. That's why you can't afford to give up now. You are closer to your breakthrough than you realize. Do not be surprised when old doors begin to close abruptly. It is not rejection, it's redirection. God shuts one door only to open a bigger one. Some connections will fade, not because they were evil, but because they were seasonal. Do not mourn what God has removed. Celebrate what He's making room for. The wave of favor that's coming requires new space. God is decluttering your life so that when His blessing arrives, it won't be diluted by distractions. Even in your pain, God was planning your promotion. Every tear watered the soil of your miracle. Every lonely night built endurance in your spirit. God never wastes your suffering. He transforms it into strength. That's why favor doesn't fall on the comfortable. It falls on the faithful. Those who kept going when they had every reason to quit. Those who prayed when the heavens felt silent. Those who believed when logic said it was over. You are that person. That's why the wave that's coming is not ordinary. It's divine. When God's favor hits, it changes how people see you. The same individuals who once ignored you will suddenly want to be associated with you. They won't understand that it wasn't your doing. It was God's anointing. Stay humble. Remember, the same hand that lifts can also test. God's favor is not just a gift. It's a responsibility. It requires gratitude, integrity, and stewardship. Do not use it to boast. Use it to bless. The favor coming your way is meant to make you a vessel of impact, not just a collector of blessings. There is coming a moment when everything will make sense. The delays, the betrayals, the losses, they were all necessary ingredients in your divine preparation. You were not being punished, you were being prepared. God had to remove your dependence on people so that when His favor comes, you'll give Him all the glory. You will rise in the very places where others stumbled and shine in the moments where others faded away, not because you were stronger, but because you refused to give up. Lift your head, guard your heart, keep your faith alive, because what's about to pour into your life is no ordinary blessing. It's a downpour of divine favor, and when it falls, it won't be in drop. It will overflow in abundance. It won't just touch your life. It will reach everyone connected to you. Families will find healing, health will be restored, provision will return, and peace will settle once more in your home. God has not forgotten you. He's only begun to move. The same hand that once held back the storm is now releasing the flood, and this time nothing will be able to stop it. My friend, hear me closely. There comes a season in every life when everything begins to crumble. The doors you prayed would open stay locked. The people you once relied on turn and leave. The dreams you built with care fall apart like dust in the wind. And right there in your weakest hour, the voice of doubt whispers, "It's over. You've failed. God doesn't see you anymore." But I'm here to tell you that voice is lying, because when everything looks hopeless, that's when God begins His most powerful work in your life. When your strength runs dry, His power takes over. When no path appears before you, God creates one that defies all logic. He is still the God of the impossible. Don't let go. Some of you are standing right now at the edge of your breaking point. You've cried until there are no tears left. You've prayed and it feels like heaven is silent. You've done all you could and still nothing has changed. But hear me, God has not abandoned you. God has not turned His face away from you. He is testing the faith that will one day carry you into victory. Every delay has a divine reason. Every closed door has a hidden purpose. God is building something inside you that requires the pressure you are feeling right now. The very weight that's making you feel weak is the same weight that will give you the strength to stand when your miracle comes. You see, faith is not proven when everything is easy. Faith is proven when you're in the fire, when you're surrounded by problems and you still say, "I trust God." The human heart wants instant answers, but God works in eternal timing. You may think you're waiting on Him, but often God is waiting on you to stop worrying, to stop doubting, and to finally believe that He can do the impossible. God doesn't need perfect conditions to perform a miracle. He creates miracles out of impossible conditions. When you run out of options, that's when His power is revealed. The same God who created the stars out of nothing can create a new beginning out of your broken situation. Just hold on. Hold on when the world tells you to give up. Hold on when your mind tells you it's hopeless. Hold on when the people you love don't understand your journey. Because God sees what they cannot see. God is not ignoring your pain. He's preparing your promise. Every tear you've shed has been counted by Him. Every night you spent awake thinking you were forgotten, He was right there watching over you, planning something greater than your imagination could conceive. You thought it was a setback, but it was divine setup. You thought the storm was meant to destroy you, but it was meant to teach you how to trust Him completely. There's something sacred about struggle. It humbles you. It empties you of pride. It breaks the illusion that you're in control. And it's in that emptiness that God fills you with His strength. That's why the impossible moments of your life are not punishment. They're preparation. God uses your trials to refine your faith, your pain to build your character, and your loneliness to draw you closer to Him. The moment you stop fighting the process and start trusting His purpose, you'll see how everything that went wrong was leading you to something greater. God is not late. God is not silent. God is not absent. He is working in silence in ways that you can't yet see. Some of you have been praying for years. You've been asking God, when will you do it? You've been faithful. You've been patient. You've been believing, yet still the miracle hasn't come. But listen carefully, the delay does not mean denial. God has already written your breakthrough into the story of your life. He is aligning people, circumstances, and opportunities that are beyond your control. And when the time is right, everything will shift in your favor in a way that only God could arrange. That's why you must not give up when it's hardest to keep believing. Your breaking point is often the turning point. The moment you feel like quitting is often the moment just before your miracle unfolds. Remember, God never promised that the road would be easy. But He did promise that He would be with you every step of the way. The presence of trouble doesn't mean the absence of God. It often means He's closer than ever. And the pain you're feeling right now may not make sense, but one day you'll look back and say, if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have become who I am. God uses difficulty to build destiny. He allows storms to reveal your strength. You may not see it now, but God is shaping something extraordinary through your endurance. You are being trained for triumph. Sometimes God will close every door so that you realize He was the door all along. Sometimes He will remove every support so that you learn to lean on Him completely. Sometimes He will let you walk through the valley just to show you that darkness cannot destroy the light within you. You are not defeated. You are being developed. You are not abandoned. You are being anointed through affliction. God is preparing you for something that only the impossible can birth. That's why the battle is so fierce. Because the blessing on the other side is so great. If you could see what God has planned, you wouldn't be crying. You'd be rejoicing. If you could see what's waiting on the other side of this struggle, you'd thank God for not answering your prayers too soon. Because sometimes what feels like rejection is really protection. Sometimes what feels like loss is actually preparation. God is working behind the scenes to bring forth something that will not just bless you, it will transform you. And when it happens, you'll realize that every delay, every heartbreak, and every disappointment was worth it. Listen to me. Don't let fear convince you that God has failed you. Fear is the language of defeat. Faith is the language of victory. When you speak faith, you invite the power of God into your situation. You may not have the answers, but you have the Almighty who controls the outcome. When you trust God fully, you shift the atmosphere of your life. The impossible becomes possible. The mountain that once looked unmovable starts to crumble under the weight of divine power. Because nothing is too hard for God, He specializes in the impossible. There is no sickness He cannot heal, no door He cannot open, no heart He cannot restore, no life He cannot rebuild. The same God who brought light out of darkness can bring purpose out of your pain. The same God who formed the universe with His words can reshape your destiny with a single command. What looks impossible to man is easy for God, but He moves in the lives of those who believe, those who refuse to let go even when it hurts. Faith is not holding on when things make sense. It's holding on when nothing makes sense and you still choose to trust God anyway. You see, God doesn't always show you the path. Sometimes He just gives you the strength to keep walking. He doesn't always reveal the destination. Sometimes He just says, keep going. Because it's not the outcome that matters most, it's who you become in the process. God is molding your faith to handle the miracle that's coming. If He gave it to you too soon, you wouldn't be ready for it. So He allows the waiting to strengthen your patience, the pain to deepen your character, and the silence to sharpen your dependence on Him. Every unanswered prayer is not punishment. It's preparation for something bigger than what you asked for. So don't give up in the waiting. Don't lose heart in the silence. Don't question His love because of the storm. The same storm that makes you afraid is the one God will use to prove His power. When you come out of this, you won't just come out alive. You'll come out stronger, wiser, and more faithful than you've ever been. You will look back and say, it was hard, but it was worth it because now I know my God can do the impossible. Some of you are living proof of that already. You've been through things that should have destroyed you. You've walked through seasons that broke others, but you're still standing. You've survived pain that was supposed to end your faith, but it made it stronger. You didn't come this far just to give up now. God has brought you too far to leave you in defeat. If He was going to abandon you, He would have done it long ago. But He didn't. He kept you. He sustained you. He guided you. That means He's not done with you yet. If you're still breathing, God is still working. Every time you wake up and face another day, you are a living testimony that God is not finished with your story. The same power that raised you from your last trial will raise you again. Don't underestimate what God can do through your persistence. The enemy wants you to give up before the blessing arrives. But if you hold on, if you keep believing, you'll see that the promise of God always outweighs the pain of waiting. Your faith may be tested, but it will be rewarded. The impossible becomes possible, not because of your strength, but because of your surrender. When you let go of control and say, God, I can't, but you can, that's when heaven moves on your behalf. That's when mountains shift. That's when doors open. That's when your enemies fall. That's when the impossible bows before the power of the Almighty. So hold on, my friend. You may not understand it now, but one day you'll thank God for every tear, for every delay, for every closed door, because it all led you to the miracle He was preparing all along. My friend, listen closely. The hands of God never stop working, even when you cannot see them. When life looks like it has turned against you, when the walls around you seem to be closing in, that's when God is quietly setting the stage for a miracle that will leave you speechless. The silence you feel is not absence, it's preparation. The delay is not punishment, it's divine timing. God hides His greatest works behind seasons of struggle because that's where faith is born. Faith that hasn't been tested is faith that cannot be trusted. So if you are being tested, it means you are being trusted with something extraordinary. You are being shaped for something that requires endurance. And God will not let your suffering be wasted. There is a mystery in how God moves. He does not always announce His plan. He doesn't send a warning before the storm. But when the winds rise and the waves crash, His unseen hand holds you steady. God's plan is never revealed all at once, because if you saw the entire journey, you might not have the courage to walk it. So He gives you light for each step. He gives you strength for each day. And if all you have today is enough strength to take one more step, that's enough. Because that one step of faith carries more power than 1,000 steps of fear. Every time you choose to believe, when everything looks hopeless, the impossible starts to shift in your favor. There are moments when God will strip everything away, not to destroy you, but to remind you that He alone is enough. He will remove the things you depend on so that you can depend on Him completely. He will take you into the wilderness to teach you that provision comes not from man, but from His hand. He will let you walk through nights where you see no light just to show you that He Himself is the light that never goes out. If you are in that place now where nothing makes sense, where every door seems closed, don't curse the process. God is in control of the very chaos that frightens you. He has already written the ending before the trial began. The truth is, we often pray for God to take away the fire, but God uses the fire to reveal the gold within us. Gold cannot shine until it's refined. Diamonds cannot sparkle until they've endured pressure. And faith cannot grow until it's been through storms. You are being refined by God's hand. Every tear is polishing your character. Every challenge is deepening your dependence. Every loss is leading you closer to the purpose He designed for you before you were even born. Don't run from the process. It's the very thing that will reveal your power. Sometimes God allows life to become impossible so that you will finally stop trying to fix it yourself. As long as you think you can handle it, God will let you try. But the moment you lift your hands and say, God, I surrender, it's yours. That's when heaven opens. That's when peace floods your heart. That's when impossible things begin to turn. Because faith is not about trying harder. It's about trusting deeper. It's about saying, even when I can't see the way, I know God is the way. When you truly believe that, nothing can shake you. Not fear, not loss, not betrayal, not delay, because you know that the same power that created the universe is working for your good. There is no prayer too small for God to hear and no dream too big for Him to fulfill. God can change the course of your life in a moment. He can raise the broken and silence the proud. He can turn your weakest hour into your greatest testimony. Don't measure God's power by the size of your problem. Measure your problem by the greatness of God. He is not intimidated by the impossible. He is not limited by human logic. He moves beyond the boundaries of reason. What looks like an ending to you is just the beginning of something divine. Sometimes the greatest miracles happen quietly. While you're sleeping, God is rearranging your future. While you're waiting, He's working in hearts you haven't met yet. While you're praying, He's opening doors you can't yet see. You may feel like nothing is happening, but heaven is busy on your behalf. God never sleeps. He never forgets. His promises never expire. What He has declared over your life will come to pass. Even if everything around you says otherwise, you may say, "But I've been waiting for so long." Yes, but the longer the wait, the greater the reward. The longer the drought, the heavier the rain. God doesn't rush what He's perfecting. He doesn't waste time. He uses it to prepare you. If He hasn't given it yet, it's because He's building something better. The waiting season is not a wasted season. It's where your roots grow deeper. It's where your faith stops depending on sight. It's where you learn that even when you can't feel Him, He is there. There will come a day when the same people who doubted you will have to witness what God has done in your life. They will see how the one who was overlooked became unshakable. They will wonder how you survived what should have destroyed you, and your only answer will be it was God. You will not need to prove yourself to anyone, because the evidence of God's power will be all over your life. That is why you cannot give up now. You're too close. You're standing on the edge of what you've been praying for. And God has not brought you this far to leave you now. When the enemy attacks hardest, it's a sign that the blessing is near. When life feels unbearable, it's a sign that breakthrough is on the horizon. God allows opposition because it confirms your position. The greater the battle, the greater the victory. The darker the night, the brighter the dawn. So don't be discouraged by what you see. Believe what God has spoken. His word does not return empty. If He said He will make a way, He will. If He said He will restore you, He will. If He said He will lift you, no one can stop it. There is power in endurance. The strongest warriors are not those who never fall, but those who rise every time they do. Every time you rise again, you remind the world that your power isn't born of flesh, but flows from God. You may have lost much, but not your faith. You may have wept, but your belief never broke. You may feel weary, yet you're still standing tall. And that alone is proof that God is still at work. Hold on tight. The darkness won't last forever. The dawn is nearer than it seems. Never forget, God moves in sudden moments. One moment you're unseen, and the next you're lifted high. One moment you're fighting to survive, and the next you're walking in overflow. That's why you cannot lose faith when the hour feels hardest. Your faithfulness in the shadows is what secures your triumph in the light. Keep doing good even when it seems unseen. Keep trusting God even when silence surrounds you. Because nothing you do in faith is ever wasted. Every prayer, every act of kindness, every tear, it all counts in the eyes of God. And when the moment comes, and it will come, when God decides that the waiting is over, you'll see how everything connects. You'll realize that the pain had purpose, the silence had meaning, and the delay had protection. You'll see that the impossible wasn't meant to break you. It was meant to reveal the strength of God through you. Then you'll understand why you had to walk the path you did. Because through it you learned that God is not limited by circumstances. You learned that what's meant for you cannot be stolen. And you learned that the impossible is not a barrier. It's an invitation for God to show His glory. My friend, when life brings you to your knees, it is not always a place of defeat. It is often the position where miracles begin. Sometimes God allows you to reach the end of your own strength so that you will discover the power of His. There are moments when all the doors you knock on remain closed and all your plans crumble before your eyes. In those moments, your heart may tremble, but that trembling is sacred. It is the shaking that happens before the walls fall down. Do not mistake delay for denial. God is not ignoring you. He is aligning things in ways that go beyond your understanding. What feels like waiting is divine orchestration. God is setting the stage, placing every piece where it belongs, so that when the miracle unfolds, it will leave no doubt. It was Him and Him alone. You must understand that God's process is not designed to be comfortable. It's designed to be transformative. Comfort rarely builds faith. Conflict does. Ease seldom strengthens trust. Endurance does. Every hardship, every unanswered prayer, every tear that fell without explanation is being woven into a masterpiece that only God could paint. He allows the breaking because the blessing requires it. He allows the storm because it awakens your spiritual strength. He allows the wilderness because that's where dependence on Him becomes unshakable. If you are in the wilderness now, rejoice, because it means you are being prepared for the promised land. There will come a time when you will look back on what once broke you and say, "Thank you, God, for not letting it work out my way." Because you will see that every disappointment was divine direction. What you thought was the end was only the bending of the path. God's ways are not our ways. His wisdom stretches beyond the horizon of human sight. Where you see chaos, He sees construction. Where you see loss, He sees liberation. Where you see endings, He sees beginnings. You must not allow fear to speak louder than faith. Fear will always whisper, "What if you fail?" But faith answers, "Even if I fall, God will lift me again." Fear focuses on the storm. Faith focuses on the one who controls it. When you shift your focus from what's against you to the God who stands with you, everything changes. The waves may still crash. The winds may still blow. But inside your heart, a calm begins to rise because you realize that no storm is greater than the one who speaks to it. God has power over the impossible. What intimidates you is nothing to Him. The mountain that looks immovable to you is dust beneath His command. Some people stop believing when they can't see results. But faith is not sight. It's trust in motion. It's holding on when logic tells you to let go. It's standing firm when every reason to quit seems justified. Faith doesn't require evidence. It creates it. The moment you choose to believe that God will do the impossible, you activate a power greater than your fear, greater than your pain, greater than your situation. You release divine energy into your life and things begin to shift. You may not see it immediately, but the unseen world begins to move in your favor. Many times we pray for God to remove the storm, but sometimes He doesn't remove it. He strengthens you to stand through it because there are lessons in the storm that peace could never teach you. There are revelations born in the night that daylight could never reveal. When everything around you is shaking, that's when you learn what truly holds you together. And when you realize it is God, not your circumstances, not your resources, not your strength. When you realize it has always been Him, you are never the same again. The greatest transformations often come from the hardest seasons. God does not waste pain. Every heartbreak, every betrayal, every loss, it all carries within it a message from heaven. The pain that once made you question everything will one day become the story that strengthens someone else. That's how God works. He turns your scars into testimonies. He turns your valleys into lessons of victory. He turns your tears into rivers that refresh the faith of others. You were not meant to be destroyed by what happened. You were meant to be refined by it. There is a moment in every believer's life when you have to decide what kind of faith you truly have. Do you believe in God only when things are easy? Or do you believe when everything is falling apart? True faith is not built in sunshine. It's built in storms. It's built in silence. It's built in those nights when you have nothing left but a whisper. God, I still trust you. That whisper carries the weight of mountains. That whisper can shake the heavens. Because God listens not to the volume of your words, but to the strength of your heart. Sometimes God will take you to a place where no one can help you. Not your friends, not your family, not your strength. Because it's there in that sacred isolation that you finally understand God is enough. You don't need the approval of others when you have the favor of God. You don't need the map when you have His guidance. You don't need the answers when you have His assurance. You just need to keep walking, even if it's with trembling steps, knowing that every step in faith is a step toward the impossible becoming possible. Don't be surprised when God uses unusual ways to bring your breakthrough. He does not operate by human logic. Sometimes He will close a door you begged Him to open, only to reveal that behind it was disaster. Sometimes He will delay the blessing not to punish you, but to prepare you for it. Sometimes He will let you be misunderstood, not because He's unfair, but because He's protecting you from being defined by those who cannot see your purpose. Every divine delay carries within it a hidden yes to something far greater. And when that greater thing comes, it will not just bless you, it will transform everything around you. Because when God does something, He doesn't do it halfway. He does it in ways that make even your enemies stand in awe. He does it in ways that silence doubt and magnify His power. You won't have to fight for recognition. His favor will announce you. You won't have to chase opportunities. His hand will position you. You won't have to beg for blessings. His timing will deliver them right to your doorstep. That is why you must not lose faith in the waiting. Waiting is not a pause. It's a process. It's where your roots go deeper. It's where your character is built. It's where God separates what's temporary from what's eternal. He is preparing you for what you prayed for. The greater the promise, the longer the preparation. And when it finally happens, you'll understand why it took so long. You'll see that every tear watered the ground for your miracle to grow. There will come a day, my friend, when you will look back on this very moment. The sleepless nights, the unanswered prayers, the heavy silence, and you will understand why it had to happen this way. You will see that the pain was not wasted, that the tears were not in vain. God was not punishing you. He was purifying you. Every challenge you faced was refining your heart, stripping away the distractions, deepening your roots in faith, and teaching you to depend on Him alone. The same storm you thought would destroy you was, in truth, shaping the strength that would carry you into your destiny. God does not rush His work because what He is building in you is eternal. You may be anxious to see results, but God is patient and His timing is perfect. What He begins, He finishes, and when He finishes, it is flawless. So if the promise seems delayed, know that the delay is the protection of divine wisdom. God will never give you something before you're ready to carry it. He will never open a door that your character cannot yet sustain. The waiting is not meant to break you. It is meant to build you into the vessel that can handle the blessing. Every moment of waiting is God's way of preparing you to walk with greater faith, greater peace, and greater strength. Sometimes God hides your blessing behind obstacles to test your perseverance. He wants to see if you will keep walking when the road is rough, if you will keep believing when the evidence says it's over. Because faith that quits too early never sees the fullness of what God can do. You must keep pressing forward even when the path feels uncertain. You must keep your eyes on the unseen, knowing that what God promised He will surely perform. When you trust Him in the dark, He will honor you in the light. The truth is, every time you choose to trust instead of complain, to pray instead of panic, to believe instead of break, that's when heaven moves on your behalf. God sees every silent act of faith. He notices every tear that falls in surrender. He hears every whisper that says, "God, I still believe." Those moments are sacred. They rise before Him like incense, and in His perfect time He responds with power. The impossible bends before His will. Do not underestimate what God is doing in the hidden places. You may not see movement, but He is working behind the curtain of your circumstances. He is rearranging situations, softening hearts, and aligning opportunities that will suddenly appear when the moment is right. That's why you must not let impatience destroy what faith is still building. The flower does not bloom before its season, and neither will your breakthrough come one moment too early or too late. It will arrive in divine precision at the exact moment when it will glorify God the most. There are seasons when God will let you walk through loss to teach you the power of letting go. He will remove what you thought you couldn't live without to show you that your true life is found in Him alone. He will strip away false support so that you can learn to stand on faith, not fear. It hurts when this happens, but later you will see it was mercy, not cruelty. Because God's love is not always gentle. It is sometimes fierce. It doesn't always comfort. Sometimes it corrects. But every action of God, whether pleasant or painful, is meant to lead you closer to the strength of His presence. There's a sacred beauty in brokenness. It's in the breaking that God can remake you. It's in the emptying that He can fill you. It's in the surrender that He can lift you higher. When everything you depended on fails, that's when you finally realize the only thing you truly need is Him. And when you reach that level of faith, when your confidence rests not on what you can do, but on what God will do, that's when the impossible becomes possible. That's when the supernatural invades the natural. That's when you see doors open that you didn't even knock on. Never forget, God's power is not limited by human logic. What seems final to man is just a chapter in God's story. He can reverse diagnosis, restore broken families, rebuild shattered lives, and resurrect dead dreams. There is no situation too far gone for His power. The laws of the world do not bind the Creator of the world. He can turn ashes into beauty, mourning into dancing, despair into strength. When you walk with Him, even your losses become lessons. Even your pain becomes purpose. You may not feel strong enough right now, but you don't need to be. God's strength is made perfect when you have none left. You just need to show up with faith, with endurance, with a heart that refuses to give up. You may feel like you're walking through fire, but remember, fire refines gold. You are being purified for greatness. You are being shaped for glory. Every trial is chiseling away what doesn't belong so that the masterpiece God designed can emerge. Don't despise the process. It's proof that you are being prepared for something beyond your imagination. There is a reason why your battle feels so intense. It's because what's coming is so extraordinary. The enemy always fights hardest when he knows a shift is near. The closer you are to the breakthrough, the stronger the resistance becomes. But you cannot retreat now. You cannot surrender when you're this close to the promise. Keep your eyes on God, not the battle. Keep your focus on His power, not your pain. You are not fighting alone. You are fighting under the covering of the Almighty. And where God stands, no force can prevail. There are moments in life when God will ask you to stand still. Not because He's forgotten you, but because He's fighting for you. When you've done all you can, when you've prayed, cried, and tried everything possible. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is be still. Stand in quiet faith. Stand with the confidence that God is moving even when you can't see it. The victory may not appear instantly, but the outcome has already been decided in heaven. You're not waiting for a win. You're walking toward one. And when that victory manifests, it won't just be about what you received. It will be about who you became. You will no longer be the same person who cried in fear. You will be the one who stands in power. You will carry a calm that can't be shaken, a faith that can't be moved, and a peace that can't be explained. Because once you've seen God do the impossible, doubt loses its grip forever. You will know that no matter what comes your way, the God who brought you through yesterday will bring you through tomorrow. So take courage. You may be tired, but don't give up. You may be wounded, but don't stop walking. You may be uncertain, but don't stop believing. Every step of endurance is a declaration of trust. Every breath of faith is a victory in itself. The path may be narrow, but it leads to abundance. The night may be long, but dawn is already rising. God is not finished with you yet. The promise still stands. The vision will still manifest. The dream is still alive in His plan. You just have to hold on a little longer. Hold on even when you don't understand. You'll hold on even when it feels unfair. Hold on even when you are tired of waiting. Because every second of your endurance is being recorded in the heavens. Every moment of your faith is bringing you closer to the impossible becoming reality. When the time comes, it will happen suddenly, swiftly, powerfully, undeniably. God will move in a way that makes all the pain worth it. He will silence the voices that said you couldn't make it. He will elevate you in ways that no one saw coming. And you will know without question that it was the hand of God that turned everything around. So keep your head lifted, your heart steady, and your faith unshaken. You are walking through the valley, but the valley is not your home. You are passing through. You are being led by the hand of the Almighty, and His hand never fails. The impossible is not beyond you. It's already written in your destiny. God will do it. He will make a way where there is none. He will fulfill every promise He has spoken over your life. You just need to hold on, because the same God who began the work will bring it to completion. And when He does, it will be greater than anything you could ever imagine. My dear listener, this is the moment where your faith must rise above your fear. You have walked through the storms. You have faced the darkness. And yet, you are still standing. That alone is proof that God has been with you all along. The fact that you made it this far means His hand never left you. Even when you couldn't feel Him, Even when you thought you were forgotten, He was carrying you quietly through every battle. You are not here by chance. You are here by divine appointment. God's plan for your life is still unfolding, and no human hand, no force of darkness, and no mistake of your past can cancel what He has already destined. So lift your eyes. The same God who spoke the universe into being is speaking strength into your soul right now. The same God who parted seas for His servants will open paths for you. The same God who provided manna in the wilderness will provide everything you need in this season. You may not see how, but you don't have to, because faith is believing before the evidence appears. You are not meant to figure out every detail. You are meant to trust the one who holds every detail in His hand. Do not let the weight of the world crush your spirit. The pain that tried to destroy you is the very thing God is using to strengthen you. Every disappointment was a divine redirection. Every closed door was God's mercy in disguise. Every delay was preparing you for something greater. You may have lost people, but you did not lose God. And as long as you still have God, you still have everything. Stand tall even if your heart trembles. Walk forward even if your steps are small. Keep believing even when the outcome is unseen. Because one day soon you will look back and realize that every struggle was building the strength for your new beginning. God will reveal why you had to go through what you went through. He will connect the dots and it will all make sense. The tears will become testimonies. The pain will become purpose. The waiting will become wisdom. And when that moment comes, don't forget to give all the glory back to God, because it was His grace that kept you, His mercy that restored you, and His power that lifted you. You didn't make it by luck. You made it by faith. You didn't survive because of your strength. You survived because of His presence. And now your story will become a light for others who are walking through their own darkness. So keep your heart pure. Keep your faith alive. Keep your eyes on God, for He is the author of your story, and He never writes failure into the destiny of those who trust Him. The best days of your life are not behind you. They are ahead of you. The breakthrough you have prayed for is not lost. It's on the way. You are walking into a season of divine restoration where everything you lost will return in greater measure. God is about to turn your struggle into strength, your sorrow into joy, and your waiting into a powerful testimony that will echo through generations. Walk with confidence, knowing that the one who watches over you neither sleeps nor slumbers. He is guarding your path, fighting your unseen battles, and preparing blessings beyond your imagination. Your story hasn't reached its end yet. In fact, it's only the beginning. Stay rooted in faith, remain unshaken, and keep pressing forward. For the same God who began this journey with you will bring it to completion in glory. When the final page of your story is written, the world won't remember the nights you cried. They'll remember the strength that carried you through. They won't recall your moments of fear. They'll recall the courage you held on to. They won't speak of your weakness. They'll speak of your victory, because through every storm, you chose to trust Him. So lift your head, my friend. The longest night is fading. A new light is rising. God's work in you isn't finished. It's only just begun. There comes a moment in every life when the voice of the mind grows louder than the voice of faith. You lie awake through the night, replaying every mistake, every fear, every uncertain possibility. You whisper to yourself, what if it all falls apart? What if God doesn't show up for me? You stare into the darkness, feeling the weight of silence, wondering if heaven has heard your cries. But hear me clearly today. Stop letting your thoughts torment your soul. Stop feeding the doubts that were never meant to live inside your spirit. Because even when everything feels motionless, when heaven feels quiet, and when your world feels like it's falling apart, God is still at work. He has not abandoned you. He has not hidden His face from you. He is preparing something far greater than your anxious mind could ever imagine. The reason many people lose peace is not because God has failed to move. It's because they keep trying to control what only God can control. They want to understand every detail before they trust. They want to see every step before they walk. They want to plan what God has already written. But the truth is, faith was never about understanding everything. It's about trusting the one who understands everything. You don't need to know how God will do it. You just need to know that He will. Your mind might say it's impossible, but God says, watch me. There's a war happening inside you every day. One side is faith, the voice that says, God has a plan, be still. The other side is fear, the whisper that says, you're running out of time, it's not going to work. And if you're not careful, overthinking will feed your fear until your faith starves to death. You begin to create stories in your mind that God never wrote. You begin to doubt promises that God already sealed. You begin to look at the situation instead of looking at the one who can change it. But when your mind starts running wild, stop and remind yourself, God has never failed. Not once, not ever, not in your life, not in history, not in eternity. Sometimes you have to silence your mind to hear God's voice again, because the noise of fear can drown the whisper of faith. Overthinking makes you believe you're in control, but in reality it's just a disguise for worry, and worry is the thief of peace. You were not created to live in anxiety. You were created to live in trust. The more you overthink, the more you push yourself away from the very peace God is trying to give you. God says, be still, not be busy, not be anxious, not figure it out. He says, be still and know that I am God. That's the message, to let go of the chaos in your mind and make room for divine calmness in your soul. You see, the human mind is powerful. It can imagine, create, and solve, but it was never designed to carry the weight of the unknown. That weight belongs to God. When you overthink, you are trying to carry tomorrow with the strength meant only for today. That's why you feel tired. That's why you feel drained. Because you are trying to do God's job, and you were never meant to. God doesn't ask you to understand every outcome. He asks you to trust Him through every outcome. You can't control the storm, but you can trust the one who calms it. You can't see the road ahead, but you can believe the one who lights the path. There are moments when it feels like God is taking too long. You prayed, you waited, you hoped, yet nothing seems to change. But let me remind you, delay is not denial. When God is silent, He is not absent. He is strategizing something in the unseen realm. Your overthinking mind sees only the surface, but God sees the foundation. While you're panicking, He's preparing. While you're questioning, He's aligning. While you're worrying, He's working. The miracle is not in what you can see, it's in what God is shaping behind the scenes. Many of you are fighting silent battles in your mind. You look calm on the outside, but inside you're wrestling with fear, regret, and what-ifs. But God knows every thought that crosses your mind. And He's saying to you right now, stop trying to figure it out. Stop trying to plan what I've already promised. Stop letting fear sit on the throne that belongs to me. When you surrender your overthinking, you give God permission to move freely in your life. But as long as you keep worrying, you are trying to write your own story while God is trying to perfect it. God never asked you to understand the timing. He asked you to trust it. What you call too late, God calls right on schedule. What you call a setback, God calls a setup. What you think is the end, God says, this is where I begin. Sometimes the delay is divine protection. Sometimes the unanswered prayer is divine redirection. And sometimes the waiting season is divine preparation. Stop overthinking, because if you could see what God sees, you'd stop worrying immediately. If you knew how close you are to your breakthrough, you would stop questioning and start praising. Every overthinker lives with the illusion of control. You think if you analyze enough, worry enough, plan enough, you can make things happen. But faith is not analysis. Faith is surrender. It's saying, God, I don't know how, but I know you will. The moment you let go of overthinking, peace begins to flood your soul. That's the divine exchange. When you stop leaning on your understanding, God begins to lead with His wisdom. The greatest act of strength is not holding on, it's letting go. It's saying, God, I trust you even when I don't understand you. Sometimes God allows confusion to test your trust. He allows silence to test your patience. He allows delay to test your faith. Because faith that has not been tested cannot be trusted. You can't say you trust God if you panic every time you can't see the outcome. Real faith says, even when I don't know what's happening, I still know who's in control. And that who is God, not your mind, not your emotions, not your plans, but God Almighty, the one who holds time and eternity in His hands. The human mind is a battlefield. Thoughts of doubt, fear, and anxiety attack without warning. But that's where you must rise in faith and declare, my mind belongs to God. You must refuse to let your thoughts control your spirit. Because when your thoughts contradict your faith, you must choose faith over feelings. Feelings will lie to you. They will say God has forgotten you. They will say the promise is broken. But faith speaks truth. That God is still with you, still for you, still working. Your overthinking may say it's over, but God says, I'm just getting started. When you overthink, you often imagine the worst-case scenario. You begin to create storms in your mind that don't even exist. But when you trust God, you realize even if the storm comes, God can still calm it. Even if the door closes, God can still open another. Even if people leave, God can still send better ones. That's the peace that comes from surrender. Knowing that whatever happens, God's plan cannot be stopped. You may not know how, but you can rest in who, and that who is God. Stop giving fear a voice in your mind. Stop giving doubt a seat at the table of your peace. Every time you overthink, you invite the enemy of your soul to plant seeds of doubt in the garden of your faith. But faith says, even if I don't see it, I believe it. God never asked you to calculate His miracles. He asked you to expect them. You don't have to understand how the seed grows. You just have to plant it and trust that it will. The same God who made the sun rise this morning knows how to make your situation rise again. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is nothing, to simply wait. But waiting on God is not wasted time. It's sacred time. Because in the waiting, God is working on you as much as He's working on your situation. He's strengthening your patience, deepening your faith, and aligning your heart with His will. Overthinking won't make the process faster. It will only make the journey heavier. But trust makes it lighter. Trust turns tears into testimony. Trust turns fear into fuel. Trust turns confusion into clarity. God knows what you need, when you need it, and how you need it. You may think He's late, but He's never out of time. You may think He's quiet, but He's never absent. You may think He's ignoring you, but He's actually protecting you from something you don't yet see. Sometimes the blessing you're praying for requires a level of maturity that you don't yet have. So God withholds it not to punish you, but to prepare you. If you got everything you prayed for when you wanted it, you'd miss the purpose behind the process. The reason many people overthink is because they don't trust the process. They want to rush what God is refining. But refinement takes time. You can't rush growth. You can't hurry divine timing. The same way a seed must be buried in darkness before it breaks into light. Sometimes you must go through a dark season before you bloom. Don't mistake that darkness for defeat. God is still there. The soil may hide you, but it cannot hold you. In due season, God will bring you out stronger, wiser, and more radiant than ever before. When your mind begins to race, pause and say, God is in control. Speak it until your heart believes it. God is not just watching you, He is working for you. When you can't see it, He's arranging it. When you can't feel it, He's preparing it. And when the time is right, you'll see why He made you wait. Overthinking says, what if it doesn't happen? Faith says, even if it doesn't, God still has something better. That is peace. The ability to rest in God's decision even when it doesn't align with your desire. When your heart grows weary and your thoughts refuse to rest, that's when you must remember your overthinking is not a reflection of wisdom. It's a reflection of fear. And fear has never built faith. Fear only builds walls where God wants to build doors. You are not meant to spend your days trapped in the prison of your mind, questioning every step, every turn, every moment of silence. You are meant to live with peace, knowing that every second of your life is being orchestrated by a God who never fails, never forgets, and never leaves His word unfulfilled. When God promises, He performs. When He speaks, He sustains. When He commands, it comes to pass. So why worry about what's already in the hands of the Almighty? The truth is, the more you try to calculate God's ways, the more you'll confuse yourself. His ways are higher than your ways. His thoughts are deeper than your thoughts. And His wisdom is far beyond human understanding. Overthinking tries to drag the divine into the limits of logic. But God is not bound by logic. He does not operate in the narrow corridors of human reason. He moves in dimensions unseen, in realms your mind cannot measure. You might think the delay means denial, but sometimes the delay is divine strategy. You might think the silence means rejection, but often the silence is sacred preparation. God hides some answers not because He's cruel, but because He's kind. Because premature understanding would destroy what only matured faith can handle. When your mind says, I need to know now, faith replies, I'll wait for God's time. You cannot force a door open that God has not yet appointed. You cannot rush what heaven is still building. When you overthink, you are trying to sit in God's chair, a throne that was never yours to occupy. Let Him be God. Let Him lead. Let Him write the story even when the chapter feels confusing. Because the same God who led you into this season will be the same God who leads you out of it. Every time you overthink, you are rehearsing a future that doesn't exist. You are feeding your fear instead of your faith. But faith says, I don't need to see the full picture. I just need to hold on to the painter. When you trust God, you stop asking what if and start declaring even if. Even if it doesn't happen how I thought, even if it takes longer than I planned, even if it looks impossible, God is still faithful. That kind of trust silences the noise within. That kind of trust turns sleepless nights into sacred moments of peace. Sometimes overthinking is just your heart's way of saying, I don't feel safe. But the truth is, you are safe. Not because of what you see, but because of who holds you. God doesn't let your life slip through His fingers. Every breath you take, every tear you cry, every prayer you whisper, He hears it. He knows your heart better than you do. He understands the words you can't even form. You don't have to figure everything out when you belong to a God who already has. You see, overthinking makes you chase answers, but faith makes you chase peace. And peace doesn't come when you understand everything. Peace comes when you surrender everything. The mind that overthinks is the mind that refuses to rest in God's timing. But peace comes when you stop fighting the clock and start trusting the Creator of time. God knows how to turn your waiting into winning. He knows how to turn your confusion into clarity. He knows how to take the things that were meant to break you and use them to build you. Every storm that came against you had permission. God allowed it not to destroy you, but to develop you. The problem with overthinking is that you focus on what's happening to you instead of what God is doing through you. You're looking at the pain while God is looking at the purpose. You're counting the tears while God is counting the lessons. Every hardship carries hidden wisdom. Every disappointment carries divine direction. And every silence from God carries a sacred message. Be still. I'm working. You may think that your prayers have gone unheard, but sometimes God doesn't give answers. He gives peace. Sometimes He doesn't remove the storm. He calms your heart inside the storm. Overthinking will have you believing that silence means absence. But in reality, silence is one of the loudest ways God speaks. Because when He is silent, He is teaching you how to hear without sound, how to trust without sight, how to rest without proof. If you could see how many disasters God has already saved you from, you'd never overthink another day in your life. If you knew how many traps He's blocked, how many doors He's closed to protect you, and how many times He's delayed your blessing because it would have destroyed you too soon, you'd fall to your knees in gratitude. Overthinking sees delay as punishment, but faith sees it as protection. When God makes you wait, it's not rejection. It's refinement. He's shaping you to carry what He's about to give you. There are things you've been worrying about that God already solved. You just haven't seen it yet because He's revealing it in His time. That's why He keeps telling you, do not be afraid. Fear clouds faith. Worry weakens worship. Doubt delays destiny. But when you choose to rest in God, peace returns like a flood. Peace that no logic can explain. Peace that no circumstance can shake. Peace that whispers, I'm in the hands of God, and that's enough. Do you know why overthinking feels so exhausting? Because you are trying to control outcomes that belong to God. You're trying to write tomorrow's story using today's ink, but God has already written every word. He knows where you're headed even when you don't. He knows what you need even before you ask. He knows what will heal you and what will harm you. That's why some doors didn't open. Not because He forgot you, but because He protected you. Some relationships ended because they were not aligned with your destiny. Some opportunities faded because God had something better prepared. Overthinking will make you cling to what God is trying to remove. It will make you question what God has already confirmed. It will make you chase what was never meant to stay. But trust says, if it left, it was never meant for me. If it stayed, it's divinely assigned. You see, God doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't mismanage your life. You may not like every chapter, but every chapter leads to a greater ending. You just need to stop reading the same page over and over in your mind. There is power in letting go, because when you release your grip on how you think things should go, you open your hands to receive what God knows is best. Overthinking is the art of spiritual suffocation. It strangles faith until peace dies. But surrender is the breath that revives your spirit. When you say, God, I trust you even in the dark, heaven begins to move in your favor. Stop trying to understand why it happened. Stop replaying what you could have done differently. Stop drowning in the waters of what if. You're not where you are by accident. God's plan is deliberate, divine, and detailed. Every detour, every disappointment, every delay, it's all woven into the fabric of your destiny. What you call confusion, God calls construction. He's building something you can't yet see but will one day thank Him for. When God wants to teach you trust, He'll allow you to face uncertainty. Because true faith is not built when everything makes sense. It's built when nothing does. Faith is forged in the fire of confusion. It's born in the silence of unanswered prayers. It's strengthened in the storms you thought would destroy you. Overthinking wants comfort. Faith wants growth. And growth often feels uncomfortable. That's why you must stop questioning the process and start trusting the purpose. You cannot walk by faith while thinking by fear. You cannot expect peace while feeding panic. You cannot claim trust while clinging to control. The two cannot coexist. You must choose one. Either you let your mind rule you, or you let God guide you. And when you choose God, you'll see that His way is always better, even when it's slower, even when it's quieter, even when it's unfamiliar. There will be nights when your mind is restless, and you'll want to fix everything with thoughts. But remind yourself, God can do more in a moment than you can in a lifetime of worry. One act of His will can change everything. He can reverse what was lost, restore what was broken, and redeem what was wasted. Stop trying to predict His next move. You are not the author. You are the character. Let Him write the story. Your overthinking does not change the outcome. It only drains your peace. You cannot add a single blessing by worrying, but you can lose countless hours of joy. God doesn't need your anxiety. He needs your trust. He doesn't require your overanalysis. He requires your obedience. And obedience begins when you stop asking why me and start saying use me. When you trust God that deeply, overthinking loses its power. There comes a moment in every believer's journey when the weight of their own thoughts feels heavier than the trials they face. The mind begins to doubt what the heart already believes, that God is still in control. You start examining every detail, chasing every answer, creating endless what-ifs inside your imagination. But the deeper you think, the more restless you become, because your mind is trying to sit in a place meant only for God. You were never created to carry the mysteries of your future. You were created to trust the one who holds it. Every sleepless night spent overthinking is your spirit trying to fight battles that belong to God alone. You are not called to fix everything. You are called to release everything. And the moment you finally say, God, I trust you even when I don't understand, that's the moment peace begins to quiet the storm within. Because God does not just calm external storms, He calms internal ones too. The winds in your mind, the waves in your emotions, the noise of fear, all of them bow to His command when you learn to rest in His authority. Do not let your thoughts become louder than your faith. Thoughts will tell you that you are running out of time, but God owns time. Thoughts will tell you that you are not enough, but God is your sufficiency. Thoughts will tell you that everything is falling apart, but God is still holding everything together. You see, overthinking blinds you to the fact that you are never without divine supervision. Even in the silence, even in the confusion, even in the stillness, God is watching, guiding, and working. What looks like inaction to you is often divine preparation in motion. When you start to overthink, you are rehearsing the language of fear. Fear imagines loss before it happens. Fear writes stories of failure before they begin. Fear paints your tomorrow with colors that don't exist. But faith speaks a different language. Faith says, even if I don't see it, I will still believe. Faith looks at impossibility and says, God can still make a way. Faith walks through uncertainty not because it knows the path, but because it knows the guide. Do not let fear borrow your voice. Do not let worry build a home in your heart. Every time you dwell on what could go wrong, you are shrinking the space where faith could grow. God wants you to live from a place of confidence, not in yourself, but in His unshakable power. He has carried generations before you, led kings and prophets, sustained the broken and the weary, and He has not changed. The same God who parted seas and raised nations is still the same God who can lift you from where you are. You may not understand why things are taking so long, but delay does not mean defeat. Sometimes God slows the process so He can strengthen your character. Sometimes He withholds answers because your heart is not yet ready to receive them. Sometimes He allows confusion to protect you from premature confidence. You see, overthinking is often your spirit's reaction to uncertainty, but faith is your spirit's declaration that uncertainty has no power over you. The greatest victories are often born from silence. Those moments when God says nothing but is doing everything. The mind screams, "Where is God?" But heaven whispers, "Right here. You just can't see it yet." When you're in the middle of a test, the teacher doesn't speak. But that silence doesn't mean the teacher has left the room. God is watching how you handle what you can't control. Will you panic or will you praise? Will you overthink or will you trust? When you choose trust, you invite God into your storm. When you overthink, you push Him away by trying to do His job. Faith and worry cannot share the same space. One must leave for the other to stay. That is why you must decide daily, will I think myself into exhaustion or trust myself into peace? When you stop reasoning and start resting, you discover that the peace you've been chasing has been within you all along. The peace that comes from knowing that everything is already written by God's hand. Some of you are in a waiting season. You've prayed, you've hoped, you've planned, yet nothing has changed. You keep asking, why isn't it happening? But maybe the waiting isn't punishment. Maybe it's protection. Maybe God is saving you from what you cannot yet see. Maybe He is delaying your plans so He can deliver His purpose. The waiting is not wasted. It's working. While you are overthinking the moment, God is organizing the miracle. There are times when your mind will whisper, "It's over." But God never ends a story with defeat. He is the author of redemption. Every page that looks like loss is followed by one filled with victory. Overthinking wants to skip ahead to the ending, but faith allows you to walk through each chapter with peace, knowing that the ending is already glorious. The same way dawn follows night, victory follows faith. Do not underestimate what God is doing in the unseen. Just because you can't track His hand doesn't mean you can't trust His heart. He's moving in ways your logic cannot trace. You may be overthinking the next step, but God has already mapped out the entire path. You may be worried about resources, but God has already prepared provision. You may be anxious about outcomes, but God has already ordained results. The story is written. You are simply walking it out. Overthinking creates a false illusion of control. It convinces you that if you think long enough, you can fix it. But peace comes the moment you realize that it was never yours to fix. The victory belongs to God. He does not need your stress. He needs your surrender. The moment you release your tight grip on the outcome, God begins to release His miracles. What you could not figure out through thought, He will solve through faith. Even the strongest hearts have moments of fear. But courage is not the absence of fear. It's the decision to move through it with trust. God never promised a life without uncertainty. But He did promise His presence through it all. And His presence is enough. You don't need to know the outcome when you know the one who holds it. That's where true peace lies, in the realization that God has already gone before you, already prepared the way, already fought the battles you have yet to face. The secret to peace is surrender. The secret to strength is stillness. When your mind is restless, sit in silence and remember who God is. Remember how far He has brought you. Remember the prayers He already answered. Remember the doors He already opened. If He did it before, He can do it again. God doesn't stop being faithful just because life feels difficult. His faithfulness is not based on your feelings. It's based on His nature. Overthinking feeds on uncertainty. But faith feeds on memory. When you remember what God has done, your fear loses its grip. The more you recall His past miracles, the more you trust Him for the next one. Stop replaying your failures and start replaying His faithfulness. Stop counting your worries and start counting your blessings. Gratitude silences overthinking. Gratitude reminds you that God has been with you every step of the way. When you start to feel overwhelmed, lift your eyes and speak life into your soul. God will come through for me. Say it again and again until your heart starts to believe it. The same God who holds the stars in place is holding your future in His hands. He doesn't lose track of His children. You are not forgotten, not abandoned, not unseen. You are known by the God who never fails. There is no thought too tangled for God to untie, no fear too heavy for Him to lift, no plan too delayed for Him to fulfill. He does not panic when you panic. He does not rush because you are restless. His timing is perfect and His power is limitless. The moment you release your overthinking into His hands, you align your spirit with His peace. And that peace is what carries you through storms that would have otherwise broken you. So stop asking what if and start declaring even if it takes time, even if it looks impossible, even if I can't see the way, God will come through for me. He always has, and He always will. The mind may grow tired, but God never does. The heart may lose hope, but God never loses control. The path may be hidden, but the destination is already determined. Do not let your thoughts bury your faith. Lift your head, stand firm, speak peace to your own soul. Tell your mind to be quiet and your heart to be still. For the same God who made a way yesterday will make a way today. The same God who heard your silent prayers will turn them into visible blessings. The same God who sees your sleepless nights will reward your quiet trust. You may not know when, you may not know how, but you can rest in this truth. God will come through for you. Not in your time, but in His perfect time. Not by your strength, but by His divine power. Not through your reasoning, but through His wisdom. So let go of the overthinking. Release the fear, silence the doubt, and walk in the peace that comes from knowing you are safe in the hands of God. And nothing can stop what He has ordained for your life. When you start overthinking, you are trying to take the place of God in your own story. You are trying to be the author, the director, and the provider all at once. But you were never meant to carry that kind of weight. You were never meant to figure out everything that belongs to God. The moment you start to worry about what's next, the moment you start analyzing every outcome and possibility, that's when fear begins to whisper lies into your mind. And fear always tries to convince you that God has forgotten you. But fear is a liar. God has not forgotten you. God is working in silence, and His silence does not mean His absence. When your thoughts race at night, when you replay every mistake, every conversation, every closed door, pause and remind yourself God is still in control. He is not overwhelmed by your confusion. He is not late. He is not struggling to organize your future. Everything you're worried about is already in His plan. You might not see it yet, but faith is trusting that even when you don't see the way, God already made one. You may be looking at a locked door, but God holds the key. You may be standing in front of a storm, but God commands the wind. He does not need your understanding to perform His miracles. He needs your trust. When you overthink, you create scenarios in your head that God never wrote for your life. You start living in fear of things that will never happen. You start expecting pain where God promised peace. You start worrying about tomorrow when God told you to live today. God never asked you to solve the puzzle. He asked you to believe that He holds every piece. You may think the waiting season means you're forgotten, but it's in the waiting that God shapes your strength. It's in the silence that He grows your trust. It's in your uncertainty that He reveals His power. You must learn to rest your mind in God's promises. When anxiety rises, speak faith. When doubt screams, whisper hope. Tell your mind, be still. God will come through. Say it until your heart believes it. God has never failed a soul who trusted Him, and He will not start with you. You may not know how it will happen, but God knows. You may not see how things will turn around, but God has already planned your breakthrough. Stop overthinking what God has already finished. Stop worrying about what He has already written. God's plan is bigger than your fear, stronger than your doubt, and wiser than your understanding. There are moments when God purposely allows you to face uncertainty, not to punish you, but to strengthen your faith. Because real faith is not proven in comfort. It's proven in confusion. When you don't understand what's happening, but you still choose to trust, that's where your faith matures. That's when you start walking with spiritual confidence. You stop asking, "Why is this happening?" and start saying, "God, I know you're working even now." That shift in your spirit breaks the chains of anxiety. You begin to realize that your thoughts don't have power over you when your heart belongs to God. Do you know why overthinking drains you? Because it's a form of spiritual resistance. Your mind is trying to control what only God can handle. And the more you try to take control, the more exhausted you become. God does not need your help. He needs your surrender. The greatest peace you'll ever experience comes when you finally let go. When you finally say, "God, I don't understand, but I trust you," that's when the storm loses its voice. That's when your heart calms down. That's when you stop being a slave to your thoughts and start being a witness to God's power. Sometimes God lets your plans fall apart so that your mind will stop depending on logic and start depending on faith. He allows delays not to discourage you, but to detox your heart from doubt. He knows that overthinking is the enemy of your peace, and peace is the proof of faith. The moment you let go of control, you make room for God to move. The moment you stop worrying about timing, God starts aligning everything perfectly. He's not asking you to understand His ways. He's asking you to trust His heart. Every battle you face in your mind is an invitation to return to peace. Peace is not found in solving your problems. Peace is found in surrendering them. Every thought that tells you it's too late, every fear that whispers it won't work out is lying to you. Because when God decides to bless you, no overthinking, no fear, no mistake can stop it. When God says yes, your worry becomes irrelevant. His favor cancels your anxiety. His plan overrides your confusion. Think of all the times you worried in the past. How many times did your fears come true? How many times did God come through in a way you didn't expect? You see, your mind remembers the pain, but your soul remembers the miracles. You've seen God rescue you before, and He will do it again. The same God who opened doors for you yesterday is still alive and powerful today. He never changes. If He helped you then, He will help you now. You just have to stop replaying the worst-case scenario in your mind and start declaring that God is still working on your behalf. When you walk by faith, you stop depending on your own understanding. You stop trying to predict outcomes and start expecting miracles. You learn that peace is not the absence of problems. It's the presence of God in the middle of them. You can't stop the waves, but you can choose who controls your boat. Let God take the wheel. Let Him lead you through the storm. You will see that what you thought would break you will actually build you. What you thought would destroy you will discipline your spirit. Stop overthinking. God already knows what He's doing. Every delay is a setup. Every closed door is protection. Every detour is direction. He's not ignoring you. He's arranging things for your good. You may not understand now, but one day you'll look back and realize that God's plan was perfect all along. And all that sleepless worrying, all that overthinking, all those tears, you'll see they were unnecessary because God came through. He always does. So, my dear friends, stop letting your mind run ahead of what God is still preparing. Stop imagining every possible disaster when God is designing your deliverance. The same God who brought light into darkness, who gave breath to your lungs, who carried you through storms you thought would drown you. He has not brought you this far to abandon you now. You may not see the way, but God has already cleared it. You may not feel strong enough, but God is your strength. You may not have the answers, but God is your wisdom. When your thoughts start racing, when fear tries to control your heart, remind yourself, God will come through for me. Say it again and again until your spirit believes it. Because God always finishes what He starts. His promises do not expire. His mercy does not run out. His plan does not fail. You were not created to live in anxiety. You were created to live in faith. God did not design you to carry the weight of worry. He designed you to walk in trust. Let your heart be still and welcome peace again. Let your thoughts find rest in the promises of His Word. The struggle before you was never yours to solve. It belongs to God, and victory belongs to Him. He will triumph. He will open doors where none existed. He will transform the impossible into a living proof of His might. All He asks is simple. Stop analyzing, start believing. Faith outweighs fear, and God stands higher than every wall that blocks your path. Take a slow, deep breath. Let go of the thoughts trying to control your peace. Lay down the fears trying to hold you captive. Lift your gaze to heaven and declare, I will not worry, I will not fear, I will trust. Then peace will pour into your soul like a steady river. Stillness will settle deep within. Courage will awaken again, because those who trust in God never fall to defeat. He will move on your behalf in His timing, in His way, with blessings far beyond what your mind could dream. And when it happens, you'll look back and see there was never a reason to fear. God had been in control all along. My friend, have you ever cared for someone so deeply, prayed for them, believed with all your heart that they were meant for you, only to watch everything suddenly fall apart? You were convinced it was the right love, the right bond, the right person. Yet somehow, everything began to slip away. You couldn't make sense of it. You wept. You questioned. You even cried out, God, why would you allow this when my intentions were pure? But what if the very rejection that broke your heart was actually the shield that saved it? What if that heartbreak wasn't punishment, but divine protection in disguise? When God steps in to protect you from a bad relationship, He doesn't always make it gentle. Sometimes He closes the door so hard that it shakes your entire soul because He knows something you don't. He sees what you can't. While you're blinded by emotion, He is guarding your destiny. While you see beauty, He sees danger. While you see potential, He sees pain. And that's why sometimes God will take someone out of your life, not because He's being cruel, but because He loves you too much to watch you destroy yourself. God's protection is not always visible, but it is always intentional. You might think you lost someone, but in truth, God removed a weapon that could have destroyed your peace. That silence you feel after they left, that emptiness, that's not the absence of love. It's the presence of divine order. God will never allow the wrong person to stay in your life long enough to ruin the purpose He placed within you. When the connection is not from Him, no matter how hard you try, it will not stand. Because God does not bless what will eventually break you. You see, many times we beg God to fix something He never sent. We pray for peace in a relationship that was never ordained by His will. We cry over people who were never meant to walk into our future, but God in His wisdom begins to remove them piece by piece. He begins to disturb your comfort, expose their true nature, and create distance that you don't understand. You might resist, you might fight to hold on, but eventually you realize God was protecting you all along. One of the most powerful signs that God is protecting you from a bad relationship is when He starts revealing things that were hidden. He lets you see what you refused to see before. Suddenly, the mask falls. The truth comes out. You begin to notice lies, manipulation, selfishness, or a spirit that doesn't align with peace. That's not coincidence. That's God opening your eyes. Because when you carry purpose, when you are chosen, when your heart belongs to God, He will not allow deception to blind you forever. He will uncover the truth, even if it hurts you to see it. Because pain that opens your eyes is better than pleasure that blinds your soul. Sometimes God will disturb your peace in that relationship, not because He wants to hurt you, but because He's trying to wake you up. When you are walking with someone who is not meant for your destiny, you will feel unease in your spirit. You'll feel drained, restless, uncertain, and confused. You'll sense something isn't right, even if you can't explain it. That's not paranoia. That's divine warning. God communicates through peace. When His peace disappears, that's His way of telling you, my child, you are walking into danger. God will never let peace dwell in a place where your purpose is at risk. He will remove His peace to pull you out before it's too late. So when you start feeling heaviness, confusion, or emotional chaos around someone, listen. Don't force it. Don't beg for love where your spirit feels chained. God is protecting you. He's saying, this person might look good for your eyes, but they are not good for your soul. Another powerful sign that God is protecting you from a bad relationship is when the timing constantly fails. You try to make things work, but it's as if everything is against you. Miscommunication happens. Opportunities fade. Situations arise that keep you apart. You might call it bad luck, but it's divine intervention, because God knows that if He allows you to connect deeply with the wrong person, it will take years to heal from the damage. So He frustrates your plans, delays your progress, and even allows confusion just to protect your heart from destruction. Don't curse the delay. Don't question the disconnection. Thank God for it, because if it's truly meant for you, no power on earth can keep it away. But if it's not, no amount of effort can make it stay. God blocks what is dangerous. Even when you call it love, He separates you to save you. That's not rejection. That's divine love in action. You see, when you carry divine purpose, your relationships can't just be emotional. They must be spiritual. God won't allow someone into your life who will drain your faith, break your focus, or corrupt your peace. So, He starts revealing their character, their words, their patterns. The more you pray, the more you see the truth. That's how God works. The closer you get to Him, the more He exposes what doesn't belong around you. That person may have looked like a blessing, but behind the smile was a spirit that didn't match your destiny, and God saw it before you did. Sometimes God's protection comes through pain. The breakup, the betrayal, the rejection, it wasn't punishment. It was mercy. You were crying over something that would have destroyed you in the long run. That heartbreak was not the end. It was a rescue mission. God was saying, I had to let them go because their presence was delaying your breakthrough. You see, God doesn't just look at your present feelings, He looks at your future purpose. He knows that if you stay connected to the wrong person, you'll miss the right doors, the right peace, and the right destiny He prepared for you. So when He separates you, even through tears, it's because He's preparing you for something greater. He will never take away without a reason. Every loss under His control is a lesson for your protection. When God is protecting you from a bad relationship, He will silence communication. Calls stop, texts slow down, the energy fades. You start to feel distant and you can't understand why. It's because the connection is spiritually expired. God is shutting down what you keep trying to revive. That person may still exist, but their assignment in your life has ended. Don't chase what God is removing, or don't reopen a door that He closed for your peace. And when God removes someone, He doesn't always explain it. He won't send you a message saying, I'm doing this to protect you. He will simply let it happen. Because faith means trusting His hand even when you can't see His plan. He doesn't owe you an explanation when He's saving your soul. All He asks is that you trust His timing even when your heart is breaking. There are moments when you'll cry to God saying, why me? Why did they leave? Why didn't it work out? But one day, you'll look back and say, "Thank you, God, for not letting that work." You'll realize that the pain you felt was temporary, but the protection was eternal. You'll see that God saved you from something you thought you wanted to give you something you truly needed: peace, growth, and purpose. God's protection is often disguised as unanswered prayers. You prayed for that relationship to survive, but God stayed silent. You wanted Him to fix it, but instead He allowed it to break. You thought He ignored you, but He was actually shielding you. Because when you ask for His will, He will never give you what looks good but is bad for your soul. He'll let it fall apart so you can rise in strength. Sometimes God will make the other person lose interest. They'll grow distant. They'll stop caring. They'll start treating you coldly. You'll be confused. But that's God hardening their heart to make you move on because you wouldn't have left otherwise. He saw your loyalty, your effort, your hope, and He knew you deserved better. So He changes their attitude to make you see what your emotions were blinding you to. Don't chase someone who stopped valuing you. Don't beg to stay where God is pushing you to leave. When people stop treating you right, that's not just human behavior. It's divine instruction. God is saying, it's time to go. Your season here is over. And if you stay longer than you should, that pain will only deepen. But when you finally let go, you'll feel a peace that passes all understanding. When God is protecting you, He will isolate you for a season. You'll feel lonely. You'll wonder why everyone is walking away. But isolation is preparation. God separates you to heal you, to strengthen you, to rebuild your identity outside of that relationship. Because sometimes we make people our source of happiness, and God can't allow that. He will remove every false source so that you learn to depend on Him alone. When you no longer rely on others to define your worth, that's when He brings the right person. Someone who complements your purpose, not competes with it. Every tear you cried was seen. Every night you questioned was heard. God doesn't waste pain. He turns it into protection. He knew that relationship was stealing your peace, draining your spirit, and keeping you from walking in your divine calling. So He broke it not to punish you, but to set you free. Because you can't walk into a divine destiny while holding on to a toxic connection. God's protection is not only about who He removes, but also about what He prevents. There are things you'll never know He saved you from. The betrayal that never reached you, the heartbreak that never happened, the pain that never touched you because He blocked it before it came. Some relationships don't fail because of you. They fail because God intervened before destruction could begin. My friend, when God protects you, it's not rejection, it's redirection. He's saying, I have something better, something purer, something more aligned with your purpose, but I can't give it to you while you're holding on to what's wrong. Sometimes you have to lose the wrong person to find yourself again. When God protects you from a bad relationship, He is not punishing you. He is positioning you. You see, sometimes what we call rejection is actually God's redirection toward divine purpose. You might think you lost something valuable, but God sees beyond what your eyes can perceive. He knows that person was never meant to walk with you into your destiny. He knows that their presence would have slowed you down, distracted your mind, and weakened your faith. So He steps in not because He wants to break your heart, but because He wants to save your soul. When God removes, He replaces. When He subtracts, it's because multiplication is on the way. Do not mourn over who God removed. Mourn over who you would have become if He didn't. Sometimes God allows separation to preserve your character. He sees when your loyalty is being abused, when your love is being taken for granted, when your peace is being stolen in silence. And while you're still trying to hold things together, He says no more. He draws a divine line because God never allows His chosen ones to remain in environments that dishonor their value. He will create a storm just to move you from a place that looks comfortable but is spiritually dangerous. Many people misunderstand God's protection. They think protection only means keeping you from harm or physical danger. But protection also means blocking emotional destruction. It means closing doors that would have led to depression, confusion, and despair. God's protection is not always about shielding you from others. It's also about shielding you from your own desires. Sometimes your heart wants what your spirit cannot handle, and God in His mercy will deny you access to what you think you need. Because God is not moved by your emotions. He is guided by His divine plan for your life. When God loves you, He doesn't give you what you want. He gives you what you need to fulfill your purpose. And often what you need begins with loss. He will allow your heart to break so your eyes can open. He will let your comfort be disturbed so your direction can change. Because until something shakes, you will not move. Until something hurts, you will not grow. Until something ends, you will not begin again. So when God ends something, don't resist it. Thank Him because He never takes without a reason. He only removes to protect what He's building within you. There are relationships that look beautiful from the outside, but are spiritually poisonous on the inside. You see smiles, laughter, connection, but God sees manipulation, hidden pride, and ungodly motives. That's why sometimes He will allow conflict to rise unexpectedly. You'll wonder, where did this come from? But it's not random. It's divine exposure. God lets tension reveal truth. He lets discomfort expose motives. Because when someone's heart is not pure toward you, God will make sure their mask falls before it's too late. You may be hurt by what you see, but that pain is a form of protection. God never wants you to build your future with someone who doesn't have the heart to protect your peace. You can't have destiny with someone who doesn't value your spirit. That's why He will reveal the cracks before you invest more of yourself. He will make you see their true nature before you tie your destiny to their decisions. And when you finally walk away, you might feel lonely, but loneliness with God is far safer than companionship without Him. The truth is, God's protection is often misunderstood because it comes with pain. It hurts to be pulled away from something you wanted. It hurts to watch a dream dissolve. But God's protection often wears the disguise of pain because pain gets your attention faster than comfort does. If it didn't hurt, you would never let go. And if you never let go, you would never move toward the greatness He prepared for you. Pain is sometimes God's loudest protection. There's a divine reason you couldn't make that relationship work, no matter how hard you tried. You may think you failed, but what actually happened was that God succeeded. He succeeded in stopping you from settling for less than you deserve. He succeeded in blocking a bond that could have led you away from Him. He succeeded in saving your peace before it was too late. What you call a closed door, God calls a completed assignment. You were never meant to fix what was divinely meant to fall apart. When you belong to God, He becomes your personal guardian. He monitors the connections you make because He knows how powerful relationships are. The wrong connection can destroy a destiny. That's why God is selective with who stays in your life. He doesn't allow everyone access to your heart. He doesn't allow everyone to understand your spirit, because not everyone who smiles at you carries good intentions. Some people come with hidden motives, and only God can see what's behind their words. So when God starts separating you from certain people, don't chase after them. Trust that He sees what you don't. Sometimes God will let someone hurt you once, not to punish you, but to teach you to listen. He will allow that pain to open your discernment so that next time you recognize the warning signs earlier. God teaches through experience because lessons learned through tears are not easily forgotten. Every heartbreak that came under His control is a lesson that shapes your wisdom, strengthens your spirit, and draws you closer to His will. When God protects you, He does it perfectly. You might not understand the timing, but His timing is flawless. You might not see the full picture, but He does. He knows what kind of love your heart needs, and He won't allow anything less than divine alignment. The right relationship will not steal your peace. It will not drain your energy. It will not make you question your worth. The right relationship will honor God's presence in your life. And until that person comes, God will protect you from every imitation. Don't mistake loneliness for absence. God never leaves you alone when He removes someone. He fills the space with His presence. You may not see it, but He surrounds you with unseen peace. The quiet nights, the moments of silence, the tears that fall into your pillow. He's there. He's mending your heart. He's whispering strength into your soul. Because protection isn't only about what He removes, it's also about what He rebuilds inside you. When you surrender your relationships to God, you are saying, I trust you more than I trust my feelings. And that is where divine protection begins. Feelings change, people change, but God remains the same. He knows your heart, your weakness, your vulnerability, and He guards them all with divine precision. He will not let your loyalty be wasted on someone unworthy. He will not let your innocence be manipulated by someone's lies. He will not let your destiny be delayed by someone's confusion. God's love for you is too great to let you stay bound to something beneath you. There are moments when God's protection will feel like loss, but it's actually preparation. He's removing the counterfeit to make room for the genuine. He's allowing the false to fade so the true can appear. But until the right one comes, He wants you to rest in His presence. Because when you find peace with God first, no relationship will ever have the power to disturb your spirit again. Understand this. Not everyone you meet is meant to stay. Some people are divine assignments meant to teach you discernment. Others are distractions meant to test your focus. And a few are blessings meant to walk beside you in destiny. The key is to let God decide which is which. When He shows you who someone truly is, believe Him. Don't romanticize red flags. Don't justify manipulation. Don't ignore warning signs. Because what you tolerate today will torment you tomorrow. If God is removing someone from your life, don't beg for them to stay. If He's showing you their true colors, don't repaint them. Trust His vision over your emotions. God never takes away what belongs to you. He only takes away what was never meant for you. The person meant for you will not bring confusion. They will bring peace. They will align with your faith, not fight it. They will water your spirit, not drain it. That's how you'll know it's from God. There will be peace, stability, and purpose, not chaos and uncertainty. You may wonder, but why would God let me meet someone if they weren't meant to stay? Because even temporary connections serve eternal lessons. Every person you meet teaches you something about love, patience, discernment, or yourself. Some relationships come to grow your wisdom. Others come to test your boundaries. And God uses them all to shape your spirit for the future He's preparing. When God takes something from you, it is never to leave you empty. It is to prepare you for what is truly meant for you. Every closed door, every silent prayer, every ending you didn't expect is wrapped in divine intention. You might not see it right now, but one day, when your heart has healed, your mind has deepened, and your spirit has matured, you'll look back and whisper, "God, now I see why you did it your way." Because nothing that God allows is ever without purpose. Every pause, every distance, every moment of silence holds a message designed to shape your destiny. Sometimes God's protection isn't about shielding you from others, it's about saving you from yourself. He knows how easily we mistake loneliness for love, attention for care, and passion for purpose. So when you start to settle for less than what He's called you to, He steps in and redirects your path. He'll let you feel disappointment so you don't walk into destruction. He'll allow a temporary heartbreak to save you from a lifetime of pain. That's how deeply God values your destiny. He'd rather see your tears for a moment than your suffering for a lifetime. You see, love without God's guidance becomes dangerous. When emotions take control, wisdom disappears. You begin to excuse red flags, justify bad behavior, and tolerate disrespect in the name of love. But God steps in to remind you, "You are my child, not theirs. You are loved by me, not defined by them." He will shake that illusion until you wake up and remember who you are in His sight. Because when you forget your value, you become vulnerable to those who don't deserve you. God's protection restores your identity before your emotions destroy it. When God is truly protecting you, He will sometimes create what looks like chaos. But that chaos is correction. You might say, "Why is everything falling apart?" But in truth, God is dismantling everything that was built on a weak foundation. He won't let you build your peace on someone's instability. He won't let you invest in what He knows will collapse later. That breakup, that argument, that distance, it's not random. It's divine construction. God is tearing down what was wrong so He can build something right. And when He rebuilds, He does it perfectly. God never repairs what He plans to replace. If something is taken from you, it's because He has something greater in store. But before He gives it, He refines you. He molds you. He strengthens you. He purifies your heart so you never repeat the same mistake. Because a protected person is a prepared person. God doesn't just protect you from others, He prepares you to handle the blessings He's sending next. There's something sacred about the seasons after heartbreak, the quiet moments when you're alone, healing, praying, and wondering what comes next. Those are the moments when God whispers the loudest. That silence you fear is not abandonment, it's transformation. God is removing the noise so you can finally hear His voice again. Because sometimes relationships become idols. You think about that person more than you think about God. You depend on their love more than His peace. And when that happens, He removes the idol to restore your focus. He will strip away distractions to realign your spirit with His will. Do not despise solitude. Solitude is the sacred workshop of God. That's where He teaches you who you are without anyone else defining you. That's where He reveals your purpose, sharpens your discernment, and fills your heart with strength that no person can take away. Because when you know God deeply, you stop begging for love from people who cannot understand your worth. You stop chasing validation from those who don't value your presence. You begin to walk differently, calm, confident, and spiritually guarded because you know that whoever God sends next will meet you where He's leading you, not where He left you broken. When God protects you, He sometimes allows you to lose what you thought was irreplaceable to prove that He is your true sustainer. He'll show you that your peace never came from that person. It came from Him. Your joy never depended on them. It flowed from His grace. And once you learn that truth, you become unshakable. You no longer fear who leaves because you know who remains. You no longer depend on temporary people because you're anchored in eternal protection. God will not let the wrong person love you easily. He will let it be uncomfortable. He will let it be confusing. He will let it be unstable until you realize this isn't peace. This isn't God. Because real love, the kind that comes from divine alignment, will never require you to lose yourself, respect to keep it. It will never make you question your value, silence your truth, or suppress your spirit. That's how you'll know the difference between a distraction and a destiny. Distractions pull you away from God. Destiny draws you closer to Him. So when everything starts falling apart, thank God instead of blaming Him. Because the moment He removes what's wrong, He's already preparing what's right. The right relationship will never force you to choose between your peace and your love. The right person will not compete with God's presence. They will reflect it. They will carry peace in their words, gentleness in their actions, and wisdom in their heart. And you will know not by emotion, but by confirmation deep within your spirit that this connection was sent by God. Many times people ask, how do I know if God is protecting me from someone? The answer is simple. Look at what happens to your spirit when you're around them. If you feel drained, anxious, insecure, or distant from God, that's not love. It's bondage. Real love should draw you closer to peace, not pull you into confusion. God's presence brings clarity, not chaos. So when confusion becomes constant, take it as a divine warning. The heart of peace is the language of God. Another sign that God is protecting you from a bad relationship is when He exposes your own weaknesses through it. Sometimes He uses pain not to punish you, but to purify you. That relationship showed you how much you were willing to compromise, how quickly you ignored the truth, how easily you trusted words over actions. But instead of condemning you, God used that experience to open your eyes. He showed you what needed healing inside of you. Because before He gives you the right person, He heals the version of you that accepted less than you deserve. When God protects, He not only blocks, He builds. He builds wisdom where there was naivety. He builds boundaries where there was fear. He builds faith where there was dependence. Every tear becomes a lesson. Every disappointment becomes direction. Every rejection becomes redirection. This is how God transforms pain into power. He will never let a wound go to waste if you place it in His hands. You might think your best days are behind you, but God says, I am just beginning. The pain that tried to break you will become the platform that builds you. The heartbreak that almost destroyed you will become the testimony that strengthens you. Because when God restores, He doesn't give you back what you lost. He gives you better than what you asked for. He will send peace that doesn't need proof. He will send love that doesn't demand compromise. He will send purpose that no man or woman can block. So don't be afraid of endings. Every ending written by God leads to a better beginning. You're not falling apart. You're being rebuilt. You're not being punished. You're being promoted. God removes what cannot grow with you so He can replace it with what will sustain you. And when the right season arrives, you won't have to chase it. It will align effortlessly because divine order never needs force. Sometimes you must go through a season of heartbreak to learn the value of peace. You have to walk through disappointment to recognize divine timing. You have to experience betrayal to learn the strength of discernment. Every spiritual warrior has been broken before being rebuilt. Every chosen soul has walked through darkness before stepping into divine light. That's how God matures your spirit, through experience, through pain, through trust. So if you are in a season where God has taken someone away, do not despair. It's not over. He's protecting you, healing you, and preparing something greater. You may not understand it now, but one day you'll look back and see how every delay, every detour, and every disappointment was a part of His perfect protection. You'll see how the things you begged Him to fix were actually the things He broke to save you. Keep your heart surrendered, no. Keep your spirit open, Korwal. Keep your trust in God unshaken, because His protection never fails. What He blocks, He blesses later in a better way. What He removes, He replaces with peace. What He ends, He transforms into wisdom. Let the world misunderstand you. Let people walk away. Let seasons change. None of it can touch the soul protected by God. He will never allow what is meant to destroy you to stay near you. And the day will come when you realize the most painful goodbye was actually the most divine rescue of your life. Because when God protects, He doesn't just save you from heartbreak. He saves you for destiny. Sometimes the greatest protection God gives you is silence. When you pray for a sign and all you hear is quiet, when you cry out for clarity, but the heavens seem still, it does not mean that God has abandoned you. It means God is working behind the scenes in ways your eyes cannot see and your heart cannot yet understand. Many people confuse silence for absence, but the truth is silence is often God's shield. When God is quiet, He is not ignoring you. He is blocking the wrong voices, closing the wrong doors, and protecting your spirit from hearing things that could lead you astray. His silence is not rejection. It is redirection. It is the language of divine protection. If God let you see everything He protected you from, you would fall to your knees in gratitude. You would realize that every heartbreak you thought destroyed you was saving you. Every unanswered prayer was mercy in disguise. Every rejection you felt was divine preservation. Because when you are connected to God, no pain is wasted. Even your tears carry purpose. Even your loneliness has meaning. God allows temporary pain to save you from lifelong destruction. He lets certain people walk away so your soul can breathe again. He lets doors close so your heart can heal. He allows separation not because you are unworthy of love, but because you are worthy of peace. God knows the danger of being tied to someone who is not meant for you. Some people look good on the outside, but their spirit carries chaos. Their words sound sweet, but their intentions are poison. They appear loving, but they are draining your purpose. And so God steps in. He interrupts what you thought was perfect. He breaks connections you were about to depend on. He removes the comfort that was keeping you in the wrong place. Because when you are chosen by God, you cannot settle for what is less than His divine plan. You cannot build your life around something He did not approve. One of the most powerful signs that God is protecting you from a bad relationship is confusion. When you are in constant emotional warfare, one day you feel loved, the next day you feel lost. When your peace feels unstable and your heart feels heavy, it is not love. It is a warning. God is not the author of confusion. Wherever confusion reigns, the Spirit of God withdraws. If you keep trying to make sense of someone's behavior and your heart keeps whispering that something is wrong, do not silence that voice. That voice is not fear. It is divine discernment. God gives you an inner alarm to protect you from emotional destruction. Do not ignore it just because your feelings are involved. When God is protecting you, He will strip away your comfort to reveal your clarity. He will let you feel the weight of disappointment so that your dependence shifts from people to Him. Sometimes you must lose the one you wanted to learn the value of the one who sustains you. That heartbreak you are healing from, it was not punishment. It was purification. It was God washing away what could not walk with you into the next chapter. Some relationships are not destroyed by people. They are dismantled by divine intervention because God saw what you refused to see. He saw the manipulation behind the affection, the lies behind the smiles, and the danger behind the promises. When God protects you, He will often make you feel like you are being delayed. You will wonder why it's taking so long to meet the right person. You will question why everyone else seems happy while you wait alone. But God delays not to deny you. He delays to prepare you. He is not keeping love from you. He is keeping destruction from you. If you rush what God wants to perfect, you will end up settling for what was meant to teach you, not keep you. Wait for the one God sends, because when it's from Him, you won't have to chase it, force it, or fix it. It will simply fit. And let me tell you this truth. When you belong to God, He will not let the wrong person have access to your peace. You may fall for them, but He will not let your soul stay tied to them. You may cry, but He will not let your destiny be contaminated. He will pull you out no matter how deep you've gone, because your calling is greater than your craving. God knows that a wrong relationship can delay a right destiny. He knows that emotional bondage can destroy spiritual growth. And so, out of mercy, He will separate you from anyone who threatens your purpose, no matter how much you think you love them. Many times people mistake heartbreak for loss. But heartbreak is often divine protection disguised as pain. That rejection was not the enemy winning. It was God rescuing. That silence was not neglect. It was God's strategy. That goodbye was not abandonment. It was divine release. Because when you are meant for something higher, God will not allow you to remain where His favor cannot flow. You are not being punished. You are being preserved. God removes what you think you need so He can give you what will truly feed your soul. There are also times when God will expose the hidden darkness within someone before it destroys you. You will suddenly see their true nature. The lies will surface. The manipulation will come to light, and their real intentions will unfold. That exposure may break your heart, but it will save your life. Because truth, no matter how painful, is always better than deception. God will allow someone's mask to fall, not to humiliate them, but to liberate you. So when people reveal who they truly are, thank God not for the heartbreak, but for the revelation. God will not always whisper in your ear. Sometimes He will shake your world. He will disturb your comfort so He can deliver you from danger. You may ask, why did God let me go through that? But later you'll understand, it wasn't to destroy you, it was to define you. He let you experience heartbreak so you would recognize fake love when you see it. He let you be disappointed so you would stop giving your heart to people who don't value it. He let you be alone so you would learn that peace with God is better than chaos with company. And when you finally heal, you will realize that God never took anything from you. He only took what was taking you away from Him. That person who walked away didn't reject you. They released you. That door that closed didn't block your blessing. It redirected your destiny. Every time you felt abandoned, God was guiding you. Every tear you cried was watering the soil of your future. Every lonely night was building your strength. Because divine protection doesn't always show itself in what you see. It lives in the peace that follows the storm, in the strength that rises from your weakness, and in the wisdom that only waiting can give. So when rejection cuts deep, tell your heart, God is shielding me. When loneliness surrounds you, say, God is keeping me. When you feel forgotten, remind yourself, God is preparing me for more. The pain that once tried to destroy you is often the same pain God uses to rebuild you. The silence that once felt unbearable becomes the space where God speaks direction. The loss that once broke your spirit becomes the key that sets you free. Keep trusting His timing. Keep leaning on His wisdom. Keep surrendering to His plan. Because when God protects you from the wrong person, He's not just guarding your heart, He's guiding your destiny. And one day, you'll look back and see that nothing was falling apart. It was all being perfectly arranged by a God who loves you, knows you, and never once forgot you. My friends, there comes a sacred moment in every life when the voice of God cuts through the noise and shakes the core of your understanding. And today that same voice speaks with clarity and power. God says, stop looking for a job, not because He wants you to stay still, nor because He desires for you to drift without purpose, but because He is summoning you to something greater, a divine mission, a higher calling, a life sustained not by the systems of man, but by the abundance of God. This word is not for the comfortable. It's for the weary ones, the ones who are tired of chasing doors that refuse to open, exhausted from waiting for chances that were never meant for them. It's for those who have reached the end of their striving and are ready to finally listen to heaven's direction. There are many right now moving from job to job, company to company, applying, hoping, praying, yet meeting rejection after rejection. They feel unseen. They feel unworthy. They feel small. But God whispers, I never created you to be employed by man. I created you to be deployed by me. There is a divine difference between employment and deployment. Employment ties you to the systems of this world. Deployment connects you to the purpose of heaven. Employment can be taken from you with one signature, but deployment is sealed by the hand of God. When God deploys you, no boss can fire you, no economy can block you, and no rejection can define you. Some of you have been praying, God, please give me a job. But heaven has been waiting for you to change your prayer to God, show me my purpose. Because a job gives you income, but purpose gives you provision. A job gives you salary, but purpose releases destiny. God never said you were born to look for a job. He said you were created to bring light, to carry power, to manifest His wisdom in the earth. When God created the birds, He didn't give them a job. He gave them flight. When God created the fish, He didn't give them employment. He gave them water to dominate. And when God created you, He didn't give you an office. He gave you a calling. You were not made to live under the control of men, but under the guidance of God. Listen closely. There are moments when God shuts doors that look like opportunities because He wants to redirect you toward divine assignments. You think the rejection letter was failure, but God says it was protection. You think losing that interview was the end, but God says it was the beginning of something only He can open. Sometimes God says don't look for a job because He wants you to stop chasing titles and start discovering purpose. The system of man will tell you find a career. But God says find your calling. The world says get busy. God says be still and listen. The world says hustle. God says trust me. When God tells you not to look for a job, He's not telling you to be lazy. He's telling you to shift your focus. He's calling you out of man-made systems into divine provision. He's saying, stop begging for tables where I never wanted you to sit. Stop applying for positions that don't match your anointing. Stop reducing yourself to survive when I called you to lead. You see, the reason you feel frustrated in certain environments is because you were never designed to fit there. The reason your spirit feels restless working under certain people is because your soul knows you're not called to serve their vision. You're called to fulfill God's call. That's why you can't sleep at night. That's why you feel something stirring within. It's God saying, I have more for you. The truth is, many people are trapped in jobs they hate because they've confused income with destiny. But let me tell you, just because something pays you doesn't mean it fulfills you. Just because something looks stable doesn't mean it's spiritual. Some of the greatest prisons are built out of paychecks. You can have a salary and still be starving spiritually. You can have benefits and still be broken inside. But when God becomes your source, you move beyond the limits of me. You stop waiting for the world to validate you, because heaven has already approved you. There's a reason God led you into seasons of waiting, because He was training your dependence. If He gave you the job you wanted too soon, you would have thought man was your provider. But God is teaching you to trust Him in the wilderness before He sends you into the promised land. He's showing you that your survival is not connected to a paycheck, but to His promise. God said, don't look for a job, look for me, seek me, and I will show you the work you were born to do. You see, when God becomes your employer, your assignments change. You don't work for applause. You work for purpose. You don't chase promotions. You chase obedience. You don't count hours. You count impact. The reward may not come on the 30th of every month, but it will come in due time, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. When you serve God's purpose, He becomes your paymaster, and He never delays the rewards of the faithful. Look back through history. Every person who walked with God had to walk away from something comfortable. Abraham left his father's house. Moses left Pharaoh's palace. Joseph left prison to run a nation. And they all had one thing in common. They didn't have a job. They had a calling. God doesn't call you to security. He calls you to destiny. He doesn't call you to be comfortable. He calls you to be impactful. When He says, don't look for a job, He's saying, stop living by sight and start walking by faith. Because faith is the only currency heaven recognizes. Sometimes God will dry up every opportunity so that you have no choice but to depend on Him. You'll send out hundreds of applications and hear nothing because God wants you to apply for His assignment, not man's employment. He's trying to awaken something greater within you. The builder, the creator, the leader, the giver, the voice. You were not made to just survive in someone else's system. You were created to build systems that glorify God. You carry an idea, a vision, a gift, a message that this world needs. But as long as you're busy searching for a job, you'll never have time to search for the seed of greatness inside you. God doesn't want you to look for a job. He wants you to look inward to the treasure He already placed within. Inside you is the skill that can feed nations. Inside you is the wisdom that can create opportunities. Inside you is the faith that can open doors no man can shut. But the problem is many people bury their gifts while begging for wages. They pray for open doors, but ignore the open heavens. They seek employment when God has already released empowerment. My friend, you don't need to be hired to be useful. You don't need an office to have authority. You don't need a title to make an impact. What you need is alignment with God's will. Because when you walk in alignment, doors open by themselves. People begin to notice your light. Resources start chasing you. Favor follows you like a shadow. You don't chase blessings. Blessings chase you. When you walk with God, you become the opportunity others are looking for. Think about it. God fed Elijah through ravens, not through a company. God sustained Israel with manna, not with salaries. God provided water from a rock, not from a system. When He says, don't look for a job, He's reminding you that He can use anything, anyone, any moment to sustain you. You are not limited by the economy. You are governed by heaven's economy. God is not waiting for inflation to drop to bless you. He's not waiting for a job market to improve, to lift you. He can bless you in famine, promote you in obscurity, and elevate you when the world least expects it. But you must dare to believe. You must stop seeing yourself as a beggar and start seeing yourself as a carrier of divine purpose. You must stop looking down and start looking up. Because when God is your source, you never run dry. Even when others panic, you'll have peace. Even when others lose, you'll increase. Even when others fight for positions, you'll rest in provision. God is not telling you to stop working. He's telling you to start walking, walking by faith, walking in purpose, walking in obedience. There are moments when you will have to choose between comfort and calling. God will ask you to step away from what seems secure so He can lead you into what is supernatural. You might have to let go of that job, that plan, that structure, because God is about to build something new through you. You might feel afraid, but remember, when God is your employer, every day becomes an opportunity to serve eternity. You might not get a human paycheck, but you will receive divine provision. You might not clock in and out, but you will walk in power and peace. And to the one listening who says, "But I need money to survive," God says, "I am your provider." He clothed the lilies, He feeds the birds, and He will not forget you. God's provision doesn't come through man's permission. He will raise up strangers to help you. He will send resources from unexpected places. He will open doors that no human could plan. That's why He's saying, don't look for a job, look for me. Because when you find Him, everything else will follow. Some of you are sitting on ideas that could transform your lives, but fear has kept you tied to smallness. God is saying, stop looking for employment and start building what I showed you in secret. Maybe He told you to start that business, to write that book, to speak that message, to plant that seed, but you ignored it because you thought, I need a job first. No, you need obedience first. The provision is already tied to the instruction. God never funds confusion. He funds calling. The moment you move in obedience, doors will appear where there were walls. There is someone right now listening who has been wondering why nothing seems to work, why every door keeps closing, why every interview ends in silence. It's because you are applying for a life God never designed for you. You are trying to fit into a system God is trying to pull you out of. Stop forcing what God is freeing you from. Stop fighting to be accepted by people God is separating you from. Stop chasing what's beneath your calling. God is saying, if you stop looking for a job, I will show you your assignment. Do you understand what happens when you surrender your plans to God? He multiplies what you surrender. When you let go of your idea of success, He replaces it with significance. When you stop chasing provision, He brings it to you. He said, "Seek first my kingdom, and all these things shall be added unto you." That means if you get the order right, God first, everything else follows. But if you chase everything else first, you'll keep running forever. The reason many people never experience true peace is because they are serving the wrong master. They're loyal to corporations, but disloyal to their Creator. They wake up early for work, but never wake up early for prayer. They give their best energy to companies that would replace them in a day, but give their leftover time to God who sustains them daily. And yet they wonder why life feels empty. God is saying, stop serving man as your master. Let me be your source again. When God says, don't look for a job, He's not denying your need. He's redefining your source. He's saying you don't need to look for survival. You need to look for purpose. Because where there is purpose, there is provision. He will never send you into a place He has not already supplied. You will not need to beg. You will need to believe. You will not need to compete. You will need to cooperate with His plan. Every delay, every rejection, every disappointment is a sign that God is redirecting you towards something eternal. When God said, don't look for a job, He wasn't rejecting work. He was redefining how you see work. He was saying work for purpose, not for payment. Work for impact, not for image. Because when you work for purpose, you cannot fail. When you work for impact, your rewards outlive you. The world teaches you to chase positions, but God teaches you to chase purpose. The world teaches you to depend on bosses, but God teaches you to depend on His power. The world says, get hired. God says, get assigned. Every time you run after approval from people, you step away from alignment with God. And alignment with God is where the oil flows. The oil of wisdom, the oil of creativity, the oil of prosperity that doesn't dry up and drop. Listen, there are some people who think success means working under bright lights in tall buildings, wearing fancy clothes, answering to important names. But God can raise you higher from the dust than the world can from a desk. He can take you from hidden places and cause kings to seek your counsel. He can make your gifts so visible that the same people who once ignored you will one day honor you. You don't need to chase visibility when God Himself becomes your voice. You don't need to chase validation when heaven already recognizes your name. When God is your source, He builds platforms that man cannot remove. You may start small, but nothing stays small in the hands of God. Some of you are in a season where everything seems uncertain. No job, no income, no direction. But that's not punishment. It's preparation. God often strips away human support so you can finally realize who your true provider is. He brings you to a place where your only option is faith, because that's where miracles are born. That's where you stop living by sight and start living by trust. That's where you say, God, I don't see the way, but I know you are the way. And in that place, the impossible becomes normal. God never asks you to stop looking for a job to leave you empty. He asks so He can fill you with something greater: purpose, vision, divine creativity, and unstoppable faith. You see, work was never the problem. The problem is when work replaces worship. The problem is when you put more faith in your paycheck than in your prayer life. The problem is when you believe your employer more than your Creator. God is saying, I want your heart before I give you the harvest. I want your trust before I give you the treasure. And that's why he says, don't look for a job, because he doesn't want your focus divided. He wants your dependence undivided. He doesn't want you chasing the fruit and forgetting the root. He is the root. Every good thing grows from him. There are divine seasons when God will call you to step out from everything familiar. He will remove the safety nets, the backup plans, the predictable paths, not to harm you, but to strengthen you. Because faith only grows when comfort dies. The more you cling to man-made security, the less room you leave for God's miracles. So he breaks the routine. He interrupts the plan. He closes the door you thought was yours. And in that confusion, he whispers, trust me. Because when your plan fails, his plan begins. When God says, don't look for a job, he is telling you to stop running in circles of desperation and start walking in circles of revelation. He's saying, stop asking for doors and start creating them. You carry something divine, a gift, a vision, an idea, and until you activate it, you'll feel restless. The frustration you feel right now is not a curse. It's a signal. It's God stirring the seed of purpose inside you. It's the discomfort of destiny pushing you to rise. You can't sleep peacefully because your spirit knows you were made for more than a paycheck. You were made to represent God's glory in your generation. And hear me? There are people around you who won't understand this. They'll say, why don't you just get a job like everyone else? They'll think you're wasting time being unrealistic. But you're not disobedient. You're divinely led. You're not lazy. You're being prepared. When God separates you from the crowd, it's because he's setting you apart for something sacred. Ordinary minds will never understand extraordinary callings. So don't expect people to applaud what God hasn't revealed to them. Keep your focus. Stay in prayer. Let your silence be your discipline and your faith be your proof. Many of you are waiting for a door to open, but the truth is God is waiting for you to move. He already placed the key inside you. You're not waiting for opportunity. Opportunity is waiting for your obedience. You're not waiting for favor. Favor is waiting for your movement. The moment you decide to act on what God placed within, heaven will align everything around you. Resources will appear. Helpers will arise. Time will bend. Everything you need will be drawn to you because obedience magnetizes provision. Never overlook the strength hidden in small beginnings. God reminds us, do not despise the day of small things. It means that even if all you have is faith, it's already enough. Even if your hands hold nothing, your heart carries the seeds of divine greatness. Begin right where you are, using what's already within your reach. When you act on what's in your hand, God responds by releasing what's in His. He doesn't bless daydreams. He blesses movement. Faith that stands still makes noise. Faith that steps forward makes impact. There's something holy about letting go. When you stop mapping every outcome and start trusting every step, God begins to move in ways that leave you speechless. He opens one door only to reveal another beyond it. He aligns you with people you never imagined meeting. He transforms closed chapters into living testimonies. That is the beauty of walking with the unseen hand of God. He never forgets the ones who depend on Him completely. He never leaves the ones who choose obedience over logic. Some of you are afraid of stepping out because you fear failure. But what if I told you failure in God's eyes is not falling? It's refusing to move. Failure is not trying something and losing. Failure is hearing God's call and ignoring it. God doesn't expect perfection. He expects faith. And faith means moving even when the path isn't clear. It means trusting that if God told you to stop looking for a job, He already prepared something that fits your hands perfectly. It means believing that your future is already finished in His design. When you stop chasing jobs and start chasing God's will, you enter a new rhythm, the rhythm of divine timing. You'll begin to notice how things align without effort. You'll meet the right people at the right time. You'll hear a voice in your spirit saying, "This is the way." You'll see signs confirming you're on the right path. That's the beauty of divine direction. It requires less striving and more listening. You stop running after life and life begins to run after you. Let me tell you something powerful. When God gives you an assignment, it comes with its own economy. That means whatever God asks you to do, He has already provided for it. If He calls you to start something, the resources are already waiting. If He tells you to build something, the hands to help you are already in motion. You won't have to force it. You'll just flow with it. That's how you know it's from God. It grows naturally, peacefully, and powerfully. Sometimes you'll walk through seasons that make no sense. The money won't add up, the path won't be clear, and people won't support you. But that's where God proves Himself most faithful. He provides in the dark what He promised in the light. He multiplies what others overlook. He hides treasures in your trials. And when it's all done, you'll realize why He said, "Don't look for a job." Because what He had for you was not employment. It was empowerment. Not a paycheck, but purpose. Not survival, but significance. Some of you have been praying for change, but God is waiting for your courage. He's waiting for you to stop asking how and start saying yes. Because when your yes is genuine, God's power is immediate. He doesn't move when you understand. He moves when you obey. Understanding comes after obedience. Miracles come after movement. Breakthroughs come after surrender. And in that surrender, you'll find peace that this world can never give. God doesn't want you tied to systems that can control you. He wants you free spiritually, mentally, and financially. He wants you to reach a point where no man can threaten your peace, where no job can dictate your joy, where no employer can hold your destiny hostage. That's what He's doing when He says, "Don't look for a job." He's breaking the chains of dependence on men so He can establish your dependence on Him alone. Remember this: every time God takes something from your hands, it's because He's about to fill them with something better. Don't mourn over what's gone. Celebrate what's coming. Don't cry over closed doors. Rejoice over divine direction. What's ahead is greater than what's behind. What's unseen is stronger than what's visible. What's being prepared is bigger than what's been postponed. Trust the hand that wrote your destiny before you were even born. You were not created to live like everyone else. You were created to live by faith, guided by purpose, powered by God. You were not designed to chase jobs. You were designed to create impact. You were not made to blend in. You were made to stand out. That's why God is calling you out of comfort zones, out of fear, out of small thinking. He's saying, "Rise because I placed greatness inside you. Stop looking for work when I already placed my work in your spirit." The time has come for you to shift from employee mentality to divine stewardship. You don't need an organization to authorize your assignment. You don't need a boss to validate your calling. You already have the highest endorsement, God's. When He calls you, He equips you. When He equips you, He sustains you. And when He sustains you, no system on earth can stop you. You are walking proof that God can take the unseen and make it unstoppable. When God says don't look for a job, He is not dismissing your effort, He is redirecting your energy. He is saying stop searching for man's system to sustain you and start seeking my system to position you. God never intended for His children to be dependent on human approval or worldly provision. He designed you to operate under divine guidance fueled by faith, not fear. When you work under man, you receive wages, but when you work under God, you receive wonders. That is why some of you feel uncomfortable in certain places, because your spirit knows it wasn't built to beg. It was built to build. You are not called to be a follower of trends, but a founder of divine transformation. When God places a vision inside you, He also places the power to bring it to life. You might not see the full picture, but every step you take in faith is forming it. God doesn't show you the entire road. He gives you enough light for the next step. Why? Because He wants you to rely on Him daily. If He revealed everything at once, you would no longer need faith. But God thrives in the unknown. He works in silence. He molds you when no one is watching. That's why He says, don't look for a job, because while you're searching for an occupation, He's forming your transformation. He's preparing you for something that can't be measured in hours or salaries, but in impact, legacy, and eternal value. Many people wake up every day to chase survival, but God is calling you to chase significance. The difference between the two is purpose. Survival says, what can I get? Purpose says, what can I give? Survival works for money. Purpose works for meaning. And God never designed His people to live a life of endless labor without fulfillment. He wants you to wake up every morning knowing that your work matters to eternity. When He says, don't look for a job, He's saying, stop trying to fit into man's mold when I've already made you in my image. You carry divine creativity, divine intelligence, divine ability. Everything you need to fulfill your purpose is already within you. There are seasons when God will remove all external supports just to prove that He alone is enough. You might lose people, opportunities, and connections, but what you'll gain is divine dependence. You'll begin to realize that even if the world closes its doors, God's hand remains open. When one source dries up, another one flows. When one system fails, God creates a new one. The same power that commands the winds and parts the seas is guiding your life. You are never without direction. You are simply in transition. So when God says don't look for a job, He's saying don't panic in the in-between. Trust the process, because where there seems to be nothing, I am already doing something. You see, God doesn't call you to rely on sight. He calls you to rely on spirit. The moment you start living by what you see, fear takes over. But the moment you start living by what you believe, peace takes over. You can't walk in divine purpose while fearing lack. You can't hear God's direction while worrying about man's rejection. When your heart is anchored in God, you stop chasing temporary positions and start walking in permanent purpose. God's plans don't expire. His calling doesn't depend on a company or a contract. His promise stands regardless of your status. That's why you must never allow your current condition to define your destiny. You may not have a job, but you have something greater: God's favor, God's word, God's plan. And hear this truth: every delay is divine strategy. When nothing seems to be moving, God is rearranging everything behind the scenes. He's not ignoring your prayers. He's answering them in ways you can't yet see. He's not holding back blessings. He's positioning you to handle them. If He gave you everything too soon, it would crush you. So He says, wait, not because He's punishing you, but because He's protecting you. He's strengthening your faith so that when the blessing comes, you won't bow to it. You'll use it for His glory. That's the heart of divine preparation. You may be thinking, but how will I survive? God says, I am your survival. You may ask, who will help me? God says, I am your helper. You may say, where will I go? God says, I have already gone before you. When you put God first, every uncertainty becomes an opportunity for His power to manifest. The same God who fed the hungry with manna, who brought water from a dry rock, who sustained prophets in the wilderness, that same God is still working today. He doesn't need a system to sustain you. He doesn't need an economy to bless you. He is the source, not a supplement. When God tells you not to look for a job, He's actually telling you to discover your gift. Because your gift is the channel through which He releases your provision. The world might give you positions, but only God gives you purpose. And purpose never runs out. The gift He placed in you was not meant to be hidden in fear or buried under the opinions of others and need. It was meant to shine. It was meant to create change. You don't need to look for permission to use it. God already gave you authority. Stop asking men to validate what God has already confirmed. There are people who spend years chasing what they think is stability, only to wake up one day realizing they traded their destiny for comfort. Don't let that be you. God didn't call you to live a predictable life. He called you to live a purposeful one. Predictability belongs to systems. Miracles belong to God. If you want to see His power, you must step into uncertainty. You must dare to trust Him beyond logic. Because faith is not safe. It's sacred. It takes courage to step away from the known and walk into the unseen. But when you do, you'll find out that the unseen is where God does His best work. Stop fearing the unknown. It's where God hides His greatest treasures. Stop fearing silence. It's where God speaks the loudest. Stop fearing emptiness. It's where God fills you. Every time you think you've lost something, God is making space for something better. Every time you think you've been set back, God is setting you up. Your life is not random. It's divinely arranged. Every delay has meaning. Every detour has purpose. Every disappointment has divine design. God wastes nothing. You may think you're unemployed, but you're actually in training. You may think you're lost, but you're being led. You may think you've been forgotten, but heaven is preparing your moment. There is a reason God told you not to look for a job, because He doesn't want you to miss His voice while chasing man's offer. He's calling you to build, to write, to lead, to serve in ways that glorify Him directly. What's coming for you doesn't require an application. It requires alignment. When you walk with God, you realize that every step is sacred. Even the still moments carry purpose. The waiting seasons are not wasted seasons. The unseen growth is still growth. God measures progress differently than the world. The world counts results. God counts obedience. The world values speed. God values surrender. The world celebrates titles. God celebrates trust. That's why He sometimes withholds opportunities not to punish you, but to protect your purity of purpose. Because what He's building in you must be stronger than what He's giving to you. God's way of promoting you doesn't always look glamorous. Sometimes promotion looks like obscurity. Sometimes it looks like starting from scratch. Sometimes it looks like losing everything only to realize that you've gained what truly matters. Dependence on God. The less you depend on people, the more you discover the abundance of His presence. That's where peace flows from. That's where purpose awakens. That's where provision multiplies. Let me remind you, when you depend on God, you never truly lack. Even in your lowest moment, you are still rich in potential. Even when the account is empty, your spirit is full of ideas. Even when the door's closed, heaven is still open. That is why you cannot give up now. You cannot settle for ordinary when you serve an extraordinary God. You cannot lower your dreams to fit human understanding. The very fact that you are alive means God is not finished with you. He still has chapters to write, blessings to release, people to reach through you. So when God says don't look for a job, He's not saying do nothing. He's saying do what I placed in you. If you can cook, start feeding others with excellence. If you can teach, start teaching truth. If you can build, build with purpose. If you can write, let your words carry power. If you can speak, let your voice bring healing. Whatever is in your hands, use it. Because when you use it for God, He multiplies it. When you move in faith, He moves in favor. You don't need to wait for the perfect time. The time is now. God is calling you to operate as a vessel of His abundance. He's saying, stop waiting to be chosen by man. I already chose you. You were chosen before you were even aware of your potential. You were set apart for something sacred. The world may not see it yet, but heaven already knows it. Every hidden seed will bloom in divine timing. Every silent effort will echo in eternity. Every act of faith will bear fruit in due season. So, my friend, lift your head. Do not bow to fear. Do not settle for what's safe. Do not chase temporary comfort. When you walk with God, you are never empty-handed. He will provide streams in the desert, favor in the famine, and light in the darkness. Your job may end, but your purpose will not. Your income may change, but your source remains the same. When you finally understand that, peace will replace panic, and confidence will replace confusion. You'll walk not as one who's looking for something to do, but as one who's already carrying something to deliver. Because God did not send you into this world to fill a position. He sent you to fulfill a purpose. And until that purpose is complete, nothing can stop you. Not delay, not rejection, not uncertainty. Every path that looks blocked is only a bend in God's design. Every no from man is a yes from heaven in disguise. God's word over your life is final. No rejection letter, no job loss, no missed opportunity can erase what He has written. So don't look for a job, look for God's hand. Don't seek employment, seek empowerment. Don't chase provision, chase purpose. Because when you seek God first, everything else will follow. Your life is not about earning, it's about expressing. It's not about status, it's about service. And it's not about being known by the world, it's about being used by God. So stop begging for the crumbs of this world when God has already written your name on a divine inheritance. Stop chasing what is fading and start building what is eternal. You are not meant to be a servant of men. You are meant to be a servant of God. You were not designed to live by salary. You were called to live by assignment. The moment you align with the voice of God, your provision will chase you. Your favor will follow you. Your peace will surround you. The same God who fed the birds without them clocking in to work The same God who clothed the flowers without them spinning or toiling is the same God who will provide for you when you obey His voice and walk by faith, not by sight. Do not look for a job. Look for the reason you were born. Look for that spark in your soul that God planted before you even took your first breath. God is saying, you are not an employee. You are an ambassador of my will on earth. Wherever you go, carry that identity. Speak with that authority. Live with that conviction. When you wake up each morning, don't ask, where will I work? Ask God, how will you work through me today? Because when God begins to work through you, doors that never existed will appear. Opportunities that were impossible will manifest. People will be drawn to your light, not because of who you are, but because of who sent you. So as you leave this moment, my friend, hold this truth close to your heart. When God said, don't chase a job, He wasn't closing a door, He was opening your eyes to seek Him first. He was inviting you to rise in faith, to think beyond limits, to trust beyond logic. He was showing you that your purpose doesn't live in titles or offices, but in His presence. Stay steady. Stay surrendered. Stay strong. Because when you walk with God, rejection becomes redirection. Every closed door becomes a bridge to something better. Every delay becomes divine strategy. Lift your spirit high because God Himself is your provider. His promise is your paycheck. His will is your assignment. His glory is your reward. Step forward with courage into what He has already prepared for you. The world may not see it, systems may not approve it, but heaven has already confirmed it. God has declared it. And when God declares, it stands forever. There come seasons in life when it feels as though heaven has fallen silent. You've prayed with faith, waited with hope, believed with all your heart, and yet nothing seems to shift. The months turn into years. Doors stay closed. Opportunities slip through your fingers. You've wept until your strength ran dry, wondering if God still sees you at all. But listen closely. Silence from God is not separation from God. A delay from heaven is not a denial from heaven. When God seems quiet, it isn't neglect, it's preparation. He is crafting something so extraordinary it will leave you speechless. His timing is never hurried, never missed, and never mistaken. It is perfectly stitched into the divine pattern of your purpose. Sometimes God waits until every other option around you has failed, so that when He moves, there will be no confusion about who deserves the glory. You see, if things happened when you wanted them to, you might have thought it was your skill, your plan, or your wisdom that made it work. But when God waits until it's impossible, until it looks hopeless, until your back is against the wall, when He finally moves, it will be undeniable that it was God and God alone who brought the breakthrough. There's a reason some doors have stayed closed. There's a reason some relationships ended. There's a reason your plans didn't unfold the way you imagined. God was protecting you from things you couldn't see. He was holding you back from paths that would have destroyed you. You thought the delay was punishment, but it was preparation. You thought the silence meant abandonment, but it was divine positioning. God has been shaping your heart in the waiting, refining your character, strengthening your faith, and teaching you to depend not on your own strength, but on His perfect will. And when God finally decides that it's time, nothing and no one will be able to stop what He has ordained. The same people who doubted you will have to watch as God lifts you up. The same doors that were once locked will swing wide open. The very situation that brought you pain will become the very stage upon which God displays His power. When His timing arrives, it won't just be a small blessing, It will be a flood of favor, a breakthrough so powerful that it will move you to tears. You'll weep not because of sorrow, but because of awe. You'll cry not because of pain, but because of overwhelming gratitude. Some of you have been walking through a dark season. You've been carrying heavy burdens, waiting for answers that never seem to come. You've asked God, when will things change? When will my prayer be answered? When will I see the fruit of all this waiting? But what you didn't realize is that while you were waiting on God, God was working on you. Every tear you shed, every moment you wanted to give up, He saw it. He counted them and He used them. God has been writing a story far greater than what you could imagine. And when it unfolds, you'll look back and say, now I understand why I had to wait. When God's timing arrives, it often comes suddenly. One day it seems like nothing is happening, and the next everything shifts. That's how God works. He prepares in silence and moves in power. Just like the seed hidden beneath the soil, unseen for months, growing roots before it breaks through the surface. Your life is in that hidden stage. Right now, the growth is happening underground where no one can see it. But soon, the world will see what God has been cultivating in private. And when that moment comes, it will be too big to contain. God's timing is about to make you cry. Not from heartbreak, but from the overwhelming realization that He never forgot you. You will cry because you'll realize He was always on time. Every delay had a purpose. Every disappointment was a setup for something greater. Every closed door was redirecting you to the right one. You will cry because you'll finally understand that what looked like loss was actually love. God's love keeping you from settling for less than what He had planned. Some of you are on the edge of that divine timing right now. You can feel something shifting even if you can't see it yet. Doors are aligning. Opportunities are being prepared. Hearts are being moved. God is setting the stage for a miracle that will make sense of everything you've endured. That pain wasn't wasted. That waiting wasn't for nothing. Every lonely night, every unanswered prayer, every moment of confusion, it was all building toward the moment God steps in and says, now. And when that now comes, you won't have to fight for it. You won't have to chase it. The blessing will find you. The right people will appear. The resources will flow. The peace will return. And you will stand there trembling not from fear, but from holy awe, realizing that what you prayed for has finally arrived. Not in your time, but in God's perfect time. God's timing is powerful because it's purposeful. He doesn't do random. He doesn't do accidents. He orchestrates moments with precision. When you thought He was late, He was actually right on schedule. The breakthrough He's bringing isn't just about blessing you. It's about revealing His power to everyone who thought you were finished. God is about to prove that His promises do not expire no matter how long it takes. There are seasons in your life when God will not give you what you asked for right away. Not because He is ignoring you, but because He is strengthening what He placed inside you. When God delays something, He is not punishing you. He is preparing you. Waiting is not wasted when it is in the hands of God. While you wait, He is building endurance, patience, and spiritual maturity inside of you. You may think the delay is keeping you from destiny, but in truth, the delay is shaping your destiny. God does not rush the process because He knows that premature blessings can become burdens. He waits until you are ready emotionally, mentally, and spiritually to carry what He has planned for your life. When God makes you wait, He is protecting you from things that would have broken you if they came too early. He is allowing time to reveal who is truly for you and who is only near you for what you can give. Waiting seasons are not silent, they are sacred. It is in the waiting that God refines your motives, purifies your intentions, and draws your heart closer to His will. Some blessings require a version of you that doesn't exist yet. So God delays not to frustrate you, but to transform you. He's not withholding something from you. He's developing something within you. There are people who gave up too soon, who walked away just before God was about to move. They allowed discouragement to blind them to divine timing. But if you can hold on, if you can stand still and trust that God's hand is still working, you will see what they never did. You will witness the moment when everything turns around in your favor. God's timing often looks like chaos before it reveals order. It feels like confusion before it manifests clarity. But that is how He operates. He uses what looks impossible to display His power. And when God finally decides to open the door, no one can shut it. When He declares that it's time, every obstacle that stood in your way will bow before His command. You don't need to force what God has already destined. You don't need to beg for what God has already planned. When it's time, it will happen naturally. People will come into your life by divine appointment. Opportunities will align without your striving. Circumstances will shift effortlessly because the same God who holds time also holds your future. There is beauty in surrendering to God's timing. When you release your need to control the outcome, you allow God to surprise you. You begin to see that His way was always higher, His plan always wiser. You stop questioning the why and start trusting the when. Faith is not proven when everything goes your way. It's proven when nothing does and you still believe that God is good. That's when heaven takes notice. When you lift your hands, not because the blessing has arrived, but because you trust the one who controls the blessing. Some of you have been faithful in obscurity. You've served when no one was watching. You've prayed when no one was listening. You've held on when others gave up. God saw it all, and in due time, He will honor it. The same hands that felt empty will overflow. The same heart that felt broken will be healed. The same path that felt blocked will open wide with favor. God's timing will come like the morning sun, suddenly, beautifully, undeniably. When God's timing manifests, it often carries a sense of divine irony. The very thing that once caused your tears will become the reason for your joy. The same people who walked away will witness the glory of God in your life. The same circumstances that tried to bury you will become the soil in which your blessings grow. That's how God works. He takes what was meant to harm you and turns it into the very thing that elevates you. His timing exposes the truth that He was never late, that He was never silent, that He was never distant. And when that moment arrives, when the breakthrough unfolds right before your eyes, you will feel something shift deep in your soul. The weight of years of waiting will meet the lightness of divine fulfillment. You'll realize that God didn't just answer your prayer, He exceeded it. He gave you more than you asked for because He knew what you truly needed. He replaced what you lost with something far greater. He restored not only what was taken, but also what time had stolen. Do not despise the waiting. The same hands that delay are the hands that will deliver. God does not forget the cries of His people. He does not overlook the faithful heart. There is a moment already written in your story when everything will make sense, when the pain will reveal its purpose, when the closed door will show why it had to stay shut, when the tears will become testimonies. That moment is approaching. It's closer than you think. God's timing is about to make you cry because you will finally see how every thread of pain was woven into a tapestry of purpose. You will cry because you'll understand that every season of loneliness was training you for strength. You will cry because the things you thought were lost were actually being preserved for the right time. You will cry because the silence you feared was actually God's whisper saying, "Trust me, I am not done." There is power in divine patience. When you choose to trust rather than rush, when you choose to believe rather than doubt, you align yourself with heaven's rhythm. And in that rhythm, everything flows with perfection. The same God who sets the sun to rise at its appointed time knows the exact moment when your blessing will appear. You cannot speed it up, but you can prepare for it. You can live in readiness, not in frustration, because when it happens, it will be bigger, greater, and more glorious than you ever imagined. God's timing doesn't always come with warning. It shows up like a sudden rain after a long drought. It floods your life with joy so overwhelming that your heart can't contain it. You'll find yourself in tears, not because you are broken, but because you are finally whole. The years of waiting will collapse into a single moment of divine fulfillment. And you'll realize it was worth it. Every delay, every disappointment, every unanswered prayer, it was all worth it. There are times when God hides your blessing, not to deny it from you, but to protect it until you are ready to receive it. God knows the dangers of giving something too soon. He knows that premature success can destroy what patience was meant to build. He knows that certain blessings, if given before your heart is steady, can become idols instead of instruments of purpose. That's why He delays not to deprive you, but to safeguard your destiny. You see, God is not only preparing the blessing for you, He is preparing you for the blessing. You may be wondering why it seems others are advancing while you are stuck. You see them succeeding, achieving, prospering, while your path feels slow, uncertain, and lonely. But remember, comparison is the enemy of faith. What God is doing in your life is tailor-made. Your story is not meant to mirror anyone else's journey. What takes someone 5 years may take you 10. But when it happens, yours will be built on divine stability, not human speed. God takes His time because He builds to last. He doesn't rush what He intends to preserve. Some blessings are being protected by time itself. If God gave you what you asked for too soon, the wrong people would have access to it. They would misuse it, manipulate it, and drain it before you could enjoy it. So God covers your blessing in divine delay. He hides it in the shadows until He has cleared your surroundings of those who were never meant to go where you are going. Sometimes God has to remove people, shut doors, and create distance before He releases what you've been praying for. And though that separation hurts, it is necessary for your protection. When God is about to move, He begins by rearranging your environment. You may lose people. You may be misunderstood. You may even find yourself standing alone. But isolation is not abandonment. It is preparation. The wilderness always comes before the promise. The silence always comes before the sound of victory. God isolates before He elevates. He separates before He blesses. Because not everyone can handle the weight of what He is about to release into your life. And when His timing comes, it won't just elevate you. It will vindicate you. Those who mocked you will have to watch as God honors you. Those who doubted you will have to witness His favor shining upon your life. The same lips that spoke against you will be silenced by the evidence of His hand upon you. God's timing carries vindication. It doesn't just bless you. It corrects the false stories told about you. It proves that the same God who was silent was also working. That the same God who seemed distant was designing your rise in secret. When God's timing breaks forth, it will feel like every weight you carried suddenly falls off. You'll look back and realize that the pain was never punishment. It was preparation. You'll see that the rejection you faced was redirection toward your divine place of purpose. You'll understand that the nights you cried were watering the soil of the very ground from which your miracle would grow. God wastes nothing, not even your tears. Every drop has been accounted for. Every moment has been measured, and every second of your waiting has been recorded in His plan. And when that time comes, you won't have to force recognition. God Himself will announce you. He will cause favor to locate you in places you never expected. He will make your name known in rooms you've never entered. He will make people remember you who once overlooked you. That is what divine timing does. It reverses what was forgotten and restores what was delayed. What seemed like wasted years will suddenly align into purpose-filled moments. What looked like failure will transform into a foundation for your next season. You will cry not because of sadness, but because you will finally see how God orchestrated everything perfectly. You will cry when you realize that the timing you once hated was actually the greatest expression of divine mercy. God was saving you from battles you didn't see, from people you didn't know, from pain you weren't strong enough to handle. He was delaying your blessing because He was strengthening your spirit. He was holding back the answer because He wanted to make sure that when it came, you could sustain it. There is something sacred about divine timing. It humbles the proud and exalts the faithful. Those who boast in their own strength fall quickly, but those who trust in God's timing rise unshakably. God allows delays to separate faith from impatience, trust from fear, belief from doubt. The waiting season reveals what words cannot. It shows whether your faith is built on circumstances or conviction. And when you choose to stand firm, even when the answer hasn't come, that's when heaven takes notice. That's when God says, "Now I can trust this one with more." You see, faith that only believes when things are easy isn't faith at all. It's convenience. But faith that endures through silence, through disappointment, through years of uncertainty, that's faith that moves the hand of God. God's timing is not earned by effort. It's revealed through endurance. It's not found in rushing. It's born in resting. The moment you stop striving and start surrendering, you position yourself to receive what only divine timing can deliver. There comes a moment in every believer's life when all the waiting, all the pain, all the confusion suddenly makes sense. It doesn't arrive with warning or announcement. It comes like a wind that shifts the entire atmosphere. One day you wake up and something inside you knows the season has changed. The burden feels lighter. The air feels different. And your spirit whispers, God is moving. What once felt still begins to stir. What once seemed dead begins to breathe again. That's the mystery of divine timing. When it happens suddenly, and when it happens, it changes everything. You may have thought God forgot you, but He was only setting the stage. Every delay was a divine arrangement. Every disappointment a redirection. Every heartbreak a foundation for your rise. The moment His timing unfolds, all the hidden pieces align like a puzzle finally complete. You'll see that what you called loss was actually protection. What you called waiting was training. And what you called silence was God's strategy. When His plan manifests, it comes with such perfection that you will know only God could have done this. There is a beauty in how God fulfills His promises. He doesn't just give you what you asked for, He multiplies it. He restores what you lost and adds what you never expected. His timing doesn't come to simply balance the scales, it comes to overflow them. The same tears that once fell in sorrow will return in joy. The same eyes that looked up in desperation will gaze upward in gratitude. You will cry not from pain, but from the realization that God never left you for a single moment. His silence was not distance. It was discipline. His delay was not punishment. It was positioning. When God declares that it's your appointed moment, everything that once stood against you will start to align in your favor. Those who tried to hinder your path will unknowingly become the ones who help advance it. The doors that once closed with frustration will guide you to the one that opens with ease. You won't need to chase. You'll simply walk into it. You won't need to prove your worth. God Himself will reveal it for all to see. That is the beauty of divine timing. It replaces striving with flow, pressure with peace, and uncertainty with divine assurance. Many of you are standing right at that threshold. Between waiting and fulfillment, you can sense the atmosphere shifting, even if your eyes can't yet see it. Do not lose faith now, because what's coming next will move you to tears. Not tears of pain, but tears born from awe, when you finally see the goodness of God surrounding your life. Tears that fall because you realize every delay, every detour, every storm had a divine purpose. Every delay had a purpose, and every lonely night was part of the plan. Those tears are holy. They are the language of a heart that has seen God's faithfulness after the fire. God's timing will humble you. It will remind you how limited your understanding was. You will look back at the moments you doubted, the times you complained, and the nights you questioned His plan, and you'll feel both awe and repentance. You'll say, God, now I understand why you made me wait. You'll see that if you had gotten what you wanted when you wanted it, it would have destroyed you. But because God loved you too much to give it early, you now stand ready to carry what He is releasing. And when the breakthrough comes, it will not come quietly. It will come with power. It will come with acceleration. What took years to build will suddenly fall into place. What seemed impossible will happen overnight. When it's God's time, He compresses what man calls time into moments. He redeems lost years in seconds. He restores lost opportunities in ways that defy human logic. You won't be able to explain it. You'll only be able to weep and whisper, God, this is more than I imagined. God's timing does not need human permission. It doesn't require validation, approval, or acceptance. When God says now, no force in existence can say no. Not time, not circumstance, not people, not opposition. His word overrides every barrier. His decree dismantles every delay. His will moves through walls, through systems, through impossible situations, and turns them into open paths. And when He moves, He does it so completely that even your enemies will have to admit, surely this was the hand of God. The moment His timing manifests, you'll understand that the waiting was the most sacred part of your story, because it was in that waiting that you learned trust. It was in that silence that your faith matured. It was in that delay that your spirit grew strong. You will look back and thank God not only for the breakthrough, but for the process that made you ready for it. The pain you endured will no longer sting. It will shine because you'll realize it was the pressure that produced your power. And when that divine timing arrives, something extraordinary happens to the heart. Gratitude overwhelms every other emotion. Words fall short. You no longer care about who doubted you, who walked away, or who didn't believe. Your focus shifts completely to the one who carried you through it all. You'll realize that it was never about the blessing itself. It was about the bond that was built between you and God during the wait. Because once you've seen how faithfully He moves, you'll never question His timing again. There is a certain stillness that comes when God's timing arrives. It's not loud, it's not chaotic, it's peaceful, deeply peaceful. It's the calm that follows a storm, the light that floods after the darkness, the assurance that says it was all worth it. That peace is proof that you are standing in the will of God. You don't have to force anything. You simply flow with what He's doing. And as you stand there overwhelmed with tears, you will finally understand that every unanswered prayer, every long delay, and every closed door was a part of a divine rhythm, a rhythm that leads you straight into the perfect timing of God. When God's timing finally collides with your life, you begin to understand that He was never just arranging events. He was transforming you. The waiting was not merely about receiving something, it was about becoming someone. You see, before God gives you the blessing, He molds your heart to handle it. He removes pride, builds humility, deepens your discernment, and teaches you to depend on Him completely. Because when the blessing comes, it should not draw you away from God. It should draw you closer to Him. That's why He waits until your spirit is anchored before He releases what your heart has been crying for. God's timing doesn't only change your situation, it changes your perspective. You begin to see life differently. You start recognizing that every delay, every disappointment, every closed door was God teaching you that His plan is greater than your own understanding. You stop fighting the process and start flowing with His will. You begin to rest in His wisdom, trusting that He knows when to open the door, when to keep it closed, and when to lead you down a completely different path. That's when real faith matures. Not when everything happens fast, but when you can say, even if I don't see it yet, I trust that God's timing is perfect. When God's timing comes, it doesn't come to fix one area, it touches everything. It heals old wounds, restores broken relationships, opens new opportunities, and replaces years of struggle with moments of divine acceleration. You'll see your life shift in ways that words can't describe. People will wonder how it all happened so quickly, but you'll know the truth. It wasn't quick. It was on time. The years of waiting were simply the roots growing beneath the surface. And now those roots are producing visible fruit. What looked like delay was actually divine investment. There is something indescribable about standing in the manifestation of what you once only prayed for. It humbles you. It silences every complaint. It fills your heart with awe so deep that all you can do is whisper, God, you did this. You'll cry not because of the weight of your pain, but because of the beauty of His faithfulness. The very moments that once broke you will become the proof that God never abandoned you. His timing will reveal that even the detours were part of the destination. He led you through what you didn't understand so that when you reach this place, your gratitude would be pure, your faith would be unshakable, and your heart would belong entirely to Him. And when others see your transformation, they will know it was not luck, not coincidence, not chance. It was God. His signature will be all over your story. The way the right people appear, the way the pieces fall into place, the way the impossible suddenly becomes easy. It will all point back to Him. You won't need to convince anyone of His power. Your life will testify on its own. The same people who once pitied you will see the evidence of divine favor shining upon your path. And you will stand there, tears streaming down your face, realizing that everything you went through was worth it. God's timing doesn't just bring blessings, it brings understanding. It teaches you that control is an illusion, that rushing achieves nothing, and that peace only comes when you surrender the clock to the one who created time itself. You start living differently. You stop chasing what isn't meant for you and start waiting for what is. You no longer beg for things to happen. You prepare for them because you know that when God decides it's your time, everything will align with ease. You don't have to force it. You just have to stay faithful until it comes. And oh, when it comes, it will feel like everything you ever prayed for is arriving all at once. The same hands that once trembled in prayer will now rise in thanksgiving. The same eyes that once searched for signs will now see undeniable evidence of God's work. The same heart that once questioned will now overflow with gratitude. And you will cry, not from weakness, but from the overwhelming awareness that God's plan was greater, His wisdom deeper, and His love stronger than you ever realized. When you live long enough to see God's timing unfold, you begin to walk differently. You no longer panic when things slow down. You no longer despair when doors close. You no longer question when people leave because you've learned that everything has a time and a purpose under God's plan. You begin to live with peace instead of panic, patience instead of pressure, and trust instead of tension. You learn to say, if it hasn't happened yet, it's because God is still preparing something greater. There's something holy about the tears that fall when you finally understand divine timing. They aren't ordinary tears. They carry worship, surrender, and revelation. They carry the understanding that God never failed you, even when you didn't see the reason. They carry the realization that every no protected you, every delay prepared you, and every silence strengthened you. They carry the peace of knowing that you are exactly where you are meant to be at the exact moment you are meant to be there. God's timing is not just about events, it's about alignment. It's when your heart, your mind, your surroundings, and your destiny all synchronize under His command. When that happens, you don't have to chase anything. What belongs to you begins to flow towards you naturally. The right people find you. The right opportunities seek you. The right doors open before you. Because when God says now, the universe responds. Everything obeys the command of its Creator. When you walk with God, you begin to understand that His silence does not mean absence. It means preparation. Silence is often the space where God works most deeply in your spirit. It's in that quiet, invisible process that He strengthens your faith, removes hidden fears, and refines your heart. The silence is not punishment, it's surgery. God is cutting away the weakness that cannot walk into your next season. He is reshaping your inner being so that when He elevates you, nothing will shake you. Many people mistake God's silence for rejection. But those who are spiritually awake understand that silence is often the language of creation. Remember, before light came, there was silence. Before life began, there was stillness. God does His greatest work when everything seems still. When it feels like nothing is moving, you may think nothing is happening, but under the surface, He is preparing your breakthrough with divine precision. Do not despise the still seasons. That's where faith is truly proven. Anyone can trust God when the doors open, but real faith is shown when the doors lock, the light is dim, and the only thing you have left is belief. That's when you discover whether your trust is built on blessings or on God Himself. When you can still praise Him in the dark, still thank Him in uncertainty, still walk with Him when you can't see the road. That's when you rise to a new level of spiritual maturity. There comes a time in your journey when God hides you, not to punish you, but to protect you. He hides you until it's safe to be seen. He hides your gifts until the right audience appears. He hides your value until the wrong people are out of your circle, because not everyone can handle what God placed within you. Some would misuse it, others would destroy it, and a few would drain it. So God conceals you for a season to preserve what He plans to reveal at the appointed time. And when that time comes, when God finally unveils what He has been preparing in secret, you will not have to announce yourself. Your results will speak louder than your words. Your growth will testify. Your peace will radiate. Your stability will shock those who thought you would crumble. That is the beauty of divine timing. It turns the hidden into the honored, the rejected into the respected, and the forgotten into the favored. When you trust God completely, you stop chasing validation. You no longer need the approval of people to feel significant. You stop explaining yourself to those who cannot understand your process, because deep down you know this truth. If God is with you, no one's opinion can stop you. The moment you realize that your value is defined by the one who created you, the noise of the world loses its power over you. You stop trying to fit in because you understand you were never made to blend in. You were chosen to stand out for His purpose. Every challenge you face is not meant to destroy you, but to reveal you. God allows certain pressures to form divine strength within you. Just like gold is purified through fire, your character is refined through trials. It's not to break your faith, it's to deepen it. Each hardship carries a hidden lesson. Each disappointment hides a divine redirection. When God removes something He's not taking from you, He's clearing the space for something greater. The key is not to panic when things fall apart. The key is to understand that sometimes God dismantles what you built, not because it was bad, but because it was too small for where He's taking you. You prayed for increase, and sometimes increase begins with breaking. The old version of you cannot walk into the next dimension of your destiny. God has to stretch your faith, expand your patience, and grow your understanding so that you can carry what's coming next. Do not rush the process. If God is making you wait, it's because what He's preparing is worth the wait. Think about it. The longer something takes to form, the more powerful its impact will be. A seed doesn't grow overnight, but when it finally breaks through the soil, it carries the power of everything that was happening underground. The same is true for you. What God is forming in silence will soon rise with unstoppable force. When God finally moves, He does it in a way that leaves no doubt. You won't have to question if it's your time. You'll know the doors that once resisted, you will swing open effortlessly. The path that was blocked will suddenly clear. People who overlooked you will start noticing you. Not because you changed your approach, but because God changed your season. When God breathes on your destiny, everything begins to align according to His plan. And in that moment, you will realize something profound. All the tears, all the waiting, all the confusion, it was never wasted. It was part of your training. God was preparing your heart to handle the weight of His blessing. Because if He had given it to you too soon, you would not have been ready to hold it. Timing is not only about what you want, it's about who you've become. So remain faithful in the in-between. Keep praying when nothing changes. Keep believing when everything seems uncertain. Keep walking when you cannot see the end. Because your faith is not meant to be proven in comfort. It is proven in delay. The moment you decide to trust God fully without conditions is the moment everything begins to shift. You start walking with peace instead of pressure, strength instead of struggle, and confidence instead of fear. And one day when you least expect it, you will wake up and realize you are standing inside the very answer you once cried for. The waiting will make sense. The silence will make sense. The pain will make sense because you will see that God never forgot you. He was aligning everything for your perfect moment. Then you will look back with tears in your eyes and say, if I had known what God was preparing, I would have waited with more peace. And when that moment finally comes, when God's timing collides with your faith, you will not just see change, you will feel it. It will hit your heart with such force that it brings you to tears, because deep down you will realize it was never you making things happen. It was always God moving behind the curtain of your life. Every closed door, every unanswered prayer, every delay that broke your spirit, it was all working together in divine rhythm, bringing you to a place where your soul could truly receive what He had planned all along. You will cry not because of pain this time, but because of overwhelming gratitude. You will cry because you will finally understand that what felt like punishment was actually protection. What felt like a setback was preparation. What felt like abandonment was God's way of saying, I was building you for something greater. The tears you shed in private will become tears of victory. The silence that once scared you will become your testimony of how God worked when you couldn't see a way. There will come a day, and it is not far from now, when you will stand in awe and whisper, now I see why it had to happen this way. The same people who doubted you will witness the glory of what God has done. The same circumstances that broke you will bow to the power of what God has rebuilt within you. When God's timing unfolds, no force on earth can delay it. No enemy can block it, and no human hand can interfere with it. So keep walking by faith, not by sight. Keep trusting even when it hurts. Keep believing even when you don't understand, because God is not finished with you. He's just aligning the final details. Oh, what you thought was the end was only the intermission before the breakthrough. God is about to move in a way that will silence every doubt, heal every wound, and restore every part of your life that was once broken. And when it happens, it will happen so suddenly that you will fall to your knees in awe. You'll cry not out of despair, but out of pure wonder, because you will finally realize that God's plan was greater than your pain. His plan carried more wisdom than your confusion could comprehend, and His timing held more grace than your impatience could endure. Every tear that fell was seen. Every prayer spoken in the dark reached His ears. Every silent moment of waiting was written in heaven's record. And now the appointed hour draws near. The moment when God transforms your pain into power, your patience into triumph, and your story into strength. So stay steadfast. Don't surrender now. The delay was never denial. The silence was never rejection. The waiting was never wasted. God is preparing to move. And when He does, your eyes will fill with tears of joy, tears of wonder, tears that whisper, now I see, Lord, this is why you made me wait. For when God's timing comes, it comes in power. It comes with purpose. And it comes perfectly on time. There comes a point in every heart's journey when loneliness begins to speak louder than the world around you. You find yourself lying awake, staring into the dark, whispering to God, when will it be my time? You watch others walking side by side, smiling, building dreams together while you keep moving forward alone, wondering if love somehow missed your path. But hear me, when God is the author of your story, nothing arrives too late. When He shapes your destiny, even the waiting carries purpose. And when God reveals the one He's chosen for you, it happens in a way no human effort could ever design. God never joins two hearts by chance. He moves heaven itself to align their steps. He reorders time, redirects circumstances, and even transforms pain. Yes, pain to refine both hearts for a love that will glorify His name. God will never send your soulmate into your life when you are clinging to desperation. He does it when you are ready, because divine love is not built on need, it is built on purpose. And until purpose has matured, love will not appear. Many people mistake attraction for destiny. They fall for faces instead of souls, and they cry when those faces walk away. But when God introduces you to your soulmate, something deeper happens. It's not fireworks or fancy emotions. It's a peace that silences confusion. It's a stillness that says, "This is the one." It's not a chase. It's a recognition. Your spirit recognizes something eternal because your soulmate is not a stranger, but a divine appointment written long before you were born. You see, before God formed you in the womb, He already knew who would complement your spirit. Not someone perfect, but someone purposeful. Not someone who completes you, because only God completes you, but someone who aligns with the calling on your life. When God introduces you to your soulmate, it is not to fill your emptiness, but to multiply your purpose. Your soulmate is not a reward for loneliness. Your soulmate is a partner for destiny. But here's what many do not understand. Before God introduces you to your soulmate, He will first introduce you to yourself. He will show you your weaknesses, your impatience, your fears. He will allow seasons of silence to humble your heart. Because if He gave you your soulmate before you were healed, your pain would poison what He meant to be pure. So God will isolate you before He aligns you. He will separate you from counterfeits before He connects you with the real one. And He will let you feel rejection so that when the right one arrives, you will recognize the difference between a lesson and a blessing. Sometimes God allows you to love the wrong person, not to punish you, but to prepare you. Because it is through heartbreak that you learn discernment, through disappointment that you learn patience, through betrayal that you learn to value loyalty. God never wastes pain. Every tear you shed was watering the soil where your soulmate would one day stand. Every door that closed was making room for the one He designed to walk in without leaving. You may not realize it, but while you are praying for your soulmate might also be praying for you. Somewhere, perhaps miles away, someone is asking God to send them a heart that truly understands. And God, in His perfect timing, is working behind the scenes. He is shaping your character while shaping theirs. He is breaking their pride while healing your wounds. He is teaching both of you how to love Him first, so that when you love each other, your love will not compete with His place in your hearts. And oh, when that divine introduction happens, it won't come with confusion or chaos. It will come with clarity. You won't have to beg for attention or chase for affection. The peace of God will confirm it. The same peace that surpasses understanding will whisper in your soul, "This is from me." Because God's blessings never bring sorrow. They bring stability. They don't drain you, they strengthen you. They don't lead you into sin, they lead you closer to Him. But here is where many grow weary. They mistake God's silence for absence. They think because nothing is happening, God has forgotten them. But let me remind you, when God is silent, He is still working. His silence is not rejection, it is preparation. The longer the wait, the greater the story. You may be in a waiting season now, but that does not mean you are being denied. You are being refined. God is preparing a love story that will not collapse under pressure because it will be rooted in His purpose. You don't need to search endlessly for your soulmate. You need to seek God, because when you walk closely with God, you will naturally walk into what He has ordained. Your soulmate will not be found through desperation, but through divine alignment. Two people walking with God will one day meet at the intersection of obedience. And that moment, that meeting, will be the visible evidence of an invisible promise. Don't envy others who found theirs before you. Don't compare your timeline to anyone else's. God doesn't use clocks. He uses seasons. And when your season comes, no delay, no distance, no distraction can stop what He has already decided. You may feel overlooked today, but in God's script, your chapter is just about to begin. And when He turns that page, everything you cried for will make sense. You will realize that what looked like loneliness was actually protection. That every no was leading to the right yes. And that every time you were ignored, God was whispering, "Not this one, my child, not yet." When God prepares to introduce you to your soulmate, He does not begin by changing your surroundings. He begins by changing your spirit, because what you attract flows from what you are becoming. God will first refine your heart, cleanse your motives, and purify your desires, until love is no longer about filling your loneliness, but about fulfilling His purpose. You see, God's introductions are not casual. They are sacred alignments. Before you ever meet your soulmate in the flesh, God will connect you in the spirit. Your hearts will be tuned to the same divine frequency even before your eyes ever meet. There are some people who pray for love but carry bitterness. Some desire a soulmate but still live in the shadows of past wounds. God will not allow your new beginning to grow in the soil of old pain. That's why He takes time. That's why the wait feels long, because He is not just preparing the person. He is preparing you. He is teaching you patience, molding your humility, and guiding you to love with purity, not possession. Until your heart learns to love without control and to stay without fear, God will keep you hidden. Not because you are unworthy, but because you are not yet ready to be revealed. When God introduces you to your soulmate, He ensures that both hearts are equally surrendered to His will. One cannot walk in light while the other remains in darkness. That is why God sometimes separates you from people you thought were the one. You may cry when they leave, but one day you will thank God for removing what was never rooted in Him. Because if it wasn't from God, it would have destroyed you. And the heartbreak that once broke you will become the very sign that He was protecting you. Every divine relationship requires spiritual maturity. If God gave you your soulmate too early, you would misinterpret love for attachment. You would confuse comfort for connection. But when God finishes His work in you, you will no longer settle for anything that doesn't carry His peace. You'll stop chasing people who only feed your emotions and start waiting for the one who nourishes your soul. That's how God prepares His chosen ones, by teaching them the difference between what pleases the flesh and what fulfills the spirit. And when that divine introduction happens, you will not need to prove your worth. You will not need to pretend, perform, or compete. The one God sends will see you through the eyes of purpose, not perfection. They will not love you because of what you give. They will love you because of what you carry. They will recognize the light of God in you, and their spirit will respond with peace, not pressure. That's why the right one will not confuse you. They will confirm what God already placed in your heart. Understand this before God introduces you to your soulmate. He will allow distractions to test your discernment. Counterfeits will come. They will look right, sound right, and feel right for a season. But their presence will always come with unrest. You'll feel it deep within. Something will feel off. Something will not settle. That is not confusion. That is God protecting your peace. Because the peace of God is not loud. It is still, quiet, and certain. When the real one arrives, you won't need to ask 10 people for advice. God Himself will whisper, "This one carries my peace." The world teaches people to find love, but God teaches His chosen to receive love. You don't have to chase what's divine. What's meant for you will come in obedience, not obsession. When you focus on becoming the person God created you to be, love will find you naturally, because God doesn't bring two people together through chance. He brings them together through calling. Your soulmate is connected to your mission. The same way your destiny requires strength, your love story requires alignment. When God introduces you to your soulmate, there is timing involved that only heaven understands. Sometimes you meet the right person at the wrong time, and God will separate you for a season, not to punish you, but to prepare both hearts for something stronger. He will bring you back together when both of you can carry the blessing without breaking it. Because love, when it's from God, is not fragile. It is fortified. It doesn't crumble under pressure. It grows under prayer. God is not just writing a love story. He is writing a spiritual covenant. The union He creates is meant to mirror His goodness, His order, and His faithfulness. When two people love each other through the lens of God, their connection becomes a ministry. They strengthen one another's faith, remind each other of purpose, and stand together in storms. That is the kind of bond God orchestrates. Not one that distracts you from Him, but one that draws you closer to Him. Some of you listening right now are in the wilderness season, waiting, wondering, and sometimes doubting. You feel forgotten because your prayers seem unanswered. But remember this, when God hides you, He's not rejecting you. He's protecting you from wrong exposure. He is keeping your name from ears that cannot honor it. He is shielding your heart from hands that would mishandle it. God hides His most valuable treasures until it's time for them to be revealed. Just because you are unseen now doesn't mean you are unwanted. It means you are being preserved. There will come a moment when God will begin to stir things in your spirit. You'll feel a divine nudge, a quiet knowing that something is shifting. He will start removing distractions, changing your priorities, and guiding you toward places or people you never expected in. That's how God works. He doesn't always speak through thunder. Sometimes He guides you through a whisper, through a moment of peace, through an unexpected connection that carries His signature. And when it happens, when God's timing finally unfolds, you will see the evidence of His hand. The way you meet will be so unusual, so perfectly timed that you will know it was never coincidence. The conversations will feel divine. The connection will carry grace. You won't feel rushed. You'll feel reassured. You won't feel drained. You'll feel strengthened. That is how God introduces you, not through chaos, but through calm, not through manipulation, but through manifestation. And even after the introduction, God will test your love. He will test whether your connection can withstand distance, misunderstanding, or delay. Because true love is not proven by words. It is proven by endurance. When God joins two souls, He allows them to be tested not to break them, but to bind them. Every test you pass together becomes proof that your love was built by Him. When God begins to align your path with your soulmate, He moves with a precision that no human reasoning can comprehend. Every detail is carefully orchestrated. Every delay is a design. Every coincidence is divine coordination. God does not work in confusion. He works in confirmation. The steps of your journey, the people you meet, the doors that close, and the ones that open, all of it is His silent preparation leading to a sacred meeting that will fulfill a part of your destiny. You may not see it while you're waiting, but God is building a masterpiece behind the curtain of time. He is arranging situations so that when you finally meet your soulmate, the timing, the location, even the circumstances will all testify that it was Him. You might call it luck, but heaven will call it fulfillment. For what God joins together in purpose cannot be separated by distance, delay, or doubt. There is something profound about the way God introduces two souls meant for each other. It rarely begins with glamour. It begins with peace. There's a calm in the spirit that whispers, "This feels right." Not because of outward beauty, but because of inward recognition. It's as if your souls have met before, long before this life, not because of fate, but because of divine ordination. God brings two people together not by emotion, but by mission. And until that mission is clear, the introduction will not come. Many people cry to God for love, but they haven't yet surrendered to His process. You cannot ask God for divine love while living outside divine order. The introduction you're praying for requires obedience. God will not connect you with your soulmate while you are still bound to what He already asked you to release. He will not bless what you refuse to purify. That is why He sometimes delays the introduction, not because He is cruel, but because He is just. He waits until your heart can handle the weight of what He's about to bring. When God introduces you to your soulmate, you will notice something remarkable. The relationship will feel purposeful. Conversations will stir your spirit, not just your emotions. The connection will inspire growth, not temptation. There will be respect, not control. Balance, not chaos. You will feel safe to be vulnerable because the foundation will be peace, not fear. You will not be fighting for attention. You will be growing through alignment. That is the mark of a divine connection. It brings order to your life. It doesn't distract you from God. It drives you closer to Him. It doesn't pull you into worldly noise. It pushes you towards spiritual clarity. Your soulmate will not compete with God for your heart. They will remind you that God is the center of your heart. When God writes a love story, it is not filled with manipulation, emotional games, or uncertainty. It is filled with purpose, maturity, and divine protection. And yes, God's timing is often mysterious. You may meet your soulmate at a time when you least expected, during hardship, transition, or even when you've given up hope. That is the beauty of His wisdom. God waits until your dependence on human effort dies so that when His promise arrives, you will know it was Him. The blessing will be undeniable. You won't be able to take credit for it. You'll simply say, "God did this." But understand this truth. Before the divine meeting, there is always a divine test. God will test your patience, your faith, and your focus. He will bring distractions disguised as opportunities to see if you can discern His will. Some people will enter your life to teach you what love is not. They will appear charming, convincing, even spiritual. But something will always be missing. That missing element is peace. Because no matter how attractive or impressive someone seems, if God's peace is not resting there, it's not your promise. God's introductions are always sealed with peace. The peace of God is the most accurate compass of the soul. It will never lie to you. When you feel it deeply, that stillness that silences fear, you are standing on divine ground. That peace is God's signature. And the one who carries that peace into your life is a reflection of His order. Remember, confusion is never from God. Anything that causes inner turmoil or anxiety is not divine alignment. It's a distraction dressed as desire. So when God introduces you to your soulmate, it will not be forced. It will not be rushed. It will unfold naturally with grace. You'll notice how everything begins to flow. Conversations that never end. Understanding that comes effortlessly. Growth that happens without pressure. You'll realize that this person doesn't just speak to your mind. They speak to your spirit. They bring light to areas that were once dark. They don't complete you. They complement you. They don't replace God. They reflect Him. Your soulmate will not idolize you. They will honor you. They will not control you. They will support you. They will not silence your calling. They will amplify it. Because their love will not come from need. It will come from purpose. And where purpose meets purpose, God's favor flows freely. This is why divine unions don't drain energy. They generate it. You will find yourself more at peace, more productive, more prayerful, because love rooted in God strengthens everything it touches. Now hear this truth with your heart. When God is preparing to bring two souls together, He will align their prayers long before He aligns their paths. You will begin to sense it in your spirit. Your focus will shift. Your standards will rise. The things that once tempted you will lose their hold. You'll start craving peace more than pleasure, depth more than attraction. That is the evidence that your spirit is being prepared for divine connection. Because when you grow spiritually, you attract spiritually. The higher you go with God, the clearer your discernment becomes. And oh, how beautiful it is when God reveals His masterpiece. When you finally meet the one He chose, it will feel like every season of waiting suddenly makes sense. You'll look back at the times you cried, the times you begged for answers, the times you thought love had forgotten you, and you'll realize God was never late. He was always on time. Every heartbreak, every closed door, every disappointment was leading you here to this moment, to this peace, to this divine introduction that was written in the script of heaven long before your birth. When God introduces you to your soulmate, the confirmation will not come through mere emotion. It will come through transformation. You will feel your spirit expand. You will notice a new strength rising within you, a calm certainty that this connection carries divine weight. It's not the thrill of a fleeting attraction. It's the peace of a sacred alignment. God's fingerprints will be visible in the smallest details. In the timing, in the flow of your conversations, in the way your souls understand each other without needing to explain. That's how God works. He doesn't shout, He reveals. He doesn't rush, He orchestrates. And when His hand is in it, everything carries the fragrance of peace. God's confirmation often comes quietly through stillness in your heart. You won't need to beg for signs. The signs will surround you. You'll see it in how your priorities begin to match, how your values align, how your souls both thirst for spiritual growth more than worldly success. You will feel it in how your mind rests around them, how your heart feels safe even in silence. The connection will not be built on appearances. It will be anchored in divine peace, because peace is the language of God. And when He speaks through a relationship, it will never sound like confusion. But even in seasons of peace, God will test the strength beneath that love. Every God-ordained relationship must stand the trials of time, distance, and endurance. Not because God questions it, but because He desires to fortify it. He will permit moments of silence to see if you still trust His presence when His hand is hidden. He will allow misunderstanding to rise to see if both hearts choose humility over ego. He will allow delays to discern whether both souls will wait in faith or drift in fear. For love built on comfort crumbles under conflict, but love founded on divine purpose withstands every storm. Through these tests, God exposes the true nature of the bond. If it is His design, it will not break under pressure. It will deepen. When love is rooted in God's will, no storm can uproot it. It becomes a covenant of endurance, not a wave of emotion. It is strengthened through prayer, not shattered by distance. It is a love that knows that separation in time is not separation in spirit. Because when God joins two souls, He binds them in ways the human mind cannot understand. They are connected through faith, not proximity, through purpose, not possession. So if God is testing your connection right now, don't panic. Don't let doubt speak louder than faith. When God delays, it's not a denial, it's a strengthening. You see, God wants both souls to be spiritually mature before they unite, because an immature heart cannot sustain a divine relationship. He will teach both of you how to forgive, how to communicate, how to pray, how to trust, how to remain humble even when blessed. That's why divine love takes time. It's not just a meeting of hearts, it's the molding of souls. And let me tell you, when it's truly from God, even distance cannot break it. There will be an invisible thread of connection between your souls. You'll feel it in moments of prayer when their name rises in your heart without reason. You'll sense it in quiet moments when God reminds you to pray for them, to cover them even when you're not together. That's how divine connection works. It's not maintained by constant communication, but by constant faith. When God is the center, separation becomes preparation, not destruction. But here's a deeper truth. God will not only confirm your soulmate through peace, He will confirm them through growth. A divine relationship is never stagnant. It does not pull you backward. It propels you forward. When God introduces your soulmate, you will notice that your prayer life intensifies. Your focus strengthens. Your discipline deepens. You become more intentional with your time, your energy, your thoughts, and because divine love refines you. It doesn't distract you. It awakens you to purpose, to character, to responsibility. It pushes you to become the best version of yourself, not for validation, but for service. That's the mark of God's presence in any union. It brings out the light He placed within you. Your soulmate won't just love you, they'll challenge you to grow. They'll encourage your calling. They'll speak life when the world speaks doubt. They'll remind you of who you are when you forget. They will not compete with you. They will complete your assignment. That is why divine love is not always easy, but it is always holy because it demands growth, patience, and humility. The very qualities that draw you closer to God. And sometimes, before you meet your soulmate, God will use solitude to make you strong. He will teach you how to stand alone before you stand with another. He will make you whole within yourself so that you never turn love into dependency. Because true love does not come from emptiness, it comes from overflow. Two whole souls meeting under the direction of God create a union that multiplies peace, not pain. God never designed love to drain you. He designed it to double your strength. So when the introduction finally happens, it will not feel like the beginning of a fairy tale. It will feel like the continuation of a promise. You'll look at that person and realize this is what God was preparing me for. The peace, the patience, the growth, the waiting, it all led to this divine moment. You'll recognize that they are not a coincidence. They are a confirmation. And every wound you once carried will feel like it had a purpose because it trained you to recognize what's real. When God introduces you to your soulmate, you will not have to rush to define it. Time will confirm what eternity has already decided. And those who doubt your connection will not matter because God Himself will defend it through fruit. The fruit of peace, stability, and purpose. You'll see doors opening, not closing. You'll see progress, not confusion. You'll experience calm, not chaos. That's how divine love moves. It flows with grace, it stands with conviction, and it grows with time. And even when challenges arise, because they will, you will not crumble. You will remember who wrote your story. You will remember that the same God who brought you together will sustain you together. You will face difficulties not with fear, but with faith, a knowing that no weapon formed against what God ordains can ever prosper. Because when God unites two souls, He surrounds them with divine protection. His favor becomes their foundation, and His peace becomes their shield. So if you are still waiting, hold your peace. Do not rush what God is still refining. Do not settle for what looks right, but feels wrong. Trust His timing, because one day you will stand at the intersection of purpose and promise, and everything will make sense. You will see that every delay was not punishment. It was protection. Every waiting season was not wasted. It was sacred. Every lonely night was not abandonment. It was preparation. And when you meet the one God chose, your heart will know. You won't have to strive. You won't have to question. You'll feel the stillness of divine approval resting over your soul. And that is when you'll understand that God never forgot you. He was simply perfecting what He promised. When God prepares to introduce you to your soulmate, He often begins by refining your understanding of love itself. Love is not simply the butterflies that dance in your heart, nor the emotions that rise and fall like waves. True love, the love that comes from God, is built upon purpose, patience, and divine alignment. Before God allows you to meet the one He has chosen for you, He must ensure that your heart is strong enough to love not from need, but from abundance, not from loneliness, but from fullness. God does not want you to enter love as a beggar seeking comfort. He wants you to enter it as a giver, ready to pour out the same love He has poured into you. That's why before He introduces you to your soulmate, He takes you through seasons that test your heart, shape your character, and strengthen your spirit. You may wonder why you had to face heartbreaks, betrayals, or long stretches of waiting. You may cry out and ask God, "Where is the one you promised me?" But those tears are not in vain. Every unanswered prayer, every lonely night, every disappointment is God's classroom. It is where He teaches you the difference between attachment and destiny. It's where He teaches you to see love not as something to consume, but something to cultivate. When you finally meet the one He has chosen, you will realize that the waiting was necessary, the pain was preparation, and the silence was sacred. God wasn't ignoring you. He was organizing your future. You see, God does not send your soulmate when your heart is desperate. He sends them when your soul is disciplined. He will never bring the right person into your life when you are still attached to the wrong ones. That's why sometimes before divine connection comes, separation must happen. God removes people who drain your peace, distract your purpose, and delay your growth. It hurts when they leave, but it's divine surgery. God cuts away what can't grow with you so that what's meant for you can finally find you. When the wrong exits your life, it creates the sacred space where the right can enter. There is a divine rhythm to how God writes love stories. He doesn't rush. He doesn't panic. He orchestrates. While you're questioning His timing, He's aligning two hearts that have never met. Two souls that have been walking parallel paths without knowing they're destined to meet. God can take two people who are worlds apart, different cities, different backgrounds, different seasons, and weave their stories together with a single divine thread. That's how perfect His timing is. When the time comes, you won't have to chase or force anything. God will make it effortless, natural, and undeniable. You will feel peace, not confusion. Confirmation, not chaos. Many people mistake attraction for alignment. They see charm and call it chemistry. They see beauty and call it connection. But when God is the matchmaker, it's not about how someone looks. It's about how your spirit responds. God doesn't introduce you to your soulmate through lust. He introduces you through light. You will feel peace that you cannot explain, comfort that doesn't fade, and understanding that doesn't need constant explanation. The one God chooses will not compete with your purpose. They will complement it. They won't pull you away from God. They will push you closer to Him. And here's something many overlook. Before God introduces you to your soulmate, He often allows you to meet counterfeits. People who look right, sound right, and feel right, but are not right. Why? Because discernment is not learned in comfort. It's learned through contrast. You only recognize what's divine after you've experienced what's deceptive. Those who broke your heart were never a curse. They were the contrast that prepared you to recognize God's chosen one. So don't curse the pain that taught you wisdom. Don't despise the detours that led you closer to discernment. God used every mistake to mature your spirit. When God introduces you to your soulmate, it won't be through confusion or mixed signals. God is not a God of chaos. His introductions carry peace, confirmation, and timing. You won't have to beg for attention, question your worth, or compete for love. When it's divine, both hearts recognize each other's spirit before the mind even understands. There's a calm knowing that you are standing in the presence of someone meant to walk with you through destiny, not just pleasure. Sometimes God brings your soulmate when you least expect it, when you've finally surrendered the idea of control. That's because surrender is the language of trust. When you finally release your timeline, your expectations, and your fears, God steps in with divine surprises. The one God has for you won't come to fill your emptiness. They'll come to share your fullness. They'll see the light of God in you and honor it, not exploit it. They'll speak life into your dreams and protect your peace like it's their own. And understand this, a soulmate chosen by God will recognize your soul, not your status. They won't fall in love with what you have. They'll fall in love with who you are in the eyes of God. They'll see beyond your flaws and see your purpose. They'll handle your heart with reverence because they'll know it belongs first to God. True love is sacred stewardship. It's not about possession. It's about partnership and divine purpose. That's why God sometimes takes His time, because He's not just preparing the other person, He's preparing you. He's molding your patience, teaching you forgiveness, and building in you the kind of love that mirrors His own. The love that endures through storms, forgives through mistakes, and chooses faith over fear. The love that doesn't demand perfection, but gives grace. You can't receive that kind of love until you learn to embody it. God wants to make you someone worthy of the love you've been praying for. So if you're waiting, don't grow weary. God's silence is not His absence. He's writing something holy behind the scenes. When He finally introduces you to your soulmate, you'll realize why every delay was divine. You'll thank Him for every no that protected you from lesser love. You'll see how perfectly He orchestrated the meeting, not just of two people, but of two souls who were being prepared separately to fulfill one divine purpose together. Because when God introduces you to your soulmate, it's not just about romance, it's about assignment. The union itself becomes a message to the world that God still writes love stories with purpose. That divine timing is real. That sacred connection still exists. So trust the process, trust the preparation, and most importantly, trust God. The same God who created your soul knows exactly who carries its reflection. And when it's time, nothing and no one can stand in the way of that divine introduction. When God finally brings you to that sacred moment, the moment where two souls molded through time, pain, and prayer finally stand before each other, you will know it was never by chance. It will not be because you were searching endlessly or trying to fit into someone's expectations. It will be because the author of your story wrote this meeting before you even understood the meaning of waiting. Every tear you shed, every prayer you whispered in the darkness, every time you thought you were forgotten, God was listening. He was preparing something so divine, so deeply aligned that when it unfolds, you will be overwhelmed by His wisdom. The beauty of how God introduces you to your soulmate is that it humbles you. You realize that your efforts could never have produced something so perfect in timing, so peaceful in nature, so purposeful in essence. When it happens, you'll sense God's fingerprints all over it. You'll know that this is not ordinary, it's divine. It will feel as if your souls have recognized something ancient and eternal, something that was always meant to be but had to wait for the right season to bloom. God's timing will never rush. But when it happens, it will feel as if the universe itself paused to honor the moment. And yet, even in that beauty, God will remind you of something powerful. Your soulmate is not your source. God is. Your soulmate is a blessing, not a replacement for God's presence. That is why He often withholds this gift until you are spiritually mature enough to keep Him at the center. If love becomes your idol, it can never remain holy. But if love becomes your act of worship, your way of reflecting God's patience, forgiveness, and devotion, it will never fail. God introduces your soulmate not to complete you, but to help you continue your divine purpose with companionship that reflects His nature. When you meet the one God designed for you, your life won't suddenly become perfect. You will still face storms, trials, and challenges. But this time you'll have a hand to hold that was sent from heaven itself. You'll have someone who prays with you instead of arguing with you. Someone who fights beside you instead of against you. Someone who reminds you to look up to God when life pushes you down. That is what divine connection looks like. It's not about perfection, it's about peace. It's not about the absence of conflict. It's about the presence of understanding. It's not about having someone to escape life with. It's about having someone to build life with under God's guidance. When God introduces you to your soulmate, the relationship becomes a living testimony. Others will see you together and sense that it's not human effort holding you. It's divine grace sustaining you. Your love will speak to others without words. It will show that when you wait for God, you never settle for less than His best. It will prove that patience is never wasted when it's grounded in faith. Your union will carry the fragrance of peace because it will be born from prayer, not pressure. It will radiate light because its foundation will be God's truth, not human desire. And when you finally look back at your journey, the heartbreaks, the delays, the loneliness, you will thank God that He didn't answer your prayers too early. You'll understand that what you once thought was rejection was actually redirection. You'll realize that every closed door was divine protection. God never forgot you. He was simply waiting for the version of you that could handle the kind of love He was preparing to send, because divine love is not given to the impatient. It's entrusted to the faithful. So if you are still waiting, hold your peace. God is not late. He's precise. You are not behind. You are being refined. Every season of solitude is sacred because it's in that solitude that God shapes the heart that will one day recognize its reflection in another. Don't rush what God is perfecting. Don't compare your journey with others. God's story for you is unique, handcrafted with divine care. When He introduces you to your soulmate, it won't require effort to fit. It will simply flow. It won't confuse you. It will clarify everything. And remember, the same God who placed the stars in the heavens, who aligned galaxies with perfect order, is the same God aligning two human hearts for a purpose far greater than romance. When that introduction happens, don't boast, worship. Don't say, "Look what I found." Say, "Look what God has done." Because it will be His doing, His timing, His perfection. The meeting of two souls will become a mirror of His wisdom and a reminder that He still writes love stories worth waiting for. So choose faith over frustration. Rest in God's timing, not in your own expectations. Keep your heart clean, your spirit steady, and your faith unwavering. Because when God writes your love story, it won't come to wound you. It will come to lift you. It won't pull you off course. It will align you with purpose. It won't take your peace. It will multiply it. The person God has ordained for you will not appear through effort, but through obedience. And when that divine moment unfolds, your soul will quietly recognize, this is what God was shaping me for all this time. That is the mystery of divine connection. When God unites two hearts according to His will, no distance can separate them, no delay can hinder them, and no darkness can destroy them. What God has destined, no power on earth can reverse. So wait in faith, walk in trust, and hold firm to the belief that somewhere within the gentle rhythm of divine timing, God is preparing the heart meant to meet yours. And when that introduction finally arrives, you'll see why the waiting was necessary. Because the love He was crafting for you was worth every moment of the wait. There comes a season in every life when everything starts to move. When what once felt solid begins to tremble. When doors that once swung open now close without warning. When the places you once called home no longer carry the same peace. You feel it deep within your spirit before it ever reaches the surface of your life. You sense it in your thoughts long before it shows up in your circumstances. This is not disorder. This is not confusion. This is God shifting you. And the question to ask is not why this is happening, but whether your heart is ready for the shift. Because when God begins to move in your life, His goal is never destruction. It is transformation. When He redirects your steps, it is not to punish you. It is to position you for what He has prepared. The shaking you feel is not the end of your story. It is the sound of preparation. It is the sound of God aligning your steps with His divine plan. Many people pray for change, but few are ready for the shift that comes with it. You cannot ask God to elevate you and still want to stay comfortable. You cannot ask God to bless you and still cling to what He's trying to remove. The shift of God is uncomfortable because it separates you from what no longer serves your destiny. When God shifts you, He shakes the ground beneath your feet to remind you that your foundation is not in the world, but in Him. He takes away what you depend on so that you may depend only on Him. He closes doors not to punish you, but to protect you from walking into places that were never meant for you. You may not understand it now, but one day you will look back and see that the very things that fell apart were the same things God used to push you toward your purpose. The shift of God never comes gently. It comes with storms, with tests, with silence, and with separation. God does not whisper when He wants to move you. He shakes your whole environment until you can no longer ignore His hand at work. Have you noticed how certain relationships suddenly grow distant? How certain opportunities stop flowing? How your spirit feels restless even when nothing seems wrong? That's not by accident. That's God stirring your spirit, telling you that your season is changing. Because what sustained you in your last season cannot carry you into your next one. God cannot shift you forward if you keep holding on to backward connections. Every divine shift requires separation. When God called Abraham, He said, "Leave your country, your family, and your father's house, and go to the land I will show you." In other words, God was saying, I cannot take you higher until you release what is beneath you. And that's where many people miss it. Oh no, they want the promise, but they don't want the process. They want the blessing, but they refuse the breaking. But my friend, you cannot step into divine transformation without divine disruption. God cannot bless who you pretend to be. He will shift everything around you until your true self rises to the surface. When God is shifting you, He starts by shaking your comfort zone. He removes the people who pacified your weakness. He exposes the habits that kept you bound. He interrupts your routine so that you can no longer hide behind familiarity. And you'll find yourself asking, why is everything changing? Why do I feel lost? It's because God is positioning you for something far greater than what you can currently see. The pain you feel is not a punishment. It is the pressure of becoming who God designed you to be. The confusion you experience is not a curse. It is the divine rearrangement of your destiny. You see, when God shifts you, He does not ask for your permission. He does not consult your feelings. He does not wait for your understanding. Because if you understood it, you would resist it. If you could predict it, you would try to control it. But the shift of God is bigger than logic. It is a divine disruption that realigns your purpose with His will. God is not asking you to understand the shift. He is asking you to trust it. He is asking you to surrender what you think is best so He can give you what is truly meant. There are times when God will isolate you before He elevates you. You'll feel lonely, but you're not alone. You'll feel forgotten, but you're actually being hidden. God hides His chosen ones before He releases them, because exposure before preparation can destroy destiny. The shift is not about losing people. It's about gaining clarity. It's not about rejection. It's about redirection. God will allow certain doors to close because He knows that staying in that place would suffocate your growth. You may be crying over what you lost, but God is rejoicing over what He's protecting you from. Some of you are wondering why your prayers haven't been answered yet. It's because God is still shifting your mindset before He shifts your situation. You can't receive a new season with an old mentality. God cannot pour new blessings into an unprepared heart. The delay you feel is not denial. It's divine timing. God is not ignoring you. He's aligning you. And when the time is right, everything He promised will fall into place. Not by your strength, but by His. When God shifts you, it often feels like everything is being stripped away. But that's because He's making room for something new. You cannot receive the next if your hands are full of the last. God cannot bless closed fists. He's calling you to release what no longer belongs in your life. Old fears, toxic connections, and limited thinking. Because where God is taking you, those things cannot follow. You've been praying for change, but now that it's here, you're afraid to move. Don't fear the shift. Embrace it. Because behind every disruption, there is divine direction. The truth is, God will often disrupt what you've built so He can rebuild what He designed. Sometimes you built it out of pain, and God wants to rebuild it out of purpose. Sometimes you built it out of fear, and God wants to rebuild it out of faith. That's why He allows certain things to crumble, because He's preparing to build something that cannot be shaken. What you're losing now is not a loss. It's a launch. God is not taking something from you. He's making space for something greater. If you're going through a season where nothing makes sense, where prayers seem unanswered, and where silence feels heavy, don't despair. That silence is sacred. God does His best work in silence. The soil doesn't make noise when the seed is growing. The tree doesn't shout when it's bearing fruit. Growth is silent but powerful. You might not see it, but God is moving beneath the surface, rearranging everything to bring your life into divine alignment. He is shifting your surroundings, your thoughts, and your path so that your life begins to mirror His plan. But let me tell you this truth. Not everyone will understand your shift. Some people will call it confusion, some will call it failure, and some will walk away because they can no longer relate to who you are becoming. Don't fight to explain yourself to people who are not part of your next season. When God shifts you, He also shifts your circle. He removes voices that no longer feed your faith. He surrounds you with those who push you toward purpose, not pull you back into comfort. Because the company you keep determines the clarity you walk in. If you're still surrounded by people who feed your fears, you'll never recognize when God is trying to feed your faith. The shift of God also requires obedience. It's not enough to believe. You must move. Faith without movement is stagnation. God can't shift a person who refuses to move. Some of you have been waiting for a sign, but the sign is already within you. The restlessness you feel is your spirit telling you it's time to move. Stop praying for open doors while holding on to closed ones. The shift begins when you take the first step of faith, even if you can't see the full path, because when you move, God moves. When you step forward, God reveals more. His direction is revealed through motion, not hesitation. And yes, the shift can be painful. You might lose people you thought were forever. You might leave places that once gave you comfort. You might feel like everything familiar is being stripped away. But remember, this pain is not a sign that God has abandoned you. It's proof that He's transforming you. You cannot evolve and remain the same. You cannot carry old burdens into new blessings. God is stripping you to strengthen you. He's removing what weakens your spirit so He can release what refines your purpose. When God is shifting your life, He is not asking whether you are ready to be comfortable. He is asking whether you are ready to be changed. Change is not gentle. Change is not always peaceful. Change demands surrender. You cannot move forward into divine transformation while still holding on to what is behind you. God does not shift your life to destroy your peace. He shifts it to rebuild your faith. There are moments when everything you planned will fall apart. Not because you failed, but because God's plan is better than the one you were holding on to. You must learn to let go of the life you imagine so you can receive the life God has written for you. When the shift begins, it feels like uncertainty. You feel the ground move beneath your feet and suddenly nothing seems stable. You pray, but heaven seems quiet. You try to understand, but your thoughts turn in circles. Yet, in that confusion, something sacred is happening. God is resetting your foundation. He is breaking every false security that once made you forget your dependence on Him. He will take away the idols you built, people, plans, possessions, and even your pride until you finally understand that He alone is your anchor. The shift of God removes everything temporary so that your heart can cling to what is eternal. There are seasons where God will deliberately make you uncomfortable to prepare you for greatness. Growth never happens in the comfort zone. It happens in the wilderness, in the waiting, in the breaking, and in the rebuilding. If you feel stretched beyond what you can bear, it's because God is expanding your capacity. He's enlarging your spirit to handle the blessings that are coming. Sometimes you pray for strength and God gives you struggle because struggle builds strength. Sometimes you pray for wisdom and God gives you problems because problems force you to grow. Sometimes you pray for promotion and God gives you pressure because pressure reveals character. Every shift comes with stretching, and every stretching reveals what your faith is truly made of. But when God shifts you, He will often remove your control. You can't predict what comes next, and that's exactly how He wants it. Because if you could control the journey, you would never learn to trust the guide. Faith is not built in clarity, it's built in uncertainty. When you cannot see the road ahead, you are forced to lean on the one who lights your path step by step. God doesn't show you the whole plan because your faith must grow with each move. He teaches you to walk by trust, not by sight. The shift is not meant to make sense, it's meant to make faith. You might be wondering why certain people walked away from you. You might question why doors you once walked through with ease are now locked tight. But let me tell you something powerful. When God is shifting you, He will never allow you to remain connected to what limits you. He will prune you the same way a gardener prunes a vine, not to harm it, but to help it grow stronger and bear more fruit. Every person who left was necessary. Every rejection was protection. Every closed door was direction. If you could see what God saw, you would thank Him for everything that didn't work out. The shift of God will often begin in your spirit long before it shows up in your circumstances. You will feel restless. You will feel a holy discomfort. You will wake up in the middle of the night with thoughts that won't let you sleep. You'll sense a stirring deep within that tells you there is more. That's not anxiety, that's awakening. God is awakening something inside you that has been asleep for too long. You have lived too small, dreamed too small, believed too small, and now God is shifting your perspective. He's teaching you that you are not who your circumstances say you are. You are who He says you are. When God begins to shift you, He also begins to test your obedience. He will tell you to walk away from certain things without explaining why. He will ask you to forgive people who never apologize. He will tell you to keep walking even when you can't see where the road leads. And your obedience in those moments determines how far He can take you. Because God's shifts are always tied to obedience. Every time you obey the whisper of His voice, you move closer to your purpose. But every time you delay obedience, you delay destiny. God doesn't bless hesitation. He blesses surrender. It takes courage to walk where you cannot see. It takes faith to stand when everything around you is shaking. But this is how God separates the called from the comfortable. Those who are willing to walk by faith are the ones He can trust with greater things. When God is shifting you, you must learn to walk even when the path looks unfamiliar. Because what feels unfamiliar to you is already known to Him. He goes before you, clearing the way, arranging the right people, removing hidden traps, and aligning every step with divine timing. You are not lost. You are being led. Sometimes the shift comes as loss. It breaks your heart. It removes what you thought you could never live without. But even in that loss, there is divine mercy. Because God knows that certain attachments will slow your destiny. He knows that certain people will drain your strength. He knows that certain places will limit your faith. So He removes them not to hurt you, but to heal you. And in that pain, He teaches you that you can live without what you thought you needed. But you cannot live without Him. Many people resist the shift because they fear the unknown. But remember this, the unknown is only unknown to you, not to God. The path ahead may look dark, but to Him it's clear. The uncertainty you fear is the very place where miracles are born. When you stop trying to figure everything out and start trusting His direction, you will find peace in the middle of change. You'll realize that what you lost was never your foundation. God was. What you feared to release was never your security. God is. And as you yield to His movement, you'll discover that every change was designed to lead you closer to His perfect plan. When God shifts you, He will also refine your heart. He will expose your motives. He will reveal whether you want His will or just His blessings. Because not everyone who prays for promotion is ready for purpose. God is not just shifting your situation, He's shifting your spirit. He wants to purify your intentions, strengthen your character, and deepen your dependence on Him. You cannot carry pride into divine promotion. You cannot carry bitterness into divine blessing. That's why the shift feels so heavy. He's removing everything that would weigh you down later. There are times when the shift of God will bring silence. You'll pray and hear nothing. You'll seek answers and find none. But silence is not absence. Silence is preparation. It's the moment before revelation. When God goes quiet, it's because He's working behind the scenes. The architect doesn't talk while he's building. The teacher doesn't speak during the test. The silence of God is proof that your shift is in progress. Do not mistake His stillness for inactivity. Just because you can't see Him doesn't mean He's not working. When God shifts you, He requires trust on a deeper level. Trust when you don't understand. Trust when you don't see the outcome. Trust when every sign points in the opposite direction. Because trust is not built on proof. It's built on relationship. The more you trust Him, the more He reveals. Every act of faith invites a greater revelation of His power. Every surrender opens a new door, and every door brings you closer to the destiny that was written for you before time began. You are not just being moved, you are being transformed. God is shifting you from fear to faith, from worry to wisdom, from dependence on people to dependence on Him. The version of you that began this journey cannot survive the next chapter. That's why He's refining you, stretching you, and stripping away what no longer belongs. Because your new season requires a new you. You cannot enter divine elevation with a wilderness mentality. You must think higher, believe deeper, and trust longer. And yes, the shift will test you. It will test your patience, your loyalty, your endurance, and your faith. But what survives the test is meant to last. Every storm that doesn't destroy you develops you. Every trial that doesn't break you builds you. You will look back one day and realize that the season that hurt you the most was the same season that prepared you the best. God never wastes pain. He uses it as the pressure that shapes purpose. There will come a moment when everything suddenly makes sense, when the doors that once closed will open effortlessly, when the people who doubted you will witness your rise, when the tears you cried will turn into testimonies. But you must endure the shift to reach that moment. Do not quit in the middle of the process. Do not run back to comfort just because the wilderness feels uncertain. Remember, the promised land only comes after the desert. Transformation only comes after testing. So if your life feels uncertain right now, if you feel like you're being pulled apart, if the familiar no longer fits, lift your head and know this: God is shifting you. You're not losing control, you're being repositioned. The doors that are closing are not rejection, they're redirection. The storm that feels endless is not punishment, it's purification. And when the dust settles, you will not be who you were before. You will be stronger, wiser, and anchored deeper in faith. The shift of God is never meant to break you. It's meant to make you unshakable. You're being moved from what is temporary to what is eternal. You're being refined to carry a greater purpose. God isn't simply altering what surrounds you. He's transforming who you are so you can stand strong in what's ahead. You asked for greater things, and now He's shaping you to handle them. The question isn't if God is shifting your path. The true question is, will you move when He calls you to move? God's goal is not to make you comfortable. His desire is to make you bold. The divine shift was never designed to soothe your emotions. It was designed to fortify your spirit. God doesn't forge warriors in ease and calm. He forges them through storms, through silence, through struggle. He permits the pressure because it's what produces power. When everything around you seems unstable, that's when God is laying an unshakable foundation within you. The shift is not about what's happening to you, it's about what's happening within you. God is not looking for those who talk about faith, He is looking for those who walk by faith. Anyone can believe when everything looks certain, but faith that pleases God is faith that stands when nothing makes sense. That's why He will sometimes close every visible door so that you stop depending on what you see and start trusting what you know. He is teaching you to rely on His unseen hand, His invisible strength, His divine timing. Because real faith is not built on evidence. It is built on trust. You may not see where God is taking you, but you must believe that wherever He leads, it will always be for your good. When God shifts you, He removes the things that have defined you, so you can be redefined by His purpose. He will separate you from labels that others placed on you. He will deliver you from the need to be understood, approved, or accepted by everyone around you. Because divine destiny does not require public validation. God's approval is enough. The moment you stop chasing human recognition and start seeking divine direction, you will find peace that cannot be shaken by the opinions of others. The shift of God teaches you to live for an audience of one. Sometimes God will let you fail, not to shame you, but to shape you. He lets the plans you built on pride collapse so that you can rebuild them on humility. He lets your strength run out so you can discover His. He lets your heart break not to destroy you, but to teach you what love looks like when it comes from Him alone. There are moments when everything you depended on will crumble, and you will wonder, why did this happen? But in time, you'll realize that God wasn't taking something from you. He was making space for something greater to enter your life. The shift of God exposes everything that is weak, fake, or temporary. It strips away what was never meant to last, leaving only what is real. Many people fear this process because it feels like loss, but it's actually cleansing. God cannot fill what is already full. He empties your hands so He can fill them with better things. He empties your heart so He can fill it with His peace. He empties your plans so He can replace them with His purpose. The emptiness is not a curse. It is a sign that transformation has begun. Do not mistake divine shifts for chaos. When life seems uncertain, God is actually in perfect control. He allows confusion to humble the mind and bring you back to dependence. He allows storms to reveal the strength of your foundation. If your foundation is built on comfort, it will crumble. But if it's built on God, no wind can move it. That's why the shift feels so intense. God is not only changing your circumstances, He's rebuilding your foundation. He's strengthening your faith so that no matter what the future holds, you remain unshaken. God will never shift you without purpose. He will never remove something unless He intends to replace it with something far better. But you must learn to trust the timing of that replacement. The space between what you lost and what is coming next is where your faith grows the most. It's in that waiting season that you must keep walking, keep believing, and keep standing. Because faith is not proven in moments of comfort. It is proven in moments of waiting. You may not see results today, but that doesn't mean God is silent. It means He's preparing something greater behind the curtain of time. When God is shifting you, you'll often feel misunderstood. People around you won't get it. They'll question your decisions, your silence, your distance. But you must remember they cannot understand what they were never meant to experience. The shift of God is personal. It's between you and Him. Don't explain divine transformation to those who have not yet been called to it. The voices that criticize you now may one day witness your breakthrough, and they'll realize that everything you endured was part of a sacred process. Some shifts come gently, but others come like earthquakes. They shake every part of your life. They rearrange relationships, opportunities, and even your identity. Yet in the middle of that shaking, God whispers, "Do not be afraid." This is necessary because only through shaking do you discover what cannot be shaken. When everything else falls away, what remains is your faith, your endurance, and your trust in God's power. Those are the things that storms cannot destroy. Every time God shifts you, He reveals a deeper layer of your purpose. You start to see that what you went through was not random, it was training. The pain, the isolation, the delay, they all carried lessons that your comfort could never teach you. You learn that faith is not about escaping storms, but standing firm through them. You learn that peace is not the absence of problems, but the presence of divine assurance. You learn that even when life takes unexpected turns, God's plan never changes. The shift also demands spiritual maturity. You cannot move into divine destiny while still thinking like a victim. God will not release new blessings into a bitter heart. You must forgive those who wronged you, release what hurt you, and rise above what broke you. Because as long as you hold on to the past, you cannot receive the future. God is shifting you away from resentment into restoration, from pain into purpose, from fear into faith. The higher He wants to take you, the lighter you must travel. When God is about to elevate you, He will strip away distractions. You might lose people who once made you feel strong, but they were never meant to walk with you into this next level. Some of the most powerful moves of God happen in solitude. When you're alone with Him, your clarity returns. The noise fades and His voice becomes clear again. That's why separation often comes before promotion, because you can't hear divine instructions when surrounded by constant noise. God isolates before He elevates. This shift is not punishment. It is purification. It's not rejection. It's redirection. It's not chaos. It's calibration. God is aligning your heart, your priorities, your desires, and your habits with His plan. The shift is His way of pulling you out of what limits your potential. You asked for greater purpose, and this is His answer. You wanted peace, and this is how He teaches you to release control. You wanted to grow, and this is how He expands your capacity. And when you finally surrender to this process, something miraculous happens. You begin to feel peace in the middle of uncertainty. You stop trying to figure everything out. You stop questioning why and start trusting when. You begin to see that every disappointment carried divine direction. Every delay was protection. Every closed door was a mercy in disguise. You begin to realize that the shift was never about losing. It was about aligning. God is shifting you because He sees what's ahead. He knows the battles you will face and the strength you'll need to overcome them. He's not preparing you for what you have now. He's preparing you for what's coming next. You may feel small, but He's shaping you for something mighty. You may feel hidden, but He's storing you for the right season. He is refining you so that when the time comes, you will walk in your purpose with confidence and power. The shift is proof that God still has plans for you. If you're still being stretched, it means He's not done with you yet. You are being shaped, molded, and purified for something extraordinary. So don't fight the process. Don't cling to the old season. Don't resist what feels uncomfortable. Trust that every push, every pull, every pause is part of His divine choreography. The same hands that are shaking your life are the hands that will settle it again. Stronger, purer, and better aligned than ever before. One day you'll look back and say, that shift changed everything. You'll realize that what felt like the end was actually the beginning. You'll thank God for every door that closed, every friend that left, every plan that failed, because all of it was necessary. All of it was leading you to the place where His purpose could finally unfold without resistance. When God is shifting you, He is not just changing your surroundings, He is transforming your very essence. He is awakening the dormant power within you. The faith that once flickered but never died, the strength that was buried under years of fear and disappointment. He is calling you out of the shadows of hesitation and into the light of divine boldness. This is not a small adjustment. It is a spiritual awakening. God is repositioning you for impact. He is preparing you to carry a greater responsibility, a greater authority, a greater purpose than before. That's why it feels heavy, because destiny always carries weight. When the hand of God is upon your life, you cannot remain the same. You can't keep walking with people who are satisfied with comfort when you are called to conquer. You can't keep entertaining conversations that drain your spirit when God is trying to fill you with vision. The shift requires separation. Not because you are better than others, but because your assignment is different. There are seasons when God will pull you away from noise so He can teach you the language of silence. There are moments when He will take away your plans so He can give you His. You must be willing to walk alone if it means walking closer to Him. Some people will not understand the transformation that is happening within you. They will say you've changed, and they'll be right. You've changed because God is revealing who you truly are. The shift strips away the layers of who the world told you to be and exposes who God designed you to become. He is removing fear, pride, and doubt. He is rebuilding your identity in faith, humility, and trust. And that process is sacred. Don't let the misunderstanding of others make you doubt the movement of God in your life. They may not see it, but God is shaping something glorious within you. Every shift begins with surrender. You cannot step into divine transformation with your hands full of old habits, old fears, and old ways of thinking. God will never force you to change. He invites you to yield. When you surrender your timeline, your control, your understanding, He replaces them with peace, direction, and purpose. You begin to see that what you once called loss was actually liberation. What you once called delay was actually divine protection. The moment you stop resisting and start trusting, everything begins to align according to His design. Do not be afraid of uncertainty. It is the training ground of faith. God does not reveal the whole path because He wants you to learn to trust His step-by-step leading. He gives light for the next step, not for the whole staircase. If you could see everything, faith would not be required. He wants you to wake up each day and say, God, I don't know what today holds, but I know You hold me. That is where peace begins. Not in control, but in surrender. Sometimes the shift of God comes disguised as delay. You pray, but the answer doesn't come. You plan, but nothing moves. It feels as though heaven is silent. Yet, even in that silence, God is at work. He is aligning people, opportunities, and circumstances that you cannot yet see. What looks still is actually divine movement beneath the surface. Just like seeds buried in the soil, your prayers are germinating in unseen places. God will not allow them to sprout until the conditions are perfect. Delay is not denial, it is divine coordination. When God shifts you, He also stretches your faith. He will ask you to believe for things that seem impossible. He will call you to walk through seasons that test your endurance. You will question, how can I survive this? And He will answer through your strength, not your words. Because sometimes the proof of faith is not in what you say, but in how you stand. When everything tells you to quit, yet you keep moving, that's faith. When the doors remain closed, yet you keep knocking, that's faith. When the storm rages, yet you keep praising, that's faith. The shift trains your faith to rise above feelings. You cannot step into a new level with an old mindset. Many people want change but resist transformation. They want blessings without breaking, progress without pruning, comfort without challenge. But God loves you too much to leave you unprepared. He will confront the thoughts that limit you. He will expose the lies you've believed about yourself. He will correct your vision until you begin to see yourself not as a victim of life, but as a vessel of purpose. The shift of God renews the mind before it rebuilds the life. The beauty of God's shift is that it often disguises itself in disruption. What looks like chaos is actually order being restored. What feels like loss is actually divine rearrangement. He is moving pieces you can't see, orchestrating outcomes you can't imagine. That's why faith is essential. Faith sees order in the middle of confusion. Faith hears direction in the middle of silence. Faith feels purpose in the middle of pain. When you walk with God, you must learn to interpret life not by what it looks like, but by what it's becoming. And as you move through this divine shift, you will begin to sense a deeper hunger in your soul. a hunger for peace that the world cannot offer, for purpose that possessions cannot satisfy, for fulfillment that comes only from walking in divine alignment. This hunger is holy. It's the sign that your spirit is awakening. It's God drawing you closer, inviting you into a level of intimacy that transforms everything about you. When you start desiring Him more than outcomes, that's when the true shift begins. Every divine move starts with discomfort, but ends with discovery. You discover strength you didn't know you had. You discover faith that was buried under fear. You discover clarity that was hidden by chaos. And through it all, you discover that God has been faithful every step of the way. Even in the moments when you felt forgotten, He was guiding you through unseen hands. The same God who allowed the storm is the one who set its boundaries. The same God who closed the door is the one preparing the next opening. You were never abandoned. You were being positioned. When the shift reaches its fullness, you begin to see that every trial was a teacher. Every delay was discipline. Every pain was preparation. The person you were before could not handle what's coming next. That's why the old version of you had to fade away. God didn't just change your circumstances. He changed your capacity. You can now carry more peace, more wisdom, more purpose, more light. And that is the reward of those who endure the process. But hear this, once God shifts you, do not go back. Don't return to what you've outgrown. Don't revisit the places that drained you. Don't lower your standards to fit into spaces God delivered you from. The shift was not just for elevation, it was for separation. You are not meant to blend in with the old when you've been prepared for the new. Stand firm in your transformation. Protect your peace. Guard your faith. Keep walking in the direction God has set before you. There will still be storms ahead, but now you will face them differently. You will no longer fear the wind because you know the one who commands it. You will no longer dread uncertainty because you know the one who writes your story. You will no longer crumble under pressure because you have learned that pressure produces power. The same storms that used to break you will now build you. The same battles that once weakened you will now remind you of the strength God placed within you. So when you feel the ground shake beneath your feet again, do not panic. Recognize the sign. God is shifting you once more. He is not finished. Each shift is a new level of alignment, a new layer of purpose, a new depth of faith. You will continue to grow, continue to evolve, continue to rise until your life becomes a living testimony of what divine surrender can produce. And when the world looks at you, they will see peace where there should have been panic, strength where there should have been fear, purpose where there should have been confusion. They will wonder how you survived, how you endured, how you rose, and you will know it was God. Every step, every tear, every silence, every breakthrough, it was all Him. So I ask you again from the depths of your soul, God is shifting you. Are you ready? Are you ready to let go of the familiar? Are you ready to walk by faith and not by sight? Are you ready to trust His hand when you cannot trace His plan? This is the turning point you've been waiting for, the beginning of your transformation. The winds that once felt like resistance are now pushing you toward your purpose. So rise, hold your ground, and speak with absolute faith. God, I am ready for what you've set before me. I may not grasp it all, but I trust your plan. I may not see the path, but I believe in your guidance. I may not be in control, but I yield to your will. And in that surrender, heaven responds. Doors will begin to open effortlessly. The burdens you've carried will fall away, and a divine peace will fill every corner of your soul. For when you move in harmony with God's timing, nothing on earth can hinder what He has already destined for you. There comes a moment in every soul's path when God begins to quiet the world around you. One by one, the voices that once surrounded you begin to fade. The friends who used to reach out grow silent. The family who leaned on you starts to pull away. The noise that once filled your days dissolves into stillness. And in that stillness, that sacred hush, something unfamiliar begins to rise within you. Loneliness. But hear me, my friend, that loneliness is not a curse. It is a calling. It is not evidence that God has left you. It is proof that He is working in you. He is teaching you the art of being alone, not to make you suffer, but to help you discover the beauty of self-love and the depth of divine love. The kind of love that is not dependent on applause, validation, or attention from others. There are moments when God pulls you away from everyone because He wants you to finally meet yourself. You've spent years caring for others, pleasing others, chasing acceptance, and trying to prove your worth to people who never truly saw you. But now God says, be still, be quiet. I want to show you who you really are. You see, when you are surrounded by noise, you can't hear God's whisper. When your days are filled with endless conversations, distractions, and opinions, you lose the sound of your own soul. But when God isolates you, when He takes away the constant company of people, He is bringing you back to your core, the place where His voice can echo again. God teaches the deepest lessons in solitude. He molds the strongest hearts in silence. Every great soul in history was first taught in isolation. Loneliness is the classroom where God teaches you about inner strength, self-respect, and divine identity. You might think you're losing people, but you're actually gaining clarity. You might feel abandoned, but you're being prepared. You might cry in the midnight hours, but those tears are cleansing your spirit for what's coming next. So many people beg God to give them love from others, but few are willing to learn how to love themselves through Him. God will not allow you to depend on the love of others. If you have not yet learned to depend on His love within yourself, you see, when your happiness depends on how others see you, your peace is fragile. But when your happiness is rooted in how God sees you, nothing can shake it. That's why He isolates you. That's why He removes the crowd. That's why the phone stops ringing. Because He wants to show you never needed them as much as you thought you needed Him. And through Him, you will finally learn how to love yourself the way He loves you. When you are alone, your thoughts become louder. Your insecurities rise. The silence exposes the parts of yourself you've been ignoring. But that is part of the divine process. God is not trying to harm you. He's trying to heal you. Loneliness is not emptiness. It is the sacred space where healing begins. You see, when God pulls you away, He wants to teach you something about your own worth. The world taught you to find your value in others, in how they treat you, in what they say about you, and whether they choose you or not. But God is saying, I chose you before anyone knew your name. I loved you before you loved yourself. I saw your value before anyone else recognized it. That's why some people had to walk away. That's why certain relationships had to end. Because as long as you were surrounded by those who didn't see your worth, you could never see it for yourself. God will sometimes break your heart just to open your eyes. He will allow separation so you can finally experience revelation. You don't grow when you're constantly surrounded by comfort. You grow when you're forced to stand alone and discover what's truly inside of you. And here's the truth. You were never truly alone. You were simply being repositioned by God. You were not being rejected. You were being redirected. God was taking you out of rooms that could no longer contain your purpose. He was pulling you away from people who could not walk with you into your next season. Isolation is not abandonment. It is elevation. When God isolates you, He's preparing you for something greater. A deeper awareness of His presence and a stronger connection with your own spirit. So if you feel lonely right now, don't rush to fill the silence. Don't beg for company. Don't chase after those who left. Instead, sit quietly and ask God, what are you trying to teach me here? Because I promise you, there's a reason for this season. You are not forgotten. You are being formed. God is shaping you in the stillness, polishing your heart, strengthening your spirit, and teaching you to love yourself. Not through the shallow approval of others, but through the deep, unshakable truth that you are enough because He made you enough. When you learn to love yourself the way God wants you to, you stop begging for attention. You stop lowering your worth to fit into someone else's small view of you. You stop chasing people who walk away because you realize you were never meant to chase. You were meant to attract. God wants to make you so complete within yourself that your presence becomes a blessing, not a plea. That's why He isolates you, to remind you that your power does not come from who is around you, but from who is within you. Loneliness is where your transformation begins. The same way a seed must be buried alone before it can grow, you too must go through a season of darkness before you can bloom. That seed is not dead. It's being developed. And so are you. God is not punishing you by letting you be alone. He's preparing you for the harvest. You are in the soil of silence, being watered by His wisdom, nurtured by His presence, and refined by His truth. When God begins to take you into the classroom of solitude, it is not a punishment, it is a promotion. It is the moment when God starts refining the gold within you by removing everything that keeps you attached to things that cannot last. God takes away what distracts you, not to hurt you, but to help you hear what you have ignored for too long. The sound of your own heart and the whisper of His voice. In that quiet space where no one understands your pain and no one seems to see your effort, God is doing His greatest work. The silence you are in is not empty. It is sacred. It is where transformation begins. You see, when you are surrounded by people, you often wear masks. You act strong when you're breaking inside. You smile while your soul is aching. But when God removes the crowd, when He lets the room grow quiet, all the masks begin to fall. You come face to face with your real self, the part of you that feels, that fears, that doubts, that hopes. And that's where God steps in. He meets you in the raw, unpolished place where you can't hide behind your strength. That's where He teaches you that your true power doesn't come from pretending to be unbreakable. It comes from realizing that even in your weakness, you are still worthy of love because you are His creation. There's a reason God doesn't always surround you with comfort. Comfort keeps you asleep, but solitude wakes you up. Solitude exposes the false dependencies you've built. It shows you who you've been leaning on instead of God. Sometimes we lean so heavily on people that God has to remove them. Not because they were bad, but because they became our crutch. God doesn't want you leaning on temporary arms. He wants you standing on eternal truth. And when those temporary supports fall away, you finally realize you were never standing on your own strength. You were being held by God all along. In solitude, God begins to rebuild your foundation. You start to see that your value does not come from being needed, liked, or praised. It comes from being chosen by God. The world may overlook you, but God never does. The silence is where He reminds you that your worth is not up for debate. It is divinely assigned. You start to see that your time alone is not wasted time. It is investment time. God is investing in your spirit, planting seeds of confidence, faith, and clarity that will one day bloom into greatness. It's in the still moments when you start hearing the voice of wisdom. You begin to notice how many things you tolerated that didn't deserve your energy. You realize that peace is more valuable than company, and self-respect is more powerful than approval. You learn that saying no to what drains your spirit is a form of love. A love God wants you to have for yourself. Because self-love in its purest form is not selfish, it's sacred. It's the acknowledgement that you are God's creation, worthy of care, respect, and gentleness. God doesn't isolate you to break you down. He isolates you to reveal what's been buried beneath years of people-pleasing, pain, and pretense. When you are finally alone, the healing begins. You start forgiving yourself for past mistakes. You start letting go of guilt that never belonged to you. You begin to embrace the truth that you are not defined by what others said about you. You are defined by what God knows about you. The quiet moments become mirrors reflecting back the strength you forgot you had. And as you walk through that season, you will notice something powerful. The more time you spend with God, the more peace you begin to feel in your own company. The loneliness that once felt heavy begins to feel holy. The silence that once scared you begins to soothe you. The solitude that once felt like a prison becomes a place of prayer. You start to understand that being alone doesn't mean being empty. It means being available for divine growth. God is teaching you to stop searching for love in places that cannot hold it. He's teaching you that love is not always found in people. It's found in presence, in purpose, and in peace. You will reach a point where your own company feels like a sanctuary because you are no longer running from yourself. You are sitting with your soul, listening, healing, and rediscovering the light that was always inside you. God will show you that solitude is not separation. It is connection. Connection to your inner truth, to your purpose, and to Him. Many people fear solitude because they confuse it with abandonment. But when God removes people, He never removes His presence. When God closes doors, He never closes His heart. You might not see the path ahead, but He is right there in the unseen, guiding your steps. Sometimes what feels like silence from God is actually His way of saying, I am teaching you to trust me without constant reassurance. I am teaching you to find peace even when I am quiet. That's when transformation happens. When you stop asking, why am I alone, and start asking, what is God building in me through this? That's when you begin to change from within. You stop begging to be included in circles that no longer align with your spirit. You stop chasing relationships that drain you more than they fill you. You stop looking for love in broken places and start finding it in divine peace. The truth is, God allows seasons of isolation because He knows what's coming next. He knows you cannot carry your next level with your old habits. He knows you cannot hear His instructions if you are surrounded by noise. He knows that before He blesses you publicly, He must strengthen you privately. And that strengthening happens in solitude. You are being fortified, spiritually trained, mentally renewed. The silence you're in is not empty. It's full of preparation. So don't curse your isolation. Cherish it. Don't despise your loneliness. Study it. God is using it to reveal something you could never see while surrounded by distractions. He's showing you what peace feels like without validation. He's teaching you how to love yourself without permission. He's molding you into someone who doesn't need to be seen to have value. Because once you learn to stand alone with God, you become unshakable. You become someone who doesn't fear loss because you understand that everything you truly need is already within you when you come out of this season. And you will not be the same person who walked in. You will walk with quiet confidence, not arrogance. You will move with calm assurance, not fear. You will radiate a peace that confuses people because it's not coming from the world. It's coming from God. You will have learned the greatest truth that being alone with God is never a punishment. It is the birthplace of purpose, the foundation of strength, and the beginning of self-love. There comes a moment after the storm of isolation has quieted when your heart begins to see what God was doing all along. It wasn't about losing people, it was about finding yourself. It wasn't about emptiness, it was about awareness. You start to realize that the purpose of being alone was not to make you feel unwanted, but to make you discover how deeply wanted you are by God. When everything and everyone fades, what remains is the truth of who you are in the eyes of your Creator. And that truth is this: you are loved. Not for what you do, not for what you own, not for how others see you, but because God made you, formed you, and placed His Spirit within you. When you begin to see yourself through God's eyes, something inside you shifts. You stop seeing yourself as broken, you see yourself as being rebuilt. You stop calling yourself unworthy. You start understanding that you have always been chosen. You stop chasing people who never valued you because you now understand that your value doesn't need to be earned. It was given by God the moment you took your first breath. God's love for you is not conditional. It is foundational. It is not based on performance. It is based on presence. You were born from His will, and therefore you carry purpose within you. That's why God allows the season of solitude to peel away the layers of false identity you have built from the world's opinions. For too long, you may have believed you were only as good as your success, your appearance, or your approval from others. But in solitude, God whispers to your soul, you are enough not because of what you have, but because of who you are. He teaches you that you don't need to compare, compete, or conform. You were never meant to blend in. You were created to stand out in quiet strength and divine dignity. True self-love is not vanity. It's not arrogance. It's understanding that you are sacred because God's breath gives you life. It is recognizing that you are a vessel of divine intention. Self-love is not about worshiping yourself. It's about honoring the masterpiece that God created. When you love yourself through God's truth, you begin to treat yourself with the respect you deserve. You no longer speak to yourself with harshness. You begin to speak with compassion. You no longer criticize your reflection. You start thanking God for the life He has given you. You no longer tolerate disrespect or mistreatment. You begin to protect the peace that God planted within you. And in that shift, miracles begin to happen. When you stop seeking love from broken places, you start attracting peace from divine spaces. When you start treating yourself like someone who matters, God starts aligning your life with people who recognize that same worth. You see, God cannot allow you to receive the love you deserve until you start giving it to yourself. Because how can you recognize genuine love when it comes if you have never known what it feels like to love yourself in a healthy way? That is why God isolates you to teach you the language of self-love, the rhythm of peace, the melody of worthiness. You start to notice that the more you honor yourself, the more your life changes. The more you respect your time, the less you chase things that waste it. The more you value your energy, the less you allow chaos to drain it. You begin to move differently, speak differently, think differently because you are being guided by a sense of purpose that comes from God. You begin to understand that you are not alone even when you are by yourself because God's presence fills the emptiness. And once you know how to be content with God's presence, you will never again feel desperate for human attention. God wants you to reach a place where you can look at yourself and see His reflection. He wants you to love the person He is shaping you into. You may not be where you want to be yet, but you are further than you were. You may not have all the answers, but you are walking closer to truth. And that truth is this: you cannot hate yourself and expect peace. You cannot reject who you are and still expect to walk in divine favor. God is teaching you to love yourself so you can stop sabotaging your own growth. Because until you learn to love yourself, you will keep accepting less than what you deserve. When you learn to love yourself, you stop apologizing for being who you are. You stop shrinking yourself to make others comfortable. You stop carrying guilt for setting boundaries. You stop feeling responsible for other people's unhappiness. You start realizing that protecting your peace is not selfish, it's sacred. God wants you to live in peace, not in constant chaos. He wants you to love yourself enough to walk away from what wounds you even when it hurts. Because real self-love is not always soft. It's strong. It says, I will not keep giving my energy to what destroys my spirit. And when you reach that level of understanding, the world cannot shake you. You will no longer need people to validate you because you will know that God already approved you. You will no longer chase love that comes with conditions because you will already be full of unconditional love from within. You will no longer see loneliness as a curse because you will realize it was the greatest gift, your awakening. You will finally see that being alone was not about separation, it was about elevation. God separated you so that He could show you that everything you were looking for was already inside of you, waiting to be awakened by His touch. Look around you. Every person who ever became strong, wise, and grounded went through a season of solitude. They learned to love themselves not through praise, but through pain. They found strength not through company, but through communion with God. And that's exactly what God is doing with you. He's refining you, softening your heart, and strengthening your soul. He's teaching you that love is not found in chasing others. It's found in embracing yourself. He's revealing that when you learn to love yourself through His light, you become unshakable. Because once you do, rejection, betrayal, and abandonment lose their power over you. How could you ever be rejected when you already belong to God? How could you feel abandoned when His presence walks beside you always? How could you feel unloved when the very source of love lives within your soul? When that truth takes root in your heart, loneliness fades into peace. Solitude turns into a sacred refuge. Silence becomes a meeting place with God, and self-love becomes your purest form of worship. You are discovering that loving yourself is honoring the masterpiece God created. It means walking with grace, speaking with kindness, living with peace, and guarding your spirit as something divine. God never intended for you to dwell in doubt. He calls you to stand in self-respect. He never wanted you to hide in shame. He desires that you rise in full awareness of who you are in Him. Because the moment you begin to see yourself through His eyes, you no longer fear being alone. You realize that solitude was never a void. It was a vessel through which God pours strength, clarity, and the purest form of love, self-love, that flows directly from Him. There are seasons when God must first break what is false before He builds what is true. There are moments when He removes the foundation you trusted so that He can replace it with one that will never crumble. This is why solitude often feels painful. It is not because God is punishing you, but because He is purifying you. When God begins to teach you self-love, He does not simply add comfort. He removes confusion. He does not always increase what you have. Sometimes He takes away what keeps you blind. And in that removal, you begin to see that what felt like loss was actually deliverance. God breaks your dependence on others so you can learn to depend on Him. He breaks your attachment to people who never valued you so that you can finally value yourself. He allows the silence to echo so that you can hear your soul's cry. The cry for peace, the cry for purpose, the cry for truth. And it is in that deep, quiet cry that transformation begins, because you cannot be healed until you first acknowledge what hurt you. You cannot be rebuilt until you allow God to strip away what no longer belongs. So God is not trying to destroy you. He is trying to remove everything that is not aligned with the person He created you to be. When God teaches you to be alone, He is performing spiritual surgery. He is cutting away the toxic thoughts that told you that you are not enough. He is removing the guilt that made you shrink your spirit to please others. He is cleansing the memories that made you believe love must always come with pain. The process may feel lonely, but it is divine. Every tear you cry is washing away the residue of who you used to be. Every sleepless night is softening the soil of your heart so new wisdom can take root. Every moment of stillness is God whispering, "I am rebuilding you for something greater than you can imagine." The breaking season is not to humiliate you, it is to humble you. It is to bring you back to the place where you realize that your true strength does not come from people, possessions, or positions. It comes from peace. God allows you to reach a point where you can no longer fake your happiness or hide your hurt, because He wants to show you that the peace you've been searching for has always been within His presence. You learn that true strength is not pretending you're fine. It's surrendering your pain to the one who can turn it into purpose. In solitude, God breaks the illusion that you must always be surrounded to be secure. He lets you walk through a season where no one understands you so you can finally understand yourself. He closes certain doors not because He's angry, but because He's protecting your peace. He distances you from noise so that you can hear what your spirit has been trying to say all along. God knows that if He doesn't pull you away, you will never see how powerful you are when you stand with Him alone. And once the breaking begins, the building follows. God doesn't leave you shattered. He reshapes you. He begins to pour new strength into the cracks where you once felt weak. He fills your emptiness with clarity. He replaces your pain with wisdom. You start to realize that the very things that broke you were also the things that built you. You see, every scar tells a story of survival. Every tear is proof that you endured. And every lonely night was preparation for divine revelation. You begin to move differently. You speak with calm conviction. You no longer react to negativity because you've learned that peace is more powerful than noise. You no longer chase people who ignore your worth because you've learned that love must flow from truth, not need. You no longer fear solitude because you've discovered that it is in solitude where you feel God's presence most deeply. There is something sacred that happens when you stop running from loneliness and start embracing it as divine instruction. You realize that solitude was never empty. It was full of God's whispers, full of healing, full of lessons you couldn't learn anywhere else. God teaches you that love is not only something to give, it's something to live. And the first person you must live it with is yourself. Because when you love yourself through God's truth, you no longer crave love that costs your peace. You no longer allow people to define your worth. You no longer live as if you must prove your value to the world. You simply know you are valuable because God made you valuable. That's why He isolates you before He elevates you. He wants you to learn what peace feels like before you share your presence with others. He wants you to build your confidence in solitude so you won't lose it in society. He wants you to find fulfillment in silence so you won't search for it in noise. This is divine preparation. God never sends you into the next season of your life with old wounds. He heals you first, strengthens you, then sends you forward ready, whole, and unshakable. The truth is, you cannot love others fully until you have learned to love yourself through God. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot lead with love if you are led by fear. That's why God isolates you. He is refilling you. He is rebuilding your confidence, refueling your faith, and reminding you that you are complete even when no one else is around. Because when you know who you are with God, no one can make you doubt your worth. And once you reach that understanding, your energy begins to change. You stop begging for what you deserve. You start attracting it. You stop crying over who left. You start celebrating who stayed. You stop feeling sorry for your solitude. You start thanking God for your strength. You become peaceful, powerful, and purposeful. You begin to realize that you don't need to prove anything to anyone, because the one who created you already knows your heart. The breaking and the building are divine partners. One cannot exist without the other. God breaks what was never stable so He can build what will last. He removes what was temporary to make space for what is eternal. You may not understand the pain while you're in it, but when you look back, you'll see that every lonely night was leading you toward freedom. Every silence was shaping your soul. Every tear was watering the seed of your strength. When God begins to isolate you, it is not rejection. It is redirection. It is not punishment. It is preparation. Many people panic when they find themselves alone, but solitude under the hand of God is a sacred classroom. It is where God strips away the noise, the applause, and the distractions so that your heart can finally hear His voice. When no one else is around, when your phone stops ringing, when the people you thought would stay suddenly vanish, God is saying, now it's just you and me. That moment may feel painful, but it is holy ground. It is where transformation begins. Because when you are surrounded by others, you often draw your strength from them. But when God pulls you away, He's teaching you how to draw strength directly from Him. God will use isolation to detox your soul from dependency on people. You may have leaned too much on someone's approval, relied too heavily on someone's presence, or attached your peace to someone's validation. And when they walk away, it feels like your world collapses. But God steps in and says, you don't need them to feel complete. You need me. This is where you learn self-love. Not the shallow kind that depends on the mirror, but the divine kind that flows from knowing your worth through God's eyes. Because when you begin to see yourself as God sees you, no rejection can break you. No loneliness can destroy you, and no loss can define you. In the quiet, God rebuilds your confidence. He begins to whisper truths that the world drowned out. He reminds you that you are not what happened to you. You are what He is shaping you into. You are not a mistake. You are a masterpiece under construction. When people misunderstood you, God understood. When they left, God stayed. And that realization, when it finally sinks into your heart, is where self-love begins. You start to walk differently. You begin to speak life into yourself. You start thanking God, not only for the people who stayed, but also for the ones who left, because their absence became your awakening. Sometimes God will make you walk alone so you can see what you're made of. You think you're breaking, but you're being built. You think you're forgotten, but you're being found by the one who never loses sight of you. You think it's over, but it's only the beginning of a divine transformation. Loneliness is often the furnace where God refines His chosen ones. Every tear you cry in that solitude waters the seed of strength inside you. And when the time is right, that seed will grow into a tree of wisdom, maturity, and self-worth, rooted so deeply in God that no storm can uproot it. When God isolates you, He is teaching you to listen. He is teaching you that silence has a sound, and that sound is peace. You learn to enjoy your own company, not because you are perfect, but because you finally recognize the divine presence within your solitude. That's the moment you begin to rise, not through pride, but through purpose. You start loving yourself enough to stop chasing what breaks you. You stop begging to be understood by those who were never meant to understand you. You stop apologizing for being who God created you to be. And that is freedom. That is the beginning of a sacred kind of love, the kind that honors both God and the soul He placed within you. The truth is, self-love is not rebellion against humility. It is obedience to God's design. When God says, love your neighbor as yourself, He is assuming that you first learn to love yourself. You cannot pour from an empty heart. You cannot lift others if you constantly despise your reflection. That's why God brings you into seasons of stillness to fill you again, to remind you that you are not defined by failure, not measured by opinions, not valued by comparison. You are defined by divine intention. God looked at you before your birth and saw something worth forming. That means you matter not because others said so, but because God said so. So when you find yourself in that lonely place, don't curse it. Don't fight it. Don't rush out of it. Let God finish His work in you. Because in that space of isolation, something sacred happens. You begin to see yourself through the light of divine truth. You begin to appreciate your own heart, not out of vanity, but gratitude. You start to say, God, thank you for me. And that is not arrogance, it is awareness. Awareness that you are one of God's greatest creations. Awareness that your existence is not an accident. Awareness that being alone does not mean being unloved. It means being chosen for something higher. Every great transformation begins in solitude. Every chosen one must walk through the wilderness before reaching the promised place of peace. And though it may hurt, though you may not understand it, God is sculpting you. He is chiseling away what no longer serves you, polishing the rough edges of your heart, preparing you for the divine purpose ahead. You cannot skip this process because the one who avoids solitude avoids strength. The one who fears being alone fears discovering their divine depth. But those who embrace it, those who sit quietly in the presence of God, come out glowing with peace, unshakable in spirit, and overflowing with love that no man can take away. There is a profound power that comes when God teaches you to be alone. And it is not understood by the impatient, the restless, or the unprepared. Many fear solitude because they equate it with emptiness. But God wants you to see that it is the birthplace of fullness. When the world grows quiet and every voice around you fades, you are left with one undeniable presence, the presence of God. And it is in that presence that you begin to discover the sacred truth. You are enough. You were never dependent on the approval of others. And you were never meant to find your peace outside of Him. Your value has never been conditional. Your worth has always been divine. God allows seasons of aloneness to strip away all illusions. He removes the distractions that cloud your vision, the attachments that drain your energy, and the false dependencies that weigh you down. In the absence of noise, you finally hear His instruction. In the absence of comfort, you finally feel His strength. In the absence of applause, you finally recognize your own power. Many people spend a lifetime chasing validation from others, seeking love that is fleeting and fearing isolation. But God's way is higher. He does not measure your worth by your popularity or your company. He measures it by your faithfulness, your perseverance, and your openness to receive His guidance in silence. Being alone is a spiritual classroom where God teaches you the art of self-reliance and divine dependence at the same time. You learn to lean not on human hands, but on the hand of God that never falters. You discover that peace is not found in crowds, but in the stillness of His presence. You come to understand that true love is not given in abundance by others. It is revealed in the abundance of God within you. Every trial, every lonely night, every moment of feeling unseen is a lesson. God is teaching you that happiness cannot be borrowed, joy cannot be purchased, and validation cannot be demanded. These treasures are rooted only in the connection between your soul and Him. When God isolates you, He is also preparing you for discernment. You begin to see who truly belongs in your life and who does not. You see the people whose presence nourishes your spirit versus those who drain it. You realize that some relationships were never meant to last because they would have kept you from growing into the person God created you to be. This is the divine wisdom of solitude. God uses aloneness to teach you boundaries, to sharpen your vision, and to refine your understanding of worth. You begin to understand that walking alone is not a curse. It is a command from God to honor yourself and to honor His work within you. Solitude is not simply a pause in life. It is a preparation for elevation. God uses it to cultivate strength in your character that cannot be cultivated in comfort. He teaches patience where there was restlessness. He cultivates faith where there was doubt. He builds resilience where there was weakness. And when you emerge from this season, you do not merely return to the world. You rise above it. You rise with a confidence that is anchored not in fleeting recognition, but in the eternal knowledge of God's presence within you. You rise with a love for yourself that is unshakable because it is mirrored by God's unchanging love for you. So stand tall in your solitude. Rest calmly within your stillness. Move forward with courage in the nearness of God. Welcome the lessons He's weaving into your heart about love, value, and divine intimacy. Do not fear being without company, for His presence is more than enough. Do not grow weary in the quiet, for His whisper is leading you. Do not confuse isolation with weakness, for this is the sacred fire shaping your spirit. You are learning to walk alone. Yet with God, solitude is never emptiness. And when this truth takes root in you, when you truly understand the divine purpose hidden in your aloneness, you will no longer crave completion from anyone but Him. You will no longer hand your peace to human hands. You will no longer question your value because God has revealed the greatest revelation of all, that to love yourself is holy, that being alone is not a sentence but a sanctuary, and that God's presence alone can fill your life with abundance, steady your heart with strength, and anchor your soul in unshakable peace. My friend, hear my heart. You are standing at the threshold of a divine turning point. Your eyes may not yet perceive it. Your emotions might not yet catch up, but deep within your spirit you can sense it. God is about to move in power. There's a rumbling in the unseen, a holy stirring in the atmosphere. Because when God chooses to act, no darkness can resist him, no barrier can withstand him, no storm can halt his hand. You may have walked through long stretches of silence, through waiting that tested your soul, through moments when it felt like heaven had forgotten your name. But hear this truth spoken with full conviction. God has been crafting something mighty, far beyond what you pictured, and it's on the verge of being revealed before your eyes. Sometimes before God moves, everything looks still. It feels quiet. It looks ordinary. But that silence is not absence. It's preparation. God often does his greatest work in the unseen, shaping your destiny. When the world thinks nothing is happening, you see, when the ground looks dry, the roots are still growing. When your life feels stuck, God is still writing. And when it seems like the light has gone out, God is only setting the stage for a brighter dawn. The delay is not denial. It's divine timing. The moment you've been waiting for, praying for, crying for is coming. It may not come the way you expect, but it will come the way God intends. Perfect, powerful, unstoppable. There are moments in life when God steps in so suddenly, so unexpectedly that everything changes overnight. You wake up in one reality and go to bed in another. One prayer, one encounter, one divine instruction, and the chains that held you for years begin to break. That's how God moves. He doesn't need permission. He doesn't need evidence. He doesn't consult your past to determine your future. When God says, now, every obstacle that has stood in your way bows to his command. And I believe with all my heart that you are approaching that now. You are stepping into a moment where God himself will demonstrate his power in your life. You may say, but I've been through so much. I've been broken, rejected, and forgotten. My friend, those are not signs that God has abandoned you. Those are signs that he is preparing you. Before God raises a person, he refines them. Before he trusts you with destiny, he tests you with difficulty. Every tear you cried, every disappointment you faced, every door that shut was not punishment. It was preparation. God was removing what could not go with you into your next season. The pain you endured was not wasted. The loneliness you felt was not ignored. God was shaping your faith, strengthening your spirit, teaching you to depend not on people but on him alone. Because when he moves mightily, he wants the world to know that it was his hand, not yours, that brought the victory. There are seasons when God hides you. People don't understand you. They forget your name. You feel invisible. But that hiddenness is holy. God hides those he's about to use greatly. He hides them from premature exposure. He hides them so they can develop roots deep enough to sustain the weight of future glory. The seed cannot complain about being buried because the burial is not the end. It's the beginning. So if you feel buried under problems, understand this. You are not buried. You are planted. And soon what was hidden will burst forth in divine power. God is about to move the soil, reveal the growth, and bring forth the fruit of all you've endured. Some of you have been praying for years, praying for healing, praying for restoration, praying for breakthrough, and you've wondered, why hasn't it happened yet? But God's silence is never empty. He was aligning circumstances, shifting hearts, rearranging what you could not see. You were praying for change, but God was building your capacity to handle the change. He was preparing you so that when the blessing comes, you won't lose it. Because when God blesses, He doesn't just give you something temporary. He gives you something eternal, something established by His own power. That's why He takes His time. That's why He doesn't move according to your schedule, but according to His purpose. And when His timing and your faith collide, the impossible becomes possible. I want you to know the storm that was meant to destroy you has become the training ground for your strength. Every valley you walk through has been a classroom where God taught you how to stand firm when others fall. You see, strength is not born in comfort. It's forged in battle. Faith doesn't grow on mountaintops. It grows in the dark when you can't see the way. Yet you keep walking because you trust the voice of God. You have not been forgotten. You have been strengthened. And that strength is proof that God is not finished with you. He's not done writing your story. In fact, the best chapter is about to begin. The same God who brought you through the storm is about to reward you openly for what you endured privately. When God moves, it's never small. He doesn't do halfway miracles. He doesn't give partial victories. When God moves, He shakes foundations. He rearranges destinies. He restores years that were lost. He lifts those who were overlooked and humbles those who exalted themselves. His movement is mighty, undeniable, unstoppable. It's the kind of move that causes those who doubted you to say, "Surely God was with them." And this is what He's about to do in your life. You've been through too much to end in defeat. You've prayed too long to be forgotten now. The heavens are shifting and your name has reached the throne. God is about to show Himself strong on your behalf. My friend, there are seasons when it feels like God is silent, yet heaven is louder than ever. You might not hear Him with your ears, but your spirit knows He's near. The silence is not absence, it's strategy. God hides His moves until the right moment. Just like the seed that grows underground, unseen but unstoppable, God is preparing to bring something forth from within you that will surprise even you. The delay is the divine womb of destiny. What looks like nothing happening is in truth everything happening beneath the surface. God is working behind the curtains of time to bring forth the promise He placed in your heart. You have been in a season of stretching where everything around you felt uncertain. You have been questioning, wondering, crying out for answers. But the stretching was not to break you. It was to build your capacity. God has been expanding your faith because what is coming requires a bigger vessel. The blessing He is preparing cannot be contained by your old mindset, your old circle, or your old way of living. He is enlarging you from within. He is teaching you to trust not in what you see, but in who He is. Because when the move of God comes, it comes suddenly, and only those whose faith is deep will be able to carry it. When God moves, He often moves after you've given up trying to control everything. He waits until you've exhausted every human plan, every self-made solution, every reliance on others. That's when His hand appears. That's when He shows you that He alone is the source and the sustainer. God never wants to share His glory with human effort. He allows you to reach the end of yourself so that you can witness the beginning of Him. And when He moves, you will know it was not your strength, your wisdom, or your strategy. It was His divine intervention. You may think you're at a dead end, but with God, there are no dead ends, only divine turns. You may think something is over, but with God, endings are merely transitions into greater beginnings. When one door closes, it's because God is building a gate that no one can lock. You see, the paths of destiny are not paved by people, they are carved by the will of God. You might not understand the path you're walking, but it's leading you somewhere sacred. Every delay, every detour, every disappointment has been divinely calculated to position you where the next mighty move of God will find you. God is about to prove that every hardship had a purpose. You didn't cry for nothing. You didn't lose for nothing. You didn't suffer for nothing. Everything that tried to break you has actually built you. You are stronger than you were, wiser than before, and more spiritually grounded than ever. God allowed the pain not to destroy you, but to transform you. Because when He moves mighty, He wants a vessel that has been purified through the fire of endurance. You have been tested by storms so you can stand in glory. You have been humbled by loss so you can handle gain with grace. You have been emptied, so now He can fill you. There is something sacred about waiting on God. The world sees waiting as weakness, but in the kingdom of the unseen, waiting is warfare. Every time you waited and didn't quit, you were fighting battles you couldn't see. You were holding your ground when darkness tried to pull you down. That waiting built an unshakable faith inside you, a faith that can now call down miracles. And that's why the enemy tried so hard to make you give up. He knew that if you ever held on long enough, you would step into a season where God Himself would begin to move on your behalf. There is a shift happening in the unseen realm. The tables are turning. The burdens are lifting. The very thing that was meant to weigh you down will soon be the reason you rise higher. God is rearranging what was once against you to work for you. He is turning closed doors into divine redirection. He is transforming obstacles into stepping stones. When He moves, it will be swift. One moment you will be in the struggle, the next you will be in the breakthrough. Because God's power does not operate in gradual phases. It operates in divine moments. When His time comes, change is instant. You may have been mocked for your faith. People may have called you foolish for trusting in God when things looked impossible. But soon those same people will see what faith can do when God honors it. God is about to publicly reward what you privately endured. The same mouth that laughed at your struggle will speak in awe of your blessing. The same people who walked away will see that you were never alone, that God was walking beside you all along, guiding every step of your journey. Sometimes God lets you walk through fire so that those watching can see that the fire doesn't burn when His presence is with you. He lets you go through storms so that when you come out untouched, people will say, "How did they survive?" And you will say, "Because God was my shield." Every pain you've endured has been painting the backdrop for a mighty revelation of His power. God is about to make your life a testimony that faith still moves mountains, that prayer still opens heavens, that surrender still releases miracles. Right now, you may feel surrounded by darkness, confusion, fear, and weariness. But darkness is not the absence of God. It's the canvas upon which His light shines brightest. When the night seems longest, it's because dawn is near. God often allows darkness to surround you before He displays His glory, so that when He moves, there will be no doubt who the source of light truly is. The pressure you feel right now is not punishment. It's prophecy. It's the sign that something divine is about to break through. When God moves, He restores what was broken beyond repair. He breathes life into dead dreams. He brings order to chaos. He gives strength to the weary, peace to the troubled, and direction to the lost. And when He moves, He doesn't just change your circumstances. He changes you. The same hands that part seas can also mend hearts. The same power that creates galaxies can heal your wounds. The same wisdom that formed the heavens is guiding your next step. So lift your eyes. Stop looking at what went wrong and start expecting what God is about to make right. Expectation is the seed of manifestation. When you expect God to move, you align your faith with His will. Faith is not pretending everything is perfect. It's believing God can bring perfection out of chaos. It's standing in the middle of the storm and declaring, "I still trust God." And when you stand with that kind of faith, heaven takes notice. God cannot ignore a heart that refuses to give up. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not behind. You are right where God wants you in the quiet, before the mighty movement. The air is thick with divine timing. The season is ripe. The heavens are about to respond to your persistence. You have fought battles no one saw. You have endured nights that broke you inside. But the one who sees all has counted every tear, and not one has been wasted. God is about to turn your mourning into strength, your loss into abundance, your silence into song. Prepare yourself, because when God moves mightily, He does not consult the opinions of men. He does not ask permission to bless you. He doesn't check who likes you or who supports you. When He moves, He bypasses all human systems and touches your life directly. He can raise you from obscurity to influence in a single moment. He can turn your greatest weakness into your strongest testimony. He can shift the hearts of those who once rejected you to now favor you. That is the magnitude of His movement. It changes everything. And when He does, you will realize that all along the pain had a purpose. The silence was sacred. The waiting was holy. Every part of your journey was orchestrated by divine wisdom. And now the season of manifestation is near. You will soon stand in awe of how everything came together. Not by chance, not by your effort, but by the mighty hand of God. There comes a sacred moment in every person's life when the spiritual atmosphere begins to shift. It is subtle at first, like the quiet rustle of wind before a storm, but your soul can feel it. You sense that something divine is drawing near, that unseen hands are rearranging the pieces of your life, and that everything you've endured was not in vain. My friend, that moment is now. God is aligning heaven and earth for your transformation. He is not simply preparing to give you what you ask for. He is preparing to make you into someone capable of carrying what He's about to release. Before every mighty move of God, there is a period of inner awakening. It's when you begin to lose interest in things that once held your attention. It's when you no longer find peace in old environments or with old habits. It's when your spirit grows restless, not because you are lost, but because you are being prepared for elevation. God disturbs your comfort when He's ready to move you to a higher level of calling. The uneasiness you feel is not confusion. It's divine movement stirring within you. The reason you don't fit in where you once belonged is because your spirit has outgrown your surroundings. God is stretching you for something greater. When God is about to move mightily, He first separates you. He pulls you away from noise, distractions, and influences that would dilute His voice in your life. You may not understand why certain people walked away or why familiar doors suddenly close, but every separation carries a secret blessing. God removes what could interfere with His purpose. Sometimes He isolates you to amplify His voice. The silence you experience is not emptiness. It's the sound of God's construction. He is building strength where weakness used to live. He is planting peace where fear once ruled. He is renewing your focus so that when He speaks, you will recognize His instruction instantly. You must understand God never wastes time. Every delay carries meaning. What looks like waiting to you is working to Him. When you feel forgotten, you are actually being refined. Well, you are being molded into a vessel that can hold glory without cracking. Because when God moves mightily, He pours out blessing that requires maturity to sustain. The weight of His favor can crush those who are unprepared. That's why He develops you in hidden seasons, so that when He lifts you up, you won't fall under the weight of your own destiny. There are people who pray for the movement of God, but resist the process that precedes it. They want the blessing without the breaking, the promotion without the preparation. But God's pattern has never changed. He builds before He blesses. The foundation must be deep before the structure can be high. So if your life feels like it's been under construction, it's because God is fortifying your base. He's laying spiritual concrete beneath your feet so that when He elevates you, you'll remain unshaken no matter how high you rise. When God moves, He not only changes your circumstances, He transforms your perspective. You begin to see life through divine clarity. What once made you anxious no longer disturbs you. What once seemed impossible now feels inevitable. You begin to trust God's plan even when you can't trace it. This is the mark of those who have been prepared for the mighty move. Their faith becomes unbreakable. Their peace becomes untouchable. Their hearts remain calm even in the storm because they have learned that God's hand is always at work, even when His presence seems invisible. There are signs that God's mighty movement is drawing near. One sign is divine restlessness, that stirring in your soul that whispers, "There's more." Another sign is divine discontent. When you can no longer tolerate the mediocrity you once accepted, you begin to crave deeper purpose, higher discipline, greater closeness to God. You feel an urgency to pray more, to think differently, to walk in obedience. That's not coincidence. That's calling. God is positioning you for transformation. He is waking up the sleeping potential within you so that when His power moves, you are ready to step into it without hesitation. When God moves mightily, He first moves in you before He moves for you. He works in your thoughts, in your heart, in your habits. He removes fear, pride, and doubt because those things cannot survive in the presence of His glory. He reorders your desires so that what once distracted you now disgusts you. He makes you hungry for holiness, not applause, for purpose, not pleasure. That inner cleansing is the first sign that His mighty movement has begun. The heart that yields fully to God becomes the battlefield where victory is first won. You see, the greatest move of God in your life won't come through what He gives you, but through who He makes you. Blessings without transformation become burdens. But when God changes your heart, even your pain becomes productive. You begin to thank Him for the things you once complained about because now you see their purpose. You realize that the rejections protected you, the losses led you, and the delays developed you. Every tear was watering the soil of your destiny. Every setback was shaping your strength. And now, because of all that, you are ready. God is about to release what has been held up. There are things written in your destiny that have been waiting for the right moment to manifest. That moment is approaching. Doors that were shut are about to swing open. Opportunities that were hidden are about to reveal themselves. God is preparing to connect you with people who carry the keys to your next level. He's bringing order to the chaos that once confused you. He's clearing the path before you, removing hidden traps and unseen dangers. The same power that commands the stars is commanding your steps. You are walking into a divine setup orchestrated by the hand of God. Do not mistake small beginnings for insignificant ones. God often begins His greatest works quietly. The seed of change is planted in stillness before it grows into greatness. You may not see the full manifestation yet, but that does not mean God isn't working. What you perceive as nothing happening is often the most sacred stage of divine activity. Beneath the surface, God is building momentum. Every prayer you prayed, every act of faith, every tear you shed, all of it has been stored in the unseen, waiting for God's appointed hour. And when that hour strikes, everything will align in a way that human logic could never explain. You must stay expectant. Faith without expectation is empty. Expect God to act. Expect the impossible to become possible. Expect the shift you've been praying for. Expect the peace that surpasses understanding. Expect clarity, strength, and favor. When expectation meets divine timing, miracles are born. And when God sees that your heart is ready, He releases what your faith has been holding in place all along. The movement of God is not always loud. Sometimes it arrives as peace in the middle of chaos. Sometimes it comes as sudden strength when you are ready to give up. Sometimes it's an opportunity disguised as a challenge. But if you stay alert in spirit, you will recognize the fingerprints of God everywhere. His presence doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it just transforms everything around you quietly, steadily, powerfully. Do not let fear stop you from receiving what God has prepared. Fear is the enemy's last weapon before breakthrough. Right before the door opens, fear tries to whisper that you're unworthy, unready, unqualified. But if God has chosen you, no force in creation can disqualify you. What He ordains, He sustains. What He starts, He finishes. So stand firm in faith. Lift your head. Declare to your heart that God is not done with you. He's just getting started. Heaven has seen your faith. Your prayers were never lost in the silence. Every tear, every moment you stood firm when quitting felt easier, has been recorded before God's throne. And now the time of fulfillment draws near. The harvest of your endurance is coming into view. You will behold beauty rising from the ashes of what once broke you. You will understand why the path was narrow, why the nights were long, because every step led you to this divine intersection where God is about to reveal His mighty hand in your life. There comes a moment in every believer's journey when the ordinary turns sacred, when what seems like just another sunrise becomes the dawn of transformation. At first, you might not recognize the signs, but when God begins to move in power, the very air around you begins to shift. Obstacles start to bend. Closed doors swing wide. Hearts that once overlooked you begin to see you. And it's not because your strength increased. It's because His favor has gone before you. It's because God has shifted His hand toward your life. When His hand moves, everything under His command responds. Mountains melt, doors open, hearts soften, and what was once impossible becomes reality. You are standing on the edge of divine motion. God has been aligning events, conversations, and moments behind your back to bring forth a transformation that will testify of His power. He is moving pieces you can't see, influencing hearts you don't know, and setting the stage for the fulfillment of His word in your life. Every delay, every disappointment, every detour was part of this divine arrangement. You thought you were waiting on God, but God was positioning everything perfectly for you. When God moves mightily, He moves in ways that no human reasoning can predict. He doesn't follow the logic of the world. He creates His own. When people expect him to work through visible strength, he uses weakness. When they expect him to move through abundance, he uses lack. When they expect him to come through open doors, he makes a way where no door exists. His power is not limited by what is available. His power creates what is needed. You may not see how it will happen, but that is because your vision is limited to what is visible. God works in dimensions beyond sight, sound, and time. You must remember, when God moves, it's not just to change what you have, it's to change who you are. His mighty movement begins within the heart before it manifests in the world around you. That's why he calls you to quiet moments of surrender, moments when you must let go of control and simply trust. Because when you surrender to God, you make room for his strength to replace your weakness. You invite his wisdom to overtake your confusion. You exchange your plan for his perfect design. And when you reach that place of full trust, that is when his movement becomes unstoppable in your life. So often people look for the movement of God in thunder and spectacle. They want the dramatic sign, the grand announcement, the sudden miracle that the world can see. But many times God moves in silence, in the subtle shift of peace that enters your heart after a storm, in the calm assurance that whispers, "You are not alone," in the gentle redirection that turns your steps toward destiny without noise or recognition. The most powerful moves of God are not always seen. They are felt, known, experienced in the stillness of faith. When God begins to move, the first thing he often does is bring clarity. Confusion breaks. The fog lifts. You begin to see what once seemed impossible to understand. You realize why things had to happen the way they did. You start to connect the dots that once felt random. God does not move in chaos. He brings divine order. He restores sense to what was senseless, purpose to what was painful, and peace to what was uncertain. That clarity is a sign that his hand is already at work. Another sign of his mighty movement is inner peace that defies logic. The world around you may still look the same, but you are not the same. You are no longer shaken by what used to disturb you. You begin to respond to life with wisdom, not worry. The noise outside no longer disturbs the calm within. That peace is not weakness. It is evidence that God's Spirit is governing your heart. It is proof that his power is alive in you. And once that peace takes root, no circumstance can uproot it. Then comes divine reversal. When God moves mightily, he turns the tables. Those who were once ahead find themselves behind, and those who were overlooked find themselves lifted. Situations that seemed irreversible suddenly bend in your favor. The same places that rejected you begin to call for you. The same people who doubted you begin to respect you. The same circumstances that worked against you begin to work for you, because when God moves, he doesn't just restore, he multiplies. He doesn't just replace, he elevates. He doesn't just fix what's broken, he builds something better. And when this happens, understand this truth. You will not have to fight for attention or recognition. The blessing of God will speak for you. You won't have to defend your worth because his favor will confirm it. You won't have to chase opportunities because opportunities will begin to chase you. When God moves mightily, your name begins to echo in places you've never been, and doors begin to open that you didn't even knock on. That is how powerful his hand is. Do not underestimate what God can do in a moment. He can shift years of struggle in a single breath. He can turn mourning into strength overnight. He can erase debt, restore dignity, heal hearts, and renew minds with one command. You are not waiting on a gradual process. You are waiting on a divine decision. When God decides it is time, what held you for years will release you in seconds. That's how mighty His movement is. But let me remind you, before the public movement comes, there must be private alignment. You must keep your heart positioned in humility. Pride repels the hand of God, but humility attracts it. God lifts those who remain low before Him. Stay faithful in the unseen. Stay consistent in your prayers. Keep doing good even when no one claps. Keep trusting even when no one believes. When you stay faithful in the small things, God prepares you for the great thing. He cannot pour a mighty blessing into a heart that has not been trained to handle it with gratitude. Sometimes before God moves, He will allow pressure to increase. You might feel like everything is falling apart, but that's often the signal that everything is about to come together. The pressure pushes out what cannot stay. It forces growth. It births strength. Diamonds are formed under pressure, and so are destinies. So when you feel that intensity, don't fear it. Recognize it as the birth pains of breakthrough. It's the sign that the old season is collapsing because a new one is emerging. God's mighty move will not just bless you, it will flow through you. He is preparing to make your life a vessel of impact. He will use your story to inspire others. The same pain that once silenced you will become the testimony that empowers others. The same places where you were once rejected will become the stages where you speak victory. The same tears that once fell in despair will water the seeds of hope for those who come after you. This is how God multiplies His glory, not by giving you comfort alone, but by making your transformation a light to others. So keep your spirit awake. Be alert, because the movement of God often comes when the world least expects it. It comes to the humble, the steadfast, the surrendered. It comes to those who choose faith over fear, obedience over convenience, and patience over panic. It comes to those who refuse to let go of hope even when everything else fades. God moves mightily, not for the